going back to Cusack for the 2026 Australian Junior Championships, and there is a little bit of sadness in the air because it is the final day of what has been a wonderful domestic season. But don't worry, there is still plenty of action to come because we've also got some fabulous under-20 finals that are going to be on today. Ethan Quillivan alongside Ella Tobin, and what has been an incredible domestic season. It's all starting to feel a little bit sad, Ella, but we do have one final day to look forward to, which I'm very excited for. Now, you tell me something that is exciting for today. How many under-20 finals have we got?
7 under-20 finals.
Wow.
It's going to be sorry, not 7, 14.
14.
Sorry, I doubled it. I think it's 7 girls and 7 boys.
Wow.
14 under-20 finals on our final day. I mean, we're going to be absolutely spoilt for athletic talent. I've had a look through some of the start lists there. We've got athletes coming in with World Junior qualifiers. There's a couple events where they are close to having those World Junior qualifiers. So we're going to see a lot of under-20 athletes trying to get a seat on that plane to Eugene this week, or today. So it's a super exciting afternoon, and not to mention, I mean, we've got so many junior events today as well. I think I saw some under 15 3K, 200s, 100s, relays, of course. So we saw Queensland, I think, get their first gold yesterday. So, I mean, an exciting morning and afternoon.
So good to have your company today. It's set to be a wonderful day. Don't be sad because it's over. Be happy because it's happened. Ethan Quillivan alongside Ella Tobin. Mitch Dye is going to be in a little bit later on. These championships have just been nothing short of amazing, both the seniors and the juniors. And when you look back at the domestic season with the one-day meets with the Track Classics, the Murray Plant meet, the Adelaide Invitational, we went down to Hobart, we were over in Perth. It's wonderful. We've still got the Uni Games coming up, which I know is going to be a high priority for some in this athletic scene, maybe even in this athletics commentary box right now. And let's take a look at our first race, which is going to be the 5,000 metres for the under-15s, or 3,000 metres, excuse me, for the under-15s. So Connolly's wearing hip number 1, Johnston 2, with Barnes 3, Banakai 4, Coupler 5, Keeler 6, Reed 7, Gilmore 8, Nelson 9, Doyle 10, then Quick 11, Sheridan 12, Howe 13, Potter 14, Grund 15, Walker 16, Jennings 17, Bolton 18, Ayres 19, Riles 20, Hogg 21, Hallam 22, Gans 23, Muha 24, Garriga 25, Ward 26, and Filey wears hip number 27. So 27 athletes in this field. It is quite a loaded field as they come down with only a bit over 5 laps remaining.
That was impressive there. 27 names, first race in. I mean, we've got hip number 20, the New South Wales athlete Riles leading, and it's the Queenslander that sits just behind her, Barnes. We're starting to get a little pack of 3 forming. The Victorian also makes up part of that pack. That's Coupler. Just behind them, we see hip number 14, Potter, the WA athlete, and rounding out that little group of 5 at the moment is the South Australian Sheridan. So we've got a nice little small group of 5 leading. I mean, it is the New South Wales athlete Riles that is starting to pull away a little bit here. I mean, she's made her move pretty early, in the South Australian, that is Sheridan, she's trying to stay with him, and it's at group of 3 of that 5 starting to break away. So you'll see New South Wales, Victoria, South Australia and WA. It's our Queenslander athlete that's dropped off the back in a little bit of no man's land at the moment. So Riles leading this race really strong at the moment here.
So come through, they've only got a bit over 4 laps remaining, and the Victorian has been able to snatch the lead. That's Coupler, who takes control. Sheridan, definitely an athlete to watch because she's the champion from last year. She's wearing hip number 12 from South Australia. She finds herself in 3rd right now. Riles from New South Wales. She didn't like the fact that Coupler grabbed the lead off her, so she's putting a challenge into her with just under 1,600 metres to go. It's Victoria and New South Wales out in front with the defending champion just hanging off the back of them by 3 or so metres. Then the West Australian sits behind them in Potter, launching down the back straight. Being able to really take back the lead is Riles. Coupler sits back in second, then the defending champion in Sheridan, who also picked up the All Schools gold medal. She finds herself in that third place. So what are we going to see from her? Because we know the class and the calibre of her. Is she going to just sit back and wait to kick as we see another lead change? Same one as before with Cutler being able to snatch it off Riles.
I absolutely love how gutsy these juniors are in their racing, how willing they are to lead out these races. I mean, it probably comes from a little bit of lack of experience, I'd say, just not willing to kind of sit back in that second and third spot. And I think with though being some of their first championships, the nerves can potentially get to our athletes. So wanting to take the lead and kind of guarantee their spots and control those races, we certainly see a lot more from our junior athletes. I mean, in our senior finals in these middle distance and longer distance races on the tracks, we often see athletes come from second, third and even further behind. I mean, even in this championships, Imogen Baker is a fantastic example. In that longer under 25k race, we saw her sit off the back almost in sixth for majority of the race and really only take the lead in the final 50 metres. But at the moment, we've got our Victorian there. That is Coupler. She's leading them out, and she looks extremely strong, though I wouldn't count out any of those three girls. It's the South Australian in third that she's been making small moves, almost second-guessing herself, it looks like. She starts to move up, and then she'll slip back into that spot. So it'll be interesting to see how the remainder of these just under 3 laps goes now as they come into the final straight here. So final straight here of this third lap. So you can see it's just a group of 3. They're working together. It's the New South Wales athlete Ryla sitting right up on the shoulder of Coupler. So it looks like at the moment the Victorian Coupler's making her work for it, making her sit right on the outside shoulder, but it's the New South Wales athlete Riles that's not really going to want to give her much move. I mean, I really like where the South Australian is at the moment. She's sitting pretty. She's got a really, really nice almost windbreak. She can kind of follow through these athletes and not let them get too far away. But I think Riles is starting... Sorry, it's our Victorian Coupler that I think is starting to pick up the pace a little bit. You can see a tiny bit of a gap form, almost for the first time in maybe the last 400 metres.
I thought a while ago that maybe they'd been able to burn off Potter, but Potter continues to maintain the distance of 10 metres. So how will the final 3 all form? This is an excellent race to open up with. We've just got 600 metres to go, and Coupler doesn't want to leave it to chance. She's pulled away from the challengers in Riles behind her and the defending champion in Sheridan. But to your point, Ella, Sheridan looks really strong. She's in third at the moment, but don't discount a potential kick from her as she comes into the home straight for the second last time. Still in control, couple of the Victorian. But how's the fight for the minor medals going between Riles and Sheridan? Sheridan trying to come through on the inside. Riles just moving wide ever so slightly. And they've got about 450 metres to go. And it's the Victorian who is in charge of Coupler. Is she going to be able to maintain it for the final 400?
Well, that's our Potter, the WA athlete. I mean, you can't count her out of the race. There is definitely 3 fighting for those minor medals. I mean, I say minor medals, but we could see movement in this final 300 metres. We've seen lots of athletes come from behind, and Riles is starting to pick up the tempo. Same with our South Australian athlete in Sheridan. So Sheridan's making a bit of a move now from third place. She pops up onto the shoulder of Riles, and she wants the gold. So it is at the moment the Victorian Coupler. She does have about a 10-metre lead, but Potter's coming from the back. The Western Australian wants to be on that podium, and she's got the back of our South Australian's head behind her, but Potter's going to stream past our South Australian with 150 metres to go here, but it is Coupler, all the Victorian at the moment, with about a 20-metre lead as she rounds out into this final straight. So Coupler, Potter chasing hard. I'd be surprised if they're going to catch Coupler now, but that gap is closing. So Coupler's going to have to be really careful here. Potter making an extreme late run for it. She's bided her time beautifully. It's going to be a sprint finish, and I think, the Victorian might have just held on to that, but what an impressive run from the Western Australian. She just timed that run perfectly.
We thought with a few laps to go that maybe she had been too far away from the leading group to contend for a medal, let alone a gold medal. That's what she's done. I agree with you, Elle. I think we did see Coupler hold on. We'll wait for our wonderful photo finish team to confirm it. But how about the strength shown in the final 400 metres from our West Australian in Potter? She was behind by about 10 or so metres coming into this lap, but that was the margin that she had for the last 2 laps going around, and she knew exactly where she wanted to be. And then with about 200 metres to go, just over actually, that's when she really launched. But I was impressed with how Coupler was able to really take the race on from the start. And she does, Ella, she does end up winning with a time of 9:35.35 for Potter, 9:35.38. And for Sheridan, she gets back on the podium once more, 9:37.11.
I just thought she held her own beautifully there. It really does show with distance running, you don't need to lead these races out. You just need to keep in touch. And I mean, looking back at Potter's run, we didn't count her out at any point, but I would have said normally the gap that she gave those front girls was probably a little bit further than I personally, not that I run distance events, but I think we would see in our senior events, or I would want to give athletes of such quality, particularly Coupler, who took that race out so aggressively. But what an impressive run as you come through that bell lap to go, you know what, I've got a little bit extra in the tank. I'm really going to back myself in here and slowly pick up the tempo. I mean, this is the end of a 3K race, so she bided her time beautifully there, really just surging in that final 200 metres. And I guess it probably would have taken our other athletes by surprise in that pack of 3, because they probably would have thought they were pretty safe for medals.
Yeah, completely agree with that. And then Potter was just able to come through on the outside and spoil the party in a way. But in the end, Coupler is able to survive, as we're just seeing coming to the finish line now is Bolton from New South Wales. She'll get her time well under 12 minutes, but 11:52 unofficially. But well done to all of the medalists and all the girls in the 3,000 metres for the under-15s. We've got the men's not far away as well. Let's have a look at the photo. That's how tight it was. That's 3/100ths of a second separating gold and silver. You just wonder if Potter maybe had made a move slightly earlier, would it have been a different tale? But still, you can't be unsatisfied with a silver medal at these championships in what was such a competitive race. Here's a look at the final 100 metres. You thought it was an unassailable lead, and just have a look at Potter storm over the top, and really with about 10 metres to go, that's when we thought maybe she's a chance, but just in the end, just ran out of real estate. Just too tight. There's another great look at the photo finish. 3/100th of a second between 1 and 2.
So while our women's under-15 3K has been on, we've also had one of our under-20 finals commence. That's the under-20 women's shot put. They're throwing 4 kilos at the moment. That qualifier for our under-20s is 1450, and we've got 2 athletes at the moment that's thrown that prior to this competition. So they'll certainly be fighting it out. You can see in there in the ring at the moment, we've got one of our New Zealand athletes about to throw. That athlete there is I'm just trying to find a name there, but the 2 athletes that we really want to watch in this competition, that is Lauren Kelly and Arilla Taku. So those 2 athletes are the ones that have already put those markers on the board. So it's Arilla Taku, 1562, she's thrown at her best, and Lauren Kelly, 1484. So we'll wait to see how that competition plays out, but we'll throw to a break for now.
So good to have you back on 7 Plus, and here's the results from the final of the under 15 3,000 metres. Coupler 9:35.35, Potter just 3/100ths of a second away, 9:35.38, and Sheridan 9:37.11 for that 3,000 metres. There is the full results from the under 15s and the 3,000 metres. Very competitive results. It's very good results as well. We had 27 in that field, and coming up for the next 3,000 metres, we've got an equally large contingent, but this time it's only the 25, so just 2 athletes shy. But this 5,000 metres, Ella, if it's just half as exciting as the last race, it's going to be a wonderful result.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Potter there just made such an exciting race to come from almost 30 metres behind in the final 250 metres. I mean, she was absolutely motoring, but I think it'll show these young boys that are about to embark on this long journey around the track what it's like to, and that you can stay in the race the whole way. So they'll get underway here. So we've got a start list of 25.
They've just been called back, so hopefully all good, but not uncommon. We've seen a few middle distance races in these championships, but they'll be called back. Hopefully green card given.
I mean,
all okay.
I think Mitch said yesterday only once in his entire career has he seen someone be DQ'd from an event longer than 800 metres. So I'd be surprised if there is a DQ here. You'll notice that we have 2 groups. I mean, those who are a little less unfamiliar. Ethan, why do we have 2 groups on the track at the moment?
Well, just in order to help the start line not be so congested at the start. So you can see that these little cones pinned around the bend, and a green card has been given. That's just in order so that the start doesn't get too hectic and there's athletes falling over. This is just to spread them out a bit, and then they'll cut in at around the 80 metres to go of this lap mark.
So we will get underway this time, and I'll read you through the start list. So from 1 through to 25, we see Narden, Wardle, Wheeler, Ronnie, Faulkner, Mercer, Bergen, Thomas, Reed, Hayes, Berg, Leong, Lane, Brown, Lucas, Levitas, West, McEwen, Fanning, Sim, Gordon, Morris, Rivelis, Kidd and Halfhide to round out that field of 25. And they're nice and stacked up at the moment, but it is the New South Waleser, Faulkner, that's taken the early lead there, Ethan. So he'll put about 1.5 metres on the field. The Queenslander is going to trail behind him. That looks like, oh, it's very hard to see from up here. Ethan, you might have a better idea than I do.
It's Maya Gordon, who's sitting in second place by about 10 or so metres. Then next through, it's Hayes from Victoria, but they've just all been passed. As flying by them is Brown. He launched, and he's going to be taking a few athletes with him. So some of these athletes are really deciding to go early. That was West from New South Wales. So Brown led the charge. West followed. They're putting some pressure onto Faulkner in the opening 500 metres. Now is Faulkner going to be able to respond and hold on? So the pace has been set. There was a gap of about 10 metres that separated Faulkner from the Victorian in Hayes, but now that gap has been occupied by 2 athletes, and those 2 athletes are from Victoria, Brown, and also West from New South Wales. With 6 laps to go, they're starting to pull away from the field, Faulkner, and he is taking the Victorian in Brown with him.
So it is another quite aggressive run from our juniors. Again, we kind of discussed this in the last 3K event. You see a lot of our juniors really willing to lead these races out. I think that comes from being less experienced or otherwise just being really confident in their own racing and wanting to execute that race plan. At the moment, the 2 in front, they're going to have to work together to ensure that chasing pack behind them. We're starting to see 2 chasing packs form. The first of them with majority of our athletes and a little bit more dense than the second one sitting behind them. So as they round out into the front straight at the moment, we see the same 2 leading. That is Faulkner and Hayes, the Victorian. So those two looking fairly comfortable. I think Hayes would be liking his chances there. He sits right on the shoulder of Faulkner, but still holds the position of the rail. So these athletes do want to stay as close as they can to this rail. I mean, it's 7 metres per lap if you sit on the outside. So if you're sitting on the outside shoulder in an event like a 3K, you're running 7 extra metres per lap. And I mean, if you look at the last race that was won by a photo finish, that's not really where you want to be. So you want to be able to stay really nice and relaxed in these longer races, particularly when we've still got just under 5 laps to go. So Faulkner and Hayes leading out this field. I mean, I struggle to see whether or not they'll be caught by this pack, but as I say that, we have a little bit of movement. We've got a New South Wales athlete leading the charge and trying to close that gap. He's actually heading into no man's land at the moment. That is Zachary West. So Zachary West making a little bit of a run for it, trying to close that gap, and no one in that second chasing pack is willing to go with him, Ethan.
No, they're not. And if you're wondering why the name Faulkner sounds familiar, is because he has been on the podium twice in these championships. He got a bronze medal in the under 1500 metres, and in the 2,000 metre steeplechase, he got gold and the championship record, running 6:08.99. And he is in front from Brown of Victoria, the New South Wales athlete who's doing extremely well to try to reattach himself to the lead group is West, and leading the chasing pack is Wardle from New South Wales, Dexter Wardle. He's having a good race. He is being pressured by some of the Queensland athletes that surround him. Leong's one of them, and he just hangs off the back of him. What are they going to do in the final parts of this race? We've just got under 4 laps remaining.
So West has done a fantastic job to start to bridge that gap. I mean, that chasing pack now has turned into a little bit of a smaller pack of 5, and they'll see what they can do, but they're sitting quite a way off them. I'd say it's just under 50 metres at the moment as we come into about where the steeplechase is. So West, they're slowly starting to change to close that gap. I mean, they're just over 3 laps to go. So that's 1,200, just over 1,200 metres, which means that he's got time, Ethan. He doesn't have to close the gap now. I mean, we saw a similar gap in the women's 3K, and that was closed in the final 200 metres. So he can really just start to pick away at the pace. But it is Faulkner and Hayes at the moment. Their pace is looking fairly hot. I mean, it's not slowing down at all. So West will have to really work into these final 3 laps here. But Faulkner just looks fantastic. I mean, to be on the podium twice already, so this would be over his 3rd run to this date, and on the last day of competition, and to almost look like he hasn't hit the track yet. I mean, that just shows the training and the preparation that these juniors have put in coming into these championships. So I'd say ever so slightly, it is West sitting in 3rd at the moment. He hasn't been able to make up much of that gap, and I think the first 2 athletes are pulling away. We've got a Victorian biding his chances in 4th at the moment, trying to run away from that pack that's chasing and hopefully close that gap. And he's going to bring one of the fellow Victorians with him, which might even bridge the gap for the New South Waleser and Queensland sitting in that 5th and 6th spot. So Faulkner, Hayes, that's who will lead out. West trailing behind them, and we've got a Victorian making a run for it in 4th, wanting to get on that podium.
We've seen this movie before, though, Ella, haven't we? We've seen a gap which we thought was too significant to overcome be closed down, and that's exactly what we saw in the last race of the under 15s. As we go through with about 800 metres to go, there's been some movement in the athletes behind, so Revols has gone into 4th place, and going with him is Reed from Victoria. And then just behind those from Queensland is Gordon, who is sitting well. 700 metres to go. The pace for our leaders increases. Out in front, Faulkner, the champion from the 2,000 metre steeplechase, going away with a championship record, and also the bronze medalist in the 1,500 metres. So he is on top with 600 metres to race in. And then behind him is Brown from Victoria, wearing hip number 14. And then next through is the New South Wales athlete in West. Now he is behind by almost 30 or so metres, but it's not a lead which is totally out of the question for something which is going to happen. what are we going to see him be able to do? We've got about 450 metres to go. It's Brown that is in control of the race, and then behind him is the athlete from New South Wales in West, but leading the race is Faulkner, and he's got 400 metres to go. Is he going to be able to hold off the challengers that come behind him from Brown? Brown is starting to slip away as Faulkner really separates from the field. It's a margin of about 10 metres, and it continues to increase with every stride that Faulkner is able to take. Behind them, West, who's holding on to the bronze medal position. Is he going to be able to sustain the lead? I think he can. We've got 250 metres to go to find out who is going to be the national champion for these under 15 boys, 3,000 metres, and at the moment with 220 to go, it's all one man. We've been in this position before with him. How's he going to handle the final 200 metres, and what are we going to see from Brown? This is where we saw Potter in the last race start to make a move, and Brown is looking to replicate it with 150 to go for him. He's definitely decreased what was a substantial lead, but is it an unassailable lead as we come into the home straight? Faulkner is out in front. He's in front by almost 20 metres. He got bronze in the 1,500 metres. He was able to go away from the steeplechase, the 2,000 metre steeplechase with a championship record and a gold, and he gets the same medal in the 3,000 metres. He gets a good time, 9:03.84 for him. Outstanding running. He knew what he needed to do. He executed it perfectly, and he walks away with gold. Next through is Brown, who gets silver, and after him, West from New South Wales walks away with bronze.
That's Archie Thomas coming through for that fourth there from Victorian. That fourth, we've got a little bit of a chasing through coming through now. So as we start to see our athletes close this final 100 metres, we can see a little sprint finish. The energy picks up as they come into this final 150 metres. It's the finish line. The smell of the finish line must be so sweet in the just over 7 lap event.
It'll be definitely rewarding and be one of those things where it just seems to get further and further away every time that it happens. As soon as the results come through, by the way, we will be able to pass them on to you, which they have now. So Faulkner 9:03.83 to Brown 9:08.64, and Zachary West from New South Wales 9:11.91 is how the results do finish. So awesome race for Faulkner. Goes away with 2 golds and a bronze. A very impressive few days for him, and he is just able to then go home and enjoy what is going to be for him, I'm sure, a memorable championships. We are going to take a break from QSAC for the 2026 Australian Junior Championships. Don't go anywhere, because we've got plenty action coming up right after the break.
Welcome back, and we come back to the results of our men's under 15 300 metre final. Matthew Faulkner, 9:03.83. He'll be the gold medalist there. He'll take home the gold medal here, a gold medal from the 2K steeple, and a bronze in the 15. So a successful weekend from him. Jasper Brown will end up with the silver medal there. It was a gutsy run to try and stay with Faulkner for most of that race, and a charge from Zachary West in the middle stages of that race to break away from the pack will ensure him with the bronze in a time of 9:11.91. So really exceptional running from all 25 athletes in that field. I mean, they've done a fantastic job, both the under 15 men and women. But we'll flip to the triple jump here now, Ethan.
So here's Pierce that is coming through for the under 15 boys triple jump. Now at the moment, Pierce, unfortunately, is just yet to receive a result. Here's Death from New South Wales. He's been able to jump 11.46. He's sitting in 9th right now. And coming through the South Australian, he has been able to record a jump of about 11.37. That's Goliaski. Next up, the Victorian, unfortunately for him, just receives a red flag. Lang next through. Now, he's doing very well. At the moment, he's in 4th on 12 metres 10. Right now from Western Australia, here is Chong. He comes in. He's sitting in 12th, jumping 11 metres 17. So he needs to get moving a little bit, the West Australian. We are in round 2. Next up is Gibson. He's sitting in 2nd. 12 metres 25 is the best he's been able to do so far. He's just in 2nd place by only about 40 centimetres. Davies next through. Now, where's he sitting? He's sitting in 7th. 11.91 is his best jump so far. That's a brief look at how the under 15 triple jump's going, Ella. But over in the women's shot put, have we got some exciting results?
We certainly do, and I mean, this is an extremely important event. We prefaced this before. It's an under 20 final, which means we're looking for spots on the plane to Eugene. And there is an athlete in this field who has already thrown the World Under 20 qualifier, and she leads out this competition. That is WA's Lauren Kelly. Just now, we see our 4th round of throws. Believe that is Chelsea Wayne. She's thrown, well, actually, Chelsea Wayne before her. I think that'll be Wong. We'll wait for the results there to pop up on roster. It'll be the Queenslander who throws next, Henry Purcell, but just the one under 20 qualifier so far. There's another athlete in this field who is capable of throwing it, and that is Takeu. So she sits in the bronze medal place at the moment because we do have our New Zealander in second, so she'll want to improve on her throws. We've got 4 athletes at the moment sitting within that, over that 14-metre mark. So the qualifier there is 14.50. 2 athletes, 1 athlete has thrown it, 2 athletes capable of throwing. And that orange line is where we see that World Junior qualifier mark. So it is Grobluck sitting in 5th place at the moment, the New South Waleser. She'll come in to make her throw for the 4th round. So 13.68 is what she's thrown at the best in her competition here. That sits just under a metre off the World Junior qualifying mark. I think that throw will be outside. Will be another no throw for her, so she'll be looking to better that in the final 2 rounds. But we flip back to the track now for some shorter distances. I mean, we've seen 7 laps and we're going to head down to a quarter. So this is the heat 1 of the women's 100 metres, and they're just in their blocks now.
Only the top 2 will go through. So this will be exciting how it goes. A really good start from DK. So too was Harding on the inside. Then out wide, really out hard was Croot, but it's on the inside. The athlete from Victorian, Harding, who's going to stamp her place into the final. She is in Ahoy, also not far away. Top 3 go through. It was with a minus 0.9, but Harding, impressive race from her. She's in.
I mean, if that's a name you think you've seen around these championships, you wouldn't be wrong. And we've seen Hardings in multiple age groups there, and that, I promise you, there is more than one of them. I think there's 3 at this competition at the moment. I mean, her 2 older sisters, one sits in that under 18 age group, but is actually competing up in the under 20s. So
wow.
We'll see both her older sisters today go over, I think it's the 4 hurdles and the 110 hurdles in their events respectively. But look how she gets out. She's had a very successful season coming into this national championships with 11.72 and just really controlled that race from lane 1. Looks like she switches off with 10 metres to go, but watch for all 3 Harding sisters on the track today. I mean, that's going to make our job very difficult.
And DK gets the next automatic qualifier, 12.52, Ahoy 12.47, and Harding, the fastest, being able to go 12.37 in this 100 metres. Here's a full list of the confirmed results. Harding 12.37, Ahoy 12.46, the little Qs, Croot, Vincent and Anthony at the moment. So 3 little Qs, so it does take the pressure off a little bit, but we've got heat number 2, which is about to come onto screen after we see badges results of 13.34. So 10 athletes in this 100 metres. Loaded field.
The real benefit of having this 10-lane track means that we can run 2 heats of 10, which does just mean those heats are a little bit more competitive, a little bit more stacked, but it allows top 3 to go through rather than top 2 if we were on a traditional 8-lane track. So Heat 2 here, they'll be looking for the top 2 fastest, chasing down Harper Harding's time there. So the ones to watch will be out in lane 8. She's 2 from your outside of your screen. The New South Wales athlete, Marnie Lorridge, she has had a very successful weekend on the track already. The other one that I'd keep an eye out for is the WA athlete in the middle of the field. She's the WA athlete on the closest to the outside, so she's got 4 on her inside 4 on her outside. That is Mina Chu. Her PB sits just over 12 seconds. So Marnie Lawrence in 8, Mina Chu another one to watch. We'll see Barnes, Bailey, Trenor, Sooty, Mina Chu again, so Malumbai, May, Mason and Whitfield to round out that field in 10, but watch for lane 8 and lane 5. So they are away, and it is the movements in the middle of the field that she looks, the WA athletes, Trolike show, she's coming out now, but it will be Marnie Lawrence that picks up the stagger there and comes through for that first place. So Marnie Lawrence will be the fastest there, where our clock's not stopping, so we can't tell you the time there unofficially, into a negative 0.8. So Marnie Lawrence, a really successful run there. So in the final, I think it'll be between Marnie Lawrence and Harper Harding. I'm sure they've had battles in the past. I mean, this is the under 15 age group, but I think the two of them will have seen each other on the track. I'm loving the socks there from Marnie Lawrence, making her very easy to spot. So fantastic running from the first 2 heats of our sprints. Watch this race here. It's the WA athlete that gets out really well. She's got a sensational start. The strength of Marnie Lawrence to come through here in the final 30 metres of this race is just sensational.
It was a good start from Cho, wasn't it? And she does get a big Q, 12.52 for her, Ella Malumbi, who we saw the victor in the 200 metres yesterday. She's also through to the final, but Lawrence, really impressive with that 12.18 to get the big Q, a minus 0.8. So not the easiest conditions for these girls, but they've done very well in order for them to progress through to the 100 metre final. We'll get the little Qs up for you as soon as possible. But the conditions minus 0.8. There's a great look at photo finish, and just 1/100th of a second between Malumbi and Izobelle Louison-Roe from Western Australia, and Malumbi, Queensland, the champion from yesterday. And let's have a look at the results from the last race, confirmed all up. So we do get a little Q in Whitfield. Cho 12.52, Malumbi 12.51, and Lawrence 12.18 is how they all finish off.
So 2 little Qs, am I right in saying 2 little Qs from the first heat?
Yes.
And 1 little Q coming from that second heat. It's good to see that we're making use of the lanes on this track and running a final of 9. It just a little bit more competitive and gives so many of these athletes an opportunity to compete in a national final, which is just so exciting. We've got our under 16s coming up very shortly, but while we wait for them on the track, just having a look at our shot put, again, the under 20s, and we haven't really seen much movement here. Lauren Kelly still holds the lead here with a no throw on her fourth throw. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in the final stage of this competition, but we'll pop back to the triple. Pierce again here, the Queenslander, very Lopi style as he jumps. We see Deeth from New South Wales, Harrison, the Western Australian.
Harrison, at the moment, he is finding himself in 14th place, having jumped 11 metres 12. But I think it's going to be enough to see him go further. Is Glushki from South Australia, 11.37 is his best, coming through the Victorian in Pauka Tucker. He's been able to push up to 13th place. Here's Lang next up, still in 4th is Lang, 12 metres 10 is what he's been able to do. And back at our shot put,
that is our New Zealander about to take her 5th throw here. Oh, that'll get so close to the World Junior Qualifier mark, just sitting underneath. So that is Maritz. She's thrown her best throw in the second round there, 14.49. So that also just sat under the World Junior Qualifier. It'll be interesting to see whether she betters it, but we'll see Lauren Kelly, the Western Australia. She's thrown a World Junior Qualifier so far, leads this competition out. What can she do? Can she better it? Oh, I think that'll be very close again. Just sits under that World Junior qualifying mark. I mean, we've talked about this numerous amounts of times throughout our competition. You're not required to throw, jump, run the World Junior qualifying marks in these under 20 finals if you already have a World Junior qualifying mark. You just have to win it, but I think it does give a little bit of confidence to our athletes. I mean, that result has just come through here. So she's bettered her throw from round 2, 14.54. So that sits 4 centimetres over the World Junior qualifying mark now. So she's thrown 2 over our World Junior qualifying mark. We'll see Chelsea Wade, the New South Wales athlete, head back in the ring for her 6th throw here. This will be her 6th and final throw. So she'll have to throw 14.22 to hop into those medals. So watch for this now. The red line of the World Junior qualifying mark is a good mark to give you an indicator of where that sits. That's 14.50 where our red World Junior qualifying mark sits. So she's a fair bit off that at the moment. 11.93, so her best throw coming from round 1. So good competition. Sorry, 12.17. That actually is her best throw. So left the best throw for last there, which is what you want in a national competition. We'll see Wong now go to take her 6th throw. She'll want to improve on the no throw from the previous round. So that looks like it sits around our 12-metre mark. So we'll wait for that throw to come through on roster. But a great 6th attempt there to round out her under 20 final. The Queenslander will hop in the ring now. That's Henry Purcell. She's thrown 13.31 in round 1. That'll be her best throw. Can she better it in this round? She'd only have to throw just under a metre further to pop herself in contention for those medals, and that looks like a big one. That's getting close to that 14-metre mark. I think we could see a little bit of movement here. So we'll wait for the results to pop up. And it is. She does move places, 13.85. So we see her biggest throw come from round 6. That pops her into 5th place here. It's our New South Wales athlete Grobler that'll go for her 6th throw. Her biggest throw comes from round 2, 13.86. Reasonable release there. Just didn't look like it quite got the height that she would have needed to push it that little bit further. So it actually ends up being a no throw to round out her competition, but 13.86 for 6th place is an exceptional throw. This is Arila Taku. She has thrown the World Junior qualifying mark and has that qualifier. So what can she do in this final round? Can she put herself up into that gold medal position and book her seat on that plane to Eugene? So preparing into this throw now, she'll need to do a little bit better than she has currently, sitting in that bronze medal place. We'll have to wait there. She won't hit that World Junior qualifying mark, and I think that'll be pretty close to what she's thrown in her previous round. She does sit in 4th place at the moment on roster, but remember, our New Zealander sits in 2nd, so that's a reasonably decent throw. 14 metres, 14.22 in the 4th round was her best throw here. So we see our silver medalist at the moment. She's yet to throw a World Junior qualifier, but can she do this in this final rounds of throws here? That sits just off, so she won't throw a World Junior qualifier in this competition, but that's okay because she'll be leaving this championships with a silver medal. We see our honorary silver medalist pop into the ring now, our New Zealander. She's thrown just 1 centimetre off the World Junior qualifying mark, so she's the only one able to potentially pop in for that gold medal, and that's a massive throw. I think this will be our competition leader. That gets over the World Junior qualifying mark of 14:50, and I think a fair bit over as well. So Maritz will move into that number 1 spot, 15:04. So we see our Australian competition leader, 14:54. She's done everything she needs to book her spot on the plane. But can she throw a monster last throw to knock the New Zealander off the top place of the podium? Oh, and she does. What a fabulous throw. This is going to be really close between our New Zealander and the Kelly, the WA athlete. So we'll wait for that to pop up to see what she's able to do in this final round. But it's a real battle here. So we're waiting for the results. The New Zealander threw 15:04 and it's 15:01. So what a close competition. But the honorary gold PB for Maritz. She'll walk away with a PB in a World Junior qualifier of 15:04. Kelly books her spot on the plane, 15:01 PB World Junior qualifier. But we'll flick to the under-16 women's hundreds. We'll see how many heats go away here, Ethan.
So 2 heats, but the big name to watch, Charlotte Ihoge, who's going to be in lane 8. Now, she is the under-20 champion from yesterday, and in doing so, she ran a time that is good enough to make her the This is the under 16 100-metre heats, I should say. And that time for Charlotte Ihoge, it was good enough for her to be the second fastest Australian ever over the 200 metres for the under 18s. That's why I'm getting my age groups confused, because Charlotte Ihoge, who's an under 16, she's good enough to be the best we've ever seen in the under 18s. Now, she is already the equal 9th fastest in the 100 metres for the under 18s, and the time she needs, because she is an under 16, if she wants to break the national record, 11:45. If she doesn't get it in the heats, I reckon she's a very good chance for the final. 11:47 her PB, 11:22 is her windy PB. She's in lane 8. A flying start from Ihoge, so too Hoffman, and likewise with Jack Petit, but have a look at Ihoge. Ihoge is flying, going with her is Hoffman, and this is a great race from Ihoge. She can ease up, 11:77 with a plus 0.0. No win to speak of at all, but all class for Ihoge.
So we might see with these junior races at the moment, they're not necessarily going out as hard as we've seen some of the seniors or the under 20s or under 18s in the heats. That's because they're going to have to come back for the final today. So when we saw the likes of Lachlan Kennedy run that 10.96 in Sydney in the heat, he had 3 rounds, but the heat happened the day before. Just to replay this race, that's a replay of one of our under 15 races, I believe. But that's Marnie Lawrence, one of our under 15. So not the race we just saw, but another sensational race from earlier in the morning. So Kennedy there, we won't see, we're unlikely to see that, you'd say, because he had the ability to rest, recuperate, and come back the following day. His slowest race of his competition was his semi, which sat only a mere 2 or so hours before the final. So I reckon that's probably closer to what we'll see execution-wise for these women today. So 11.76 though, that's quite an impressive result.
No, that's a very good point you make. 11.76 for Charlotte Ihoge. Hoffman 12.12 and Byrne 12.46 to get the next big cue. Here's a replay of it, and you could just tell with Charlotte, she has an ability when she gets to like 50 metres, just to be able to launch away. So she was clearly in front by 40 metres. And just here, you could tell she was debating whether or not she would accelerate away or just hold on to the end. And she decided to hold on and walk across the line. So she is the younger sister of Paulie Ihoge, who we saw win the under 18 100 metres. And she's the older sister of Emanuela, who we saw win the 200 and the 100. And Charlotte, a star in her own right, as we prepare for the second heat for the under 16 100 metres. There's 3 heats going it.
Yeah, I think our top 3 and next 3 fastest is actually not correct on roster if there's 3 heats there. So apologies if you were looking at that to try and determine who will go in here. So I think it'll be top 2 and next 3 fastest.
Yes.
This second heat here, we see Wall, Hildebrand, Buser, Kay, Georgopoulos, Ulm and Meetha. Hildebrand, sensational run in the 200 yesterday, and she makes up that quartet who broke the championship record in the 4x1, so watch for her too from the inside. Ulm as well from Tasmania, definitely one to watch. So they're away, and it actually was the Waldy Queenslander who got the best of the starts. Ulm and Hildebrand now up into their upright running and moving away from the field. It is going to be Ulm that gets the bragging rights over Hildebrand, but sensational running from those 2 girls. They pulled away from the field in that second half of the race.
It was just the athletes on the inside and the outside, wasn't it? The Tasmanian and Ulm did really well, and once she and Hildebrand pulled away from the field, there was no turning back. And Ulm 11.99 for automatic qualifying, Hildebrand 12.16, the next automatic qualifier for the under 16s. Second of 3 heats in this race. Buzzer will see how she goes on times, but getting a good look at the replay, see how well Ulm was able to react to the gun, so too Hildebrand. So Ulm a good start, and Hildebrand just a bit slow to begin, but her acceleration from 23 to 50 metres was unbelievable, and Ulm stretches her just ever so slightly, then Hildebrand across the line. 12 seconds flat is what it popped up with, gets rounded down to 11.99 and has a wind reading of minus 0.1. That's heat number 2 all done. There's a full list of the results. We'll see how the little cues all start to fare and play out.
Big cues are still popping up as 3. So we'll look to confirm results there, because they're definitely not going to be able to fit 12 athletes on the track for these finals.
We'll let our wonderful officials sort it through. Heat number 3 is ready to go. Steele, will be Vasella, Hicks, Chukwudi, Peters, Adelaja, Quintana and Jupp. Here's a full list of the start lists. Steele, Vasella, Hicks, Chukwudi, Peters, Adelaja, Quintana and Jupp in this under 18s. For the under 16s, watch out for Vasella. Now she's going to be the athlete who starts in lane 3. She's the silver medalist from last year's national championships and the all schools gold medalist. Adelaja from Victoria. See what she is capable of as they get called to their blocks. Vasella, the silver medalist and the all schools champion in lane 3. So they will go back to their blocks again. Hopefully all is okay, and hopefully we do get a green card that is issued to the field. Vasella, she's in lane 3. She's second from the right.
We'll lose the top seed there. So that was...
So it looks like we've had
not quite.
Hicks unfortunately get disqualified. So Vasella, she's in lane 3. How will they go? Heat number 3, ready to race. Unfortunately for these athletes, they'll just have to go back again. Hopefully all is okay. It can be a bit daunting when these athletes are having to constantly go in and out of on your marks and set, and then back down, and then on your marks and set. So green card, all good to start. Steele gets a quick start, so too Vasella. In the middle, Adelaide and Quintana out nicely. It's Steele in control, coming through Adelaide, moving well as Vasella, and she's able to spring through and take a spot in the final. Steele not far behind her. The time is a 12:16 unofficially with a minus 0.6.
Vasella looked great there, and she might not have had the best start, but really did her work in the last 20 metres. She wanted to guarantee herself a spot in that final. So they'll come back later today to run those, but incredibly competitive, I think. I think Hoge is going to be the one to beat. Watch for Vasella here. She doesn't get the best of starts, but she uses Steele as a bit of a rabbit to try and chase down in those last 20 metres. She's done a fabulous job to stay relaxed as four of them head to the line. So for those following along at home and parents looking at results, just be really mindful with that summary. That is not, the qualifiers are not correct. So it's currently top three, next three. We definitely won't see that in the final. There will only be absolute maximum 9 lanes. Don't hold me on that. We can definitely guarantee it'll be top 2 in each heat and potentially next 3 fastest.
So there's the full results. The Hoge 11.76 and Ulm 11.99 and Hoffman 12.12. They are the fastest that will go through to the final of the under 16 100 metres. Don't go anywhere because we've got plenty more 100 metre heats coming up, and we'll see our first under 20 final on the track. Plenty more to come up right after the break. For the final day of the 2026 Australian Junior Championships, yes, the final day. It is a bit sad, but when you look at the fields that we've got coming up and the races and the events, it is just delightful, the talent which is going to be on display. And Ella, we have got Heat 1 of the under 15 boys 100.
We certainly do. You've got a field of 10 listed, but we will only lead off with a field of 9. We're missing lane 4, the Queenslander Ajani, but watch for Zachary Lung. He's just on the outside of that empty lane. He's got a PB listed of 11.58. So it'll be interesting to see what these boys can do here. Top 3, next 3 fastest, and they're in the starters' hands. So Luang gets the best of the starts there. He'll lead them into this race here. He's got a big pack chasing him. The WA athlete on the outside in Weber that's doing a fantastic job, and it looks like he'll ease up on the line to take that first of the automatic spots. But Luang really set up the race there for the rest of the athletes. He put the start out and said, catch me if you can. Weber did a fantastic job to respond to that and really break away in that last 20 metres.
He really did, and you could just see he was building and building and building, Weber. He did the 400 metres, got a gold medal in that, and he replicated it in the 200 metres. The 100 metres, it's an event he isn't all that familiar with, but he's becoming more used to it as the year and the season has progressed, and he was just so impressive, wasn't he, with how he was just able to build and then storm over the top and take the win. The times have come through 11.50 into a minus 2.1, by the way. Checking on the replay, it was a very good start from Lung from New South Wales. Weber at about 40 metres into the race was probably in second or third, and then with just 30 metres to go, that's when he started to draw level and then move ahead of him. There's a look at the photo finish, and in the end, 4/100ths of a second separated first and second to progress through to the final. Don't forget that win, minus 2.1. So read these times as you will, because here's a full list of the results. Weber 11.50, playing 11.54, and Burgess 11.62, all with a minus 2.1.
So for those playing along at home and wondering why we ended up with an empty lane in that race, so for our athletes coming in to compete at these competitions, prior to their 90 minutes prior to their events, they go and check in. So that means they're racing. That's the names that'll end up on the start list. For our sprint events here, you'll end up with a 15-minute call room. So athletes are then required to attend that a call room prior to their race. So if they're missing a lane, something in an athlete's warm-up in between check-in and the call room has gone wrong. So we're hoping for Ajani, the Queenslander, that he's not too injured and feels all right, but that tends to be the explanation for those empty lanes. We will see a full field of 10 for this heat here. So you'll see him pop up on the screen now. A Colo from Victoria. He's definitely one to watch. We see DeYoung come back after a 200 and a 400. He's the Instagram famous athlete willing to run a kilometre for every one of his followers, though I don't believe he managed to quite nail those kilometres given how much attention that ended up getting. So we will see Heat 2 here for the men's under 15 heats of these 100 metres.
That's an almighty thing to be able to try to do. Run a kilometre for every follower you gain on social media. Ella, if you took up that task, you wouldn't stop running from now to the end of time as we get ready to go for Heat 2. Top 3 then the next 3 fastest. So a good start from the Victorian in Lapkin. Then on the outside, Okolo out well. Wallace winding up from Western Australia. Lapkin building. It's close on the line. It's going to be Lapkin who gets it just from Wallace from Western Australia. 11.58 in a arm wrestle style race. Lapkin is able to go through to the under 15 100 final. Top 3 in the race and the next 3 fastest. Awesome result from Lapkin from Queensland. Wind minus 0.8 and 11.58. The young confirmed winning time now. It's 11.57. Then Bosis 11.62 and Wallace 11.63. How tight was this going to be on the line? And in the end, Lapkin made it look easy. That tight finish. Replay sees he got an okay start. Maybe not the best, but was definitely right up the front as they came surging towards the finish line.
Colo really quick out of that start. He reacted to that gun fantastically. So good racing from our under 15s. They'll come back later today. We will see the under 16s go next. Now, progression-wise, this is about as brutal as it gets. So 4 heats here. We've got 4 heats, which means you will have to win your heat to guarantee a spot in the final. I mean, there's so many athletes capable of running in these finals. Just having a look through the start list now, I mean, I am Victorian biased, but I'm seeing Victorians left, right and centre who have medalled at our Victorian Championships. So to see potentially some of them miss out on finals because of the brutal progression is it's going to be really tough.
There's a look at the results from the last race. You can see on our screen, there's Anne, 12.31 for Heat 2 of the under 15 100 metres. We'll be able to get those little cues as well for you if you did miss them. Getting a little cue. So there's the summary. Webber, fastest qualifier. Manning got a little cue, then Kin, and also a Colo. He's able to walk away with a little cue from the summary of the last 2 100 metres for the under 15s. Very competitive results.
So we go from the fastest event on the track across to the back straight where we have our men's under 20 pole vault underway. Now, this is a under 20 event, so you've got athletes looking for a spot on the plane to Eugene. That under 20 mark that those boys will be looking for is 5:12. Now, we don't really have any athletes at the moment anywhere near that in terms of PBs. I mean, the closest would be our French athlete, Struger. He's jumped 470, but the boys will have to really lift here if they want to guarantee themselves a spot on the plane, and we will need to see a World Junior qualifier jumped. So we're not there yet at all because the bar is only at 4 meters, and we are in our. We haven't even had every athlete enter the competition yet. So we're very much in the early stages of this competition. 4 meters is where the bar sits. So that's sitting 1.12 meters underneath the World Junior qualifying mark. But, I mean, that was really close there. We've talked about it before. Yes, you want to be making these World Junior teams, and this is an opportunity to potentially do that, but it is also a national championship. So to walk away with a national championship or even a national medal is an incredible achievement.
Exactly right. And particularly when you look at this event across the men's and the women's, we've got such a proud history of pole vaulters. And for you to be able to say that in this nation, filled with great pole vaulters, you were the under-20 national champion, silver, bronze medalist. It is something which you can hold very close to your heart, and I'm sure right around the world you'd be able to gain some international respect from it, given the standards that we've got now. The women's under-20 pole vault, it is just filled with star athletes as well, and the men's, they're just on the rise a bit. Curtis Marshall, the clear standout, and we've got a few others who are doing pretty well, but the women's pole vault at the moment is really taking care of itself. He's looking at our Queenslander, who's coming through. And how's he going to be able to go in the under-20 pole vault? The height of the bar, by the way, for those who did miss Ella saying it, 4 meters, and he is able to go over it clearly, the Queenslander in Hamilton. Well done to him on being able to progress over.
So heading back to the straight, the front straight. So here we see the first of 4 under 16 men's heats. You'll see Yip, Horlick, Ali, Yap, Paul Pratt, De Graaf, Jeffrey, Devine, and Rad in lane 9. So field of 9 here in this race. It'll be interesting to see what these boys will do. I mean, you'll have to execute fantastically. Not a lot of room for error. There is only one that automatically gets through. So top 1, next 4 fastest. How quick can these under 16 men go? So New South Wales in the middle of the track, away quickly and hopefully not too quickly. We'll pull them back. I mean, the nerves, I understand the nerves are there. I mean, it's top 1, so you want to get out hard. Let's just have a look at this replay. I mean, to the naked eye, it is the New South Wales athlete in the middle there. That is lane 5. But I don't want to make any calls. It's not my job. We'll wait for the officials. We're obviously hoping for a green card, so she'll come out into the middle of the track now. It will be a red card for Paul Pratt, so he'll leave this field with a false start. So we lose Paul Pratt in the middle of the track, leaving us with 4 athletes on either side.
So he may just be trying to run under protest. If there is doubt, that is when athletes are able to run under protest. And to the naked eye, it wasn't the most obvious of breaks.
Didn't look like his hands or feet left the track. Just a little jolt forward. He will walk off the track now, so we'll be left with 8. So from the inside, Yip, Horlick, Ali, Yap, gap in the track, De Graaf, Jeffrey, Devine, Rad. So these boys will look to get away. Second time of asking. I mean, we never want to lose an athlete on the track, so we definitely don't want to lose another.
You're wondering how the protest works for a start. You've got to have a valid reason or doubt in order to run under protest. Then at the end of the race, a decision is made.
A little bit unsteady from our Northern Territory athlete, De Graaf. I mean, once it happens once, I say it's far more likely, but we get the green card. That goes up in the middle of the track. So hopefully these boys in between that and this start here will be able to calm the nerves. Remember, we're not guessing for the gun, we're waiting to react to it. So deep breaths for these under 16s as we hope to get away in this first heat. So we are away third time. It is Yap, the New South Wales athlete, that takes the lead in the early stages of this race, as he'll be difficult to catch. He wants the spot in the final and he definitely books it. So 11:47 unofficially into a negative 1.3. Yap doing extremely well to get away, react well to that gun despite the shaky start to this race. So Yap will book himself into the final. The rest will have to wait. It looked like Divine on the outside that got close to potentially having that second place. So 11:46 for Yap, 11:60 the first of those time qualifiers. The Queenslander will have to wait, and a nervous wait at that for these under 1600 metre heats. So 11:60 is our first of the non-automatic qualifiers. 11:85 the Tasmanian that went out of lane 3. He'll be the second. So Yap very clearly taking that field. And I mean, good racing from these under 16s to execute so well given how many breaks we got early.
As you said, it's so important because only the fastest progress, and for Yap in this occasion of Heat 2, he is one that progresses. So at the moment, sub 12 will get you a little cue. Yip, 11:92. Jeffrey, 11:91. Horaluk, 11:85. And Divine, 11:60 as they've walked back to their blocks. This is Heat 2. And a few athletes to keep an eye out on in Heat 2 for the under 16 men's 100 metres. Bless Joe. He is the silver medalist last year, and he's actually going to be up against the man who won gold last year. So James Atkins from New South Wales. He won gold last year, both the national championships and the all schools championships in the same events where we saw Joe get gold in the, silver I should say, in this race.
So this
in
is
the
a really
and
stiff heat is what you're trying to say.
Yeah, in the national championships and the all schools. So the all schools 1 and 2 and the national championships 1 and 2 in this race in lane 3 and in lane 7.
Now the other athlete that I have a little bit of a soft spot for is the Victorian in lane 2. That's Louis DeAndrea. Coach him over in Melbourne at Melbourne Grammar. He's this very successful athlete and has had an incredible last few weeks. I mean, running extremely well up at the beach competitions up at Aussies. So we'll wait to see him as well, but it's going to be really tough for these boys.
Watch for 3 and 7. Fast start from Atkins, so too was Edwards. Joe a bit slow to begin, got some work to do. Atkins doing nicely, likewise with Oliver. He's on his shoulder. Atkins just in front on the line. Atkins gets in. 11:50 with a minus 1.8. Atkins is able to progress through to the final. A tough race because he had Wise from Victoria and Oliver really putting pressure onto him, but Atkins able to survive the challenge and gets into the final.
I think we'll see quite a few of our time qualifiers come from this heat. That'll be the fastest heat so far. I mean, we've still got 2 to go, but to have almost would you argue the top two qualifiers in this heat? Oh, look how close it is. So 11:49, 11:51, 11:54. So 0.06 for those first three, and you can see that in the photo finish. I mean, you'd think Oliver and Wise would be safe here.
Yes, 11.5 should. But given how competitive these athletes have been, who knows? Who knows? But you think 11.55 is going to 11.54, I should say, is going to be good enough for you to get in. Heat 3. They are getting themselves ready. The second last heat, by the way. Yes, there's 4, so it means, as Ella said before, only the fastest go through to the final. And we've seen the silver medalist from last year not make it in. The champion from last year, he is in. And who else is going to put their name into this final, which is going to come later on today. So we won't see the athletes go out as hard as what we saw, as you said, Ella, a Gout or a Lockie Kennedy, because they had a day to recover from their heats to their finals. But these athletes have only got a few hours.
Well, in this race, we actually might, Ethan, right? I mean, it's only top one. That's
Good
the problem.
point.
They probably don't want to, but there we see the results. So 3 of those time qualifiers coming from this race, meaning it definitely was faster than the first. So Louis DeAndrea, 11:68, will also, at this stage, he'll sit in the zone of uncertainty, as you like to call it, Ethan. Now, we look at the start list for the next one. Trying to give our athletics fans a full picture. In lane 7, Gomes Franklin, he's got a note there saying yellow card. The code there suggests that it's for disrupting. So that one there, rule 7.1, is for delaying or disturbing the start of a race. So it's a warning. So even if you yellow card, this means that if he was to accidentally cause a bit of movement or take too long to get in his blocks and was to receive another yellow card, he'd be disqualified. So he needs to make sure he certainly waits for the gun.
Heat 3 ready to go. Only the fastest.
So we're away cleanly. The New Zealander got a good start, but the Victorian on the inside challenging, but it will be our New Zealander, Talaumi Holden, who will stream away and relaxing in incredibly fast fashion as well. We've just hit the track as he slows down. So that was a masterclass from our New Zealander, Talaumi Holden. 11:36 unofficially, so that'll be the fastest race. Not as close as the previous one, so we potentially could see athletes hold on, but a little cue will come from there. 11:62. Watch this race again. So it was all New Zealand. Talaumi Holden got such a fabulous start. The Victorian on his outside did a fabulous job in Melderson to try and go with him, but once he got to the Brisbane sign, it was all his.
It really was. Minus 1.4 as well. So these headwinds have certainly had an effect on the athletes. 11:36 though, that's very impressive. Candick, 11:62. Is that going to be safe for him? I'd think so. We've still got one more race to come. And it looks like for Baywa, who's run 11:65, I don't think he's in a little queue space at the moment.
No, so Candick actually has the last of our spots at the moment. So our time qualifiers, they sit at 11:51, 11:54, 11:60 and 11:62. So incredibly close, and we've still got one heat to go.
Well, we did say before how the athletes who ran 11.5, they probably are safe, but maybe not. Just that's impressive. So unfortunately for Candick, normally he'd be secure with an 11.6, but not this time around, as Heat 3 walks back to Heat 4, I should say, walks back to their blocks. Bell Boosted in lane 3. Here's a look at the start list. So there's Bell in 2, Boosted 3, Kyle 4, Lawal 5, Fave 6, Stefanello 7, Fifth and Age 8, and Gadu from New South Wales in lane 9. Wow, Kyle, Fave. We get a good stretch across Stefanello. He's the Victorian who's going to be starting in lane number 8 in Siri Manor, Fifth and Age. So Siri Mather, Fifth and Age 8, and Gadu from New South Wales in 9. Quick start from Luau, so too Kyle, out wide, Gadu away fast. He has the lead with 40 to go. Going with him is Bell from South Australia, but Gadu, class of his own, safely into the final, 11.25 with a minus 0.2. 2.2 even. Very impressive. Minus 2.2 with an 11.25 unofficial time. That is an impressive race from him.
Well, he saw what the previous heats did and said, that's cool. You ran fast, but I'm going to do one better. I mean, I hope we see this replay here. You'd struggle to call who came second. Watch basically the wall go across the track. So Gadu clearly in front here. And Ethan, watch this. Look as they come into this final 30 metres. We're going to end up with nearly all the athletes. Now, I'm going to call it. I reckon between second and last in this race, less than 0.1.
Less than 0.1, you say?
Or maybe it's just 1.5. 1.5.
So
look at this.
So we had Kyle 11.82, so he does miss out on a little Q.
Not quite. I'm slightly off.
Don't run a good story with the truth. You only are slightly off, to be fair. It's not a huge amount you're off by. It's about 0.22. So Kyle, unfortunately for him, misses out 11.82 with Bell 11.84. Gadu, very impressive. Just looking at the meet record, 10.74. Maybe swirl that win around and who knows what could happen. So there's a look at the little queue. So Brody Oliver, Wise, Devine, Kandik and Baywa all get through. 11.65 was the time you needed to go through to the final. Well, we've seen some awesome 100-metre heats. And coming up on the track next, we get to see our first under 20 finals on the track. It's the 400-metre hurdles right after the break. Final day of the 2026 Australian Junior Athletics Championships, and these next two 400-metre finals we have got in store for you are set to be amazing. The men's and women's under 20 400-metre hurdles. We've got athletes who have qualified in both of them, so the old saying comes in: you win, you are in.
Well, you win and you're in and you have the qualifier.
Correct.
So we've got two athletes. We actually have three athletes in the men's 400-metre hurdles who have qualified, but we've only got two of them in this final. So look for Ethan Williams out of lane 3. He's got a fastest qualifier of 52.16. He actually time qualified for this final yesterday, left his run a little bit too late to get one of those automatic spots. Billy Blair, the other one to look out for, he's out of lane 9 on your outside. He's also got the World Junior Qualifier, but let me run you through this field. So in lane 1 from Queensland, Daniel Harlow. In lane 2 from New South Wales, Parker Bowman. 3, the one to watch, Ethan Williams, New South Wales. In 4, William Tate, New South Wales. Max Thompson from South Australia out of 5. Miller Smith from Victoria out of 6. I believe he's the all-schools champion, but it was at a lower height last year. So Tom Reynolds, the New South Wales athlete, out of 7. Max Bynes, the New South Wales athlete, out of 8. And rounding out our field, another one with the World Junior Qualifier, Billy Blair. So watch for lane 9 and lane 3. So lane 9, the furthest on your outside, and 3, 3 from the inside. So this will be a really interesting race. I mean, there's many athletes in this field who I would say are capable of running this qualifier. 53.0 is what they'll need if you're not Ethan Williams and Billy Blair and want to attempt this here. So, I mean, anything could happen. I thought the South Australian yesterday, Max Thompson, who will go out of 5, he's in red. I thought he put together a fantastic race. So maybe the nerves and a little bit of extra adrenaline you'll get from being in a final could push him forward to potentially take this race out and run the qualifier with it. Miller Smith from Victoria, the under-18 all schools national champion. He ran 52.5 here. You'll see that as a PB, but that PB comes from when the hurdle height was a little bit lower. So,
so his body knows how to navigate 10 hurdles in 400 metres and go under it. It's just how can his body adjust to it when the heights are increased.
Absolutely. Parker Bowman, his PB sits just 1.1 off the, 11 milliseconds off the qualifier. So these boys will get behind their blocks now, but it's sure to be a fantastic race. And I mean, anything can happen. We watch hurdle races come together or fall apart at that 8th hurdle as we round into the bend. So they're with the starters now. Watch for lane 3 and 9. Away Queenly, and it is Blair on the outside that looks to take the best of the stagger. He will get across reasonably well. The South Australian travelling at about the same pace, but we nearly have half the field going across the hurdles evenly. The South Australian looking fantastic. He looks to just ever so slightly clear the hurdles first. So the South Australian, that is Thompson. Look for him as they come into 150 metres to go. The Victorian Smith on his outside wants this spot as well. Smith travelling fantastically as they head into the straight. So Smith in the lead ever so slightly. Little some stumble from our South Australian. Ethan Williams with the fastest time this year. He looks to come over to the last one and he clears it well. It'll be a final push to the finish. Tate on the inside travelling really well. So Ethan Williams will take this and he'll run a World Junior qualifier as well. 52.21. So he books his spot to Eugene, and man, he looks relieved and happy with that. I mean, a late run from William Tate, I think we'll potentially see him get under the qualifying mark as well. Miller Smith, such a fantastic attempt in that race, ran so well through to hurdle 8. I mean, I spoke about it beforehand. That's often where we see races fall apart. Look at the back straight, though. The South Australian led this race out really well. He did everything he could to put himself in a position to potentially win and run the qualifier. Miller Smith responded really well as he came up into this shoulder. So Miller Smith almost leads as we come into this bend. He takes the hurdle over the 8th, and that's really where lane 3, Ethan Williams, does his work. So Miller Smith just hits the lactic ladder in the final 100, not even in the final 100, in the final, over the final hurdle, which allows Tate to come through on the inside. So really good run here from the under 20 boys. World Junior qualifiers currently for the top 4. So that's just sensational. So Ethan Williams from New South Wales at 51.21. He'll book his spot. William Tate, 52.38 PB World Junior qualifier. Miller Smith does adjust to that new hurdle height, gets himself a bronze medal, 52.59. Billy Blair, 52.65, another World Junior qualifier. So we have the top 4 athletes head under that World Junior qualifying mark. I mean, I wouldn't want to be a selector for that second spot. So, fantastic running there from, well, I mean, the whole field, but particularly those first 4 athletes.
How incredible was that? 4 athletes coming into this, Ellie, made the point we only had 2 athletes who had qualified, and now we've got 4, but there's only one more place up for grabs because Ethan Williams has secured a spot to go over to World Juniors in Eugene, Oregon. William Tate, I thought maybe he'd just be able to pip Williams on the line because he was finishing like a steam train and he came through very hard. But in the end, Williams on top from Tate, Smith and Blair. 52.65 was what fourth got. 52.65. Miller, the bronze medalist, got 52.59. Then Tate 52.38, and then Williams 52.31. It is just outrageous how good the 400-metre hurdles are going in this nation. It is wonderful.
Well, if you enjoyed that, you'll enjoy the next one. This is the under-20 women's 400-metre hurdle event. Now, we went in with 2 qualifiers in the men's. We actually already go in with 4 qualifiers in the women's. I mean, I watched these races yesterday. I thought Hewitt ran sensationally. She's probably one of the only athletes in this field that or not even in this field, but in the competition, particularly in the under-20s, that I thought she ran a really strong race from gun to tape. I think she'd like her chances to make this final. I mean, she's qualified the fastest by far. Not even like her chances to make the final, but I think she'd really like her chances to make the team. So I think she went into this competition thinking, you know what? At World Juniors, we need to run 3 rounds. So I'm going to use this as an opportunity to try and run 2 really exceptional, well put together races. So when I get across on that plane to Eugene, which I'm sure she's expecting to do, she'll be thinking, I've put together 2 races. I know what it's like to run championships. I'm going to set myself up with every opportunity to potentially make a world under-20 final. So her spot's not guaranteed, though. The other athletes in that field, Mia Shelley, Shakira Harding, we saw her sister run earlier, and Maddie Marston. So, Ethan, this will be fantastic.
Yeah, so the athlete who's got the fastest qualifier, Hewitt, 58.80, but only by about 0.35 because Shelley's been able to go 59.15. She did that at the Perth Track Classic. Now, what is going to be able to help us, Ella, is all the athletes who have got the qualifiers are in 6, 7, 5 and 4. So the fastest athlete in this race in Hewitt, she's going to be in lane 7 from Mia Shelley, who is in lane 6, then Harding, who is in lane 5, and Marston from Queensland, who is in lane 4. So either of or any of those 4 athletes cross the finish line first and they want to go, they're in. They are into the World Junior Championships.
Marston, who we just saw on the screen, she goes out of lane 4. I actually think this really aids her in her race. She actually comes from a little bit of a longer background. She will come home hard.
Yes.
She has the strength. I spoke about this yesterday when I was on with Mitch. I've done a couple of sessions with her, and her back end and endurance and engine is just fantastic. So having Harding, Shelley and Hewitt in her sights, she just has to, while focusing on her own race, keep them in touch.
Yes.
In that final 100 metres, she can do everything she can to set this race up.
Very good summation from you, Ella. So the other athletes in this will be Greek in lane 1, Golding in lane 2, Shannon 3 from Victoria. We spoke about Marston from Queensland in 4, Harding then in 5, Shelley in 6, then Hewitt in 7, Boys 8 and Todd 9. 4 athletes in this race have reached the qualifying standard of 60.75 seconds. And if any of those athletes cross the line first who haven't got the World Junior qualifying time, that's the time they need to go to the World Junior Championships. And 60.75. The athletes to watch: 4, 5, 6 and 7. Marston, Harding, Shelley and Hewitt. And a good start from Shelley, so too Hewitt. Harding and Marston got out pretty well. On the outside, Todd away nicely. It's Hewitt who is leading early, with Harding putting pressure onto Shelley. Then behind is Marston. Stretching away is Hewitt. She's having a great back straight. Behind her, Harding. Shelley next through, then it is Marston. Then Todd, Boys. Grigg, Golding and Shannon with 200 metres to go. It's Hewitt who's in control. She's the fastest qualifier so far. Can she book a ticket to go to Eugene? Shelley starts to lift and respond to the challenge. Harding's doing well on her inside. Then Marston come through next. We've got 120 to go with Hewitt leading into the straight. Shelley and Harding come behind. Hewitt's on top by about 5 metres. Shelley and Harding responding to the challenge and they're closing the gap. Harding and Shelley in second. Shelley stretches away. She's putting pressure on Hewitt, who is fighting to the line, and so too is Harding. Harding's coming through nicely, but Hewitt goes to World Juniors. She had pressure coming all around her, and 58.28 is what she runs unofficially to book a ticket to go to the World Junior Championships. Hewitt, running a great race, is on the team.
What fantastic running there from Hewitt. And to be honest with you, I mean, she's just won a national title. She's booked her flight to Eugene. But if I was her, I'd be extremely proud of the 2 races I've put together.
Yes.
I mean, she's just run 2 sub-59 races in this championship. So that sets her up extremely well. I mean, at the last under-20, let's watch it. Well, actually, before we discuss that, let's watch the replay here. From the beginning, she just streams away and sets this race up so well. She is first ever so slightly to that first set of hurdles, so leads this race from gun to tape. I mean, what a fantastic run from these women. Shakira Harding equally doing a fantastic job on the inside there to go across at a similar time, but it was just Hewitt that really leads this field out.
And so we've had 3 athletes go on to the World Junior qualifying time. All 3 of the athletes had achieved it before. The confirmed time, 58.27 for Hewitt, Harding 58.54 and Shelley 58.79. So very impressive results from all 3 of those girls. Boys is the athlete who finishes in 4th, 101.22 for her, and Marston 102.57. But just at the closing end of the race, so between first and third, there was only about 3 or so metres which separated it. So awesome race from these girls. But the aggressive nature of Hewitt is how the race was able to be won by her. She set it up in the first 200 metres, didn't she? She had a really good start, just attacking the hurdles. Stride pattern looks really good. And for Harding and Shelley, we'll wait and see what the selectors determine for them. But Hewitt, the national champion.
Well, these women all 3 of them set themselves up really well, depending on who ends up on that plane. I mean, to make the semis last time at World Juniors, you had to run. Well, you had to run at the 59. So
yep.
All 3 of these women, I would say, very much now capable of making a world semi. So
yes.
It would be really exciting to see what happens. When they get selected, what will happen. So incredible results there for our under 20 women in this 400 metre final. Just exceptional running.
He really was. So we had 4 athletes in the men's go under the World Junior qualifying standard, and we've just had 3 in the women's, and now still 4 in total across both. So we'll take a breath because we've got some more exciting track action to come. But in the field, we've got the under 20 men's pole vault going on right now, and 4 metres 15 is the height of the bar. 3 athletes have been able to achieve it, only 1 on their first attempt, and that was Lucas Jakima, who jumped 4.15 on attempt 1. Took him 3 attempts to get over 4 metres. I've quickly been able to brush off any doubt he might have at 4.15 with that first round clearance. Archie Watt, 4.15 as well. He did that on attempt 2. This is the first time we've seen him in the competition. Past 3.60, 3.80 and 4 metres. And for Tyson Neal, he's had O's coming into 4.15, but it took him 2 attempts to go over 4 metres 15. Only a few athletes left, about 10 in this competition. If you're wondering where their numbers are, or the names I should say, they're actually on the back So because the pole vaulters, when they go up and over the bar, their chest is facing towards the top of the bar, and sometimes if you've got a bib that is dangling down, it can affect the bar. So here we go, 4:15 the height of the bar, and just unfortunately for a New South Wales athlete in Parsons, might be a clearance for him, but he's still got one more to come. After Parsons, it looks like next athlete we're going to be seeing from Queensland is Gardiner. It's still 4:15 the bar height.
On this back straight, oh, just see him not
Just
quite
warming up.
commit to that run through. On the back straight, which you'll see them stream through ever so slightly. That's our under 16 girls getting ready for their 300 meter, sorry, not 300 meter, 3,000
They
meter.
wish.
Yeah, that, maybe not. I mean,
True.
maybe not. But, I mean, this event in particular just shows us the depth of our distance events on the track. We have 2 finals here, an A and a B final, because there are 40 athletes in this field. So we'll have an A and a B because we can't fit 40 athletes on the field. So 20 athletes in each. This first race here, I mean, there's some really exciting names going into it. The fastest seed time is Amelia Sheridan. She comes from South Australia. She's got a 9:14.01 to her name. So definitely the fastest athlete in this field. Sophie Hall, the Victorian, she has a 9:22.96. Sophie Hall's done an absolutely exceptional job to get to the line for these national championships. She's been coming in sick and injured, so we hope that she's going to be able to turn up, and she's done everything she can to get to these championships. So that's an absolute mission in itself. So an exceptional job to even just be here, but she comes in the second fastest qualifier, and we hope to see that she'll be able to put all her troubled lead up in and put together a good run. I mean, we saw just recently Abby Caldwell talk about her being sick coming into the 800 metre event at the national titles, and she actually took away the gold in that and booked her spot to the Com Games. So, I mean, there's nothing to say that Sophie Hall won't be able to do the same. Well, obviously not book her spot to the Com Games, but win this national title.
Fast enough, she may be able to get a Com Games qualifier. No different distances, but, you know, maybe just in time we'll be able to see her get there. Sure we will. That is 3,000 metres almost ready to go. Ella said we've got 40 athletes, so that's why we've had to split them up into groups A and B. We'll see where the medals are able to come from.
A little bit unsteady. We've seen that a few times this weekend in the distance events.
So we get underway with Group A for the under 16 women's 3,000 metre final. Wearing hip number 1 is Barnard, then 2 Gross, then 3 Hall, then 4 Dogan, 5 Sheridan, 6 Stinton, then 7 Bird, 8 DeVrillies, 9 Costello, 10 Thompson, 11 Corey, 12 Kalmalkovis, then 13 Schulz, 14 Snelling, 15 Baldock, 16 Bowen, 17 Strawthan, 18 Tague, 19 Hayo, and Tundingham wears hip number 20 in this 3,000 metres, and already as they move into the back straights, the South Australian in Sheridan, who has been now taken out the hardest, and she's got a lead of almost 2 metres in the early stages, going up to DeVrillies from Queensland. She sits in second, or she did at least until we had a change with Kalmakavos, who's been able to move through the first 400 metres and finding herself in that second place and coming through nicely is Tague from New South Wales, who's been pushed into fourth position. Sheridan from South Australia is still on top, 150 metres in this lap to go, and she's been able to set the pace at quite a comfortable pace for her. See if anyone's brave enough to be able to swing onto the front. Don't forget, timed finals, so we won't find out the medalists until after the next race. But these athletes, there's a race in the clock as well as each other, because not only do they have to beat these athletes, but it's the next pool of athletes that some of them may be a bit worried about. Kamalkovos still sitting in second as Sheridan starts to expand her lead with 6 laps to race.
Absolutely, and you can tell that Sheridan doesn't want to leave that to chance. I mean, she strung out this field early. We are still sitting too wide for the field that sits behind her. That gap now, though, is about 5 metres, and she looks really controlled, relaxed, and determined. I mean, I feel like if you're going to wear sunglasses onto the track, although it is very sunny, you want to have a little bit of confidence and almost swagger to you as you head down that back straight. But it is the likes of Sheridan. She's leading this field out, and she's doing a fantastic job at that. To do it all on her own is extremely gutsy, but she knows what's on the line. It's a national title. We'd expect our medalists to come from this first heat, as they do tend to have the faster seat times, but we've seen time and time again that a gutsy runner in that B final might just end up with a medal or a podium. So her lead has extended in the last 400 metres to maybe about 12 metres. So she'll come into the start-finish line with 5 laps to go and nearly a healthy lead of 20 metres. She seemingly is putting about a metre or 2 on the field every 10 to 20 metres and continuing to extend here. So it's very early in this race, 5 laps to go, but her lead now, you'd almost be thinking if you're sitting behind her, she's uncatchable. It is going to be the Queenslander there. She's going to try and lead the pack to close this down. They've got so many girls chasing her and so many girls potentially setting themselves up for the minor medals. They'll want to work together here. I mean, working in a larger pack, particularly in this distance racing, it's similar to cycling, where if you can use the pack, you might be able to catch the athlete out in front. But Sheridan's done a fantastic job to extend her lead to nearly 40 metres. So she's nearly doubled her lead in the last 200 metres. She rounds into this straight again with just over 4 laps to go. So Sheridan looking absolutely fantastic. Her eyes are on the prize, and the prize is a gold medal at the Australian Junior National Championships. So if we look to the pack behind, that is the Queenslander leading out this. That is Villas. She's been a strong competitor in this competition so far. So Villas will lead out her other Queenslander, that is Charlotte Snelling. She's got hip number 14 on. So the 2 Queenslanders now starting to attempt to form a little bit of a breakaway. However, the Victorian and WA athlete will not let them get away with that so easy. So there is a small pack of 4 starting to form as a little bit of a chasing group, but it's going to be very hard to chase down Sheridan. She now leads by nearly 60, or it would be more than that now, nearly 80 metres. So the chasing group of 4 are going to have their work cut out for them and going to need to really increase the pace if they'd like to potentially catch Sheridan. But you'd think it would be all Sheridan from here. She rounds out into this straight with just over 3 laps to go, but you'd still think it'd be really difficult, Ethan, for anyone to catch her now.
It'd be an almighty task to be able to do it, because look at this lead. She's about to hit the 3 laps to go mark, and she's got a lead of almost 70 metres. Stretching away from the chasing group is the Victorian in Hall. She's got a margin of about 8 metres up her sleeve. Villiers next. She's in 3rd place. Behind her is Thompson from New Zealand, and then just behind Thompson is Snelling from Queensland. On the back straight, our South Australian marches up it. She's in front with about 250 to go in this lap by almost 80 metres. She's the national champion from last year. Group B will be watching and just thinking, how on earth are we going to be able to match this? Because she is putting on a masterclass with about 1,000 metres to go. Still in second is Hall from Victoria. She's been able to push away from the chasing group, and the chasing group has now become a group of 3, with the athletes leading it being De Vries, then Thompson from New Zealand, and then after her it is Schnelling from Queensland.
So Sheridan just looking absolutely sensational. She'll come in with 800, just over 800 metres here. Sophie Hall, though, very brave move for her to break away from that chasing pack, go into the uncertainty of no man's land and attempt to bridge that gap. She's the only athlete now that is going to be able to, I'd say, do anything to get closer to Sheridan. But what a gutsy run from Sophie Hall. She'll look to break away even further from the athletes in that chasing pack, and there looks like there will be 4 of them as well. Ivy Strawhorn from South Australia just tacking on to the back of that pack. She wants to leave nothing up to chance as they lead into this final 800 metres. So the South Australian leading by over 100 metres now. This is about as dominant as it gets in on the track. I mean, 100 metres, that's the whole straight. So Sheridan leads into this 100 metres. She'll look to get the bell lap in just over 100 metres here. So she just looks so strong. She's not phased at all. She looks so comfortable. Little bit of bit of movement happening on the back straight. That looks like De Villiers and the New Zealander going with her. They're going to want to separate themselves to potentially lock down a bronze medal. But with just over 400 metres to go, it is all Sheridan's race. She looks like she's accelerating into the final 400 metres. She's looking like it's her against the clock. It's Sheridan against Sheridan. It's her against the clock. Can she clock a PB here? It'll be close. So PB sits at 9:14, so she'll need to have a 45 or under a 45-second last 300. So that's going to be really challenging at the end of a 3-kilometre race. Sophie Hall extending her lead as well. She sits now about 40 metres in front of bronze, but with 200 metres to go, Sheridan wants to have a crack at her PB. She's streaming through this last 150 metres. She'll come into the straight with a nearly 150 metre lead, which is absolutely incredible for an under 16 athlete in this 3K. So she wants to guarantee this B final is not going to catch her. Sheridan streaming past the Brisbane letters in the middle of the track. So Sheridan, almost a standing ovation from the crowd for her efforts. She'll clock 9:23.51, so not the fastest run she's ever run over this distance, but certainly more than enough for the national title. She really wanted to prove to that B final that there'll be no hope in catching her. Sophie Hall coming in strong now. What a sensational run she's managed to do with a shaky road into this championship. So the pink ribbon of Sophie Hall will potentially come through to that placeholder for silver as we finish this race off now. The race for bronze, that will be our athlete from, I believe it is WA, but we'll wait to confirm that. The girls hit the ground as we see the pure exhaustion and efforts of these athletes and the incredible racing that they've done over the 7 laps. So what a sensational race there. What an incredible race. It's just amazing to see these girls' ability to put their bodies on the line. So I'm just seeing Ethan look at the World Junior qualifiers. Did that potentially slot herself under that World Junior qualifying mark?
So it did. So 9:23.50 is what she was able to run, just outside of a championship record, and the World Junior qualifying standard 9:27. So another World Junior qualifier, and this one coming from Amelia Sheridan, but she has got about 5 athletes to compete with in the 3,000 metres, but
would
still an awesome result from her. Sophie Hall.
Right in saying she could be too young there as an under 16?
Possibly, yes. I think you are right, actually. You're spot on, bullseye. But still, just to show the level of athlete that she is, to be able to run a World Junior qualifier well beyond her years, exceptional racing from her. So, yeah, under 16 athlete, just too young to qualify. That's the same case with Charlotte Ihoge, actually. So she'll probably, and she has gone well under the World Junior qualifier in both the 100 and the 200, but she hasn't reached the age limit that you need to be able to go. And same with Sheridan, but still 9:23.50. Great race.
Well, we're looking at the results come through for this one. Sophie Hall, 9:53.98. I don't want to call it as the silver medal yet because we still have 20 athletes to contest.
Correct.
Mia Thompson, the New Zealander, 9:57.71. She sits in that placeholder for bronze, but because she is New Zealander, it does mean Gemma De Villiers, the Queenslander, 9:58, currently sees herself on the podium. So 9:58.50 is what the race after this is going to have to do to guarantee themselves a spot on the podium. So we will flick to an ad break. Stay with us on 7 Plus because we still have the B final of this 3,000 metres to come.
The 2026 Australian Junior Athletics Championships, and we've just got finals, so on and so forth. We have got a few heats squeezed in there, but pretty much today, right throughout the end, is finals action. So if you've got nothing to do today, just strap yourselves in on 7 Plus because it is set to be a extremely entertaining day of track and field. Ethan Quillivan alongside Ella Tobin. We're going to have Mitch Dyer pop in later on today to call out the final part of the race, of the championships, I should say, and conclude one of the last events of the domestic meet. For some athletes we're going to be seeing, we've got the Uni Games, which is on the Gold Coast next week or the week after, Ella. You're familiar with it?
It starts Wednesday, actually.
Wednesday,
so
really?
We'll see some of our finest athletes still in uni head to Gold Coast Performance Centre and can test out those championships in 2 days' time. So it's an athletics frenzy over the last 2-3 weeks nearly. So if you're an athletics fan, there's certainly opportunities to watch those races. I mean, we've had, I think it was Katrina Bissett broke 2 minutes for the first time at an Australian national uni sport. So the quality of competition is certainly there. But let's not talk about that. We've got the B final of the women's 3K. The marker to get on that podium is 9:58.50. So that's what these girls will be chasing. Another full field of 20 athletes here. So as we said, 40 athletes in total. They are away. So I'll go through from 1 through to 20. It is Dunlavy from Queensland, Mum from Victoria, Fowler from Western Australia, Hartley from Victoria, Joy Duncan from Victoria, Toghill from Queensland, Daniel from Queensland, Heath from Queensland, Hutchinson from Queensland, Hart from ACT, Korea from WA, Wetzels from Victoria, Dory from Queensland, Clark from Queensland, Bug from New South Wales, Bass from New South Wales, DeLanger from New South Wales, O'Brien from Queensland, Dixon from New South Wales, and Glenser from Victoria. So the Queenslanders happy to try and lead out this race. They know that marker of 9:58. They would have seen the closing stages of the race as they stepped onto the track. So they're going to have to take this out reasonably hard, and there's 3 of them at this stage willing to do it. That is the Queenslander with hip number 8, Heath, hip number 7 behind her, Daniels, and it is another Queenslander sitting in 3rd, O'Brien. So Heath, Daniels and O'Brien leading out this pack. The New South Wales athlete knows how important this run is and doesn't want to let them get too far away. That is Jacqueline Bug from New South Wales. So those are the 4 athletes that will lead this race out. So Heath, Daniels, Bug are our three. And the other Queenslander in this field is Hutchinson, but they've just joined back into the pack because the pack knows how important it is to run that 9:58.50, Ethan.
How's the pace been with 6 laps to go? We've seen groups form. We then see them to start to rejoin each other and become one big major group. They're doing well on the outside, the Queenslander. There's O'Brien, who's sitting in second as they move into the back straight once more. Just in front of her is Heath from Queensland as well. So it's Queenslanders who are occupying 1, 2 and 3. Have a Victorian on the outside coming through in Wetzels. She's in 3rd place. She's been going past Daniel in the last 100 or so metres, coming through on the outside. Hart from the ACT, racing really well. She's got a comfortable position. Let's see if she's going to be able to hold it. Hutchinson as well from Queensland.
So
she's coming through nicely.
This pack is growing. This pack is growing. Look, they're running 3 wide coming into this home straight, even 4 wide slightly further back. So the advantage with that is there'll be a lot of them there to push the pace in the final stages of this race, and they'll be able to work together. But the Victorian with hip number 2, that's Sienna Mum. She said, you know what, girls, we need to start moving a little bit faster if we want any hope of being on that podium. So she takes the New South Wales athletes with her. So Sienna Mum now leads out this field. She's injected a little bit of pace as they begin their 5th lap. So, sorry, not 5th lap, with 5 laps to go. So Sienna Mum there taking the 2 New South Wales athletes with her. The Queensland is trying to bridge the gap. I mean, you can tell the pace has been injected. We're no longer running 3 wide. We're running on the rail. So there's a move being made on the outside there with hip number 4. That's Hartley from Victoria. She wants in, and she doesn't just want in. She goes straight up to that leading pack and sits just in 4th place at the moment. So that is Mum leading this pack. Our ACT athlete Hart sitting just behind her, Bug and Hartley. O'Brien not too far behind. Daniels trailing behind that. But at the moment, Sienna Mum doing a fantastic job to lead out that field. Just a little bit unsteady there. Looked like someone might have clipped her, but does a good job there to stay on her feet. So the 4 athletes there. Mum from Victoria, Hart from ACT, Bug from New South Wales and Hartley from Victoria really starting to break away, Ethan.
There they are, 4 laps to go. You spoke before, Ella, about how it's visible to see the injection of pace into the race, and with 3:50 to go in this lap, we're starting to see some of the chasing groups just say, don't leave without us, because we want an opportunity to get on the podium. 9:58.50 is what they need to get on that podium. And 9:23.50, that's the time they need to be able to get on top of it. Coming through just behind our leading group is O'Brien from Queensland. She's only about a stride or 2 ahead of her fellow stateswoman in Daniel. 200 in this lap remain. It's still the top 4 who have remained consistent throughout this lap. Hart sits in 2nd behind Mum. Then it's Bug from New South Wales, the Victorian who wears hip 4 in Hartley, just after her. Still seeing good performance from Daniel in the chasing pack, likewise with O'Brien. As they round into the home straight, it's about the chasing group who's actually been able to catch up with the breakaway athletes, and coming through as well from that chasing group who's actually been able to go past O'Brien and go into 5th place is the Victorian in Duncan. So she is going to find herself in 5th place with only 3 laps remaining, but our leader still Mum from Hart of the ACT. And then behind those athletes is Hartley, who is doing well. And don't forget as well Bug, who's just sandwiched in the middle of this chasing group with 300 to go. She is in 3rd.
I really like where the Victorian sitting in about 4th spot is at the moment. That's Hartley. She looks really comfortable and relaxed, just running on the shoulder, covering the moves. She sits just behind our ACT athlete Hart. Equal to that, our New South Wales athlete Bug. Equal to that, it is the ACT athlete Hart, who is right on the shoulder of Mum. So looks as we come into this straight, she is starting to make a little bit of a move. It is an interesting tactic from our juniors to run directly on the outside shoulder. I mean, we spoke about this before. In a 3 kilometre race, if you're running out of lane 1, so running into lane 2, you're essentially adding on 7 metres per lane. So attempting to quickly do the math there, that sits at about just under 50, an extra 50 metres per the race. So that's a long way if you think about it. So for these athletes to be holding with the pace and running almost shoulder to shoulder, we've got almost partners going on here. So it's Mum who leads out our ACT athlete Hart. It's Bug who leads out our Victorian Hartley, and they're running shoulder to shoulder in a bit of a square formation almost. So these athletes are a fair bit away from the rest of our field. I'd say they'd broken away significantly. You mentioned before the athlete from Victoria, Duncan. She leads the chasing pack, though I'd say they're a fair bit off now and look to be moving at a slightly slower speed than that of our leading 4. But remember, this leading 4 need to look for that 9:58.50, which I think is going to be particularly challenging to do. So these athletes round out into the final straight here. Not for the last time, though. We'll see them come through again. So the lead hasn't changed much. We start to lose Hartley from Victoria. She's just dropped off the back now as the pace increases ever so slightly. So Mum from Victoria will lead us out into the bell lap. She's 400 metres to go, and if she wants to get on that podium, it's going to have to be an absolutely speedy last lap.
Let's see what the final 400 metres has got in store to get on that podium. 9:58.50. Let's repeat it. 9:58.50 on top. 9:23.50, and for silver, 9:53.98. They would have seen how fast Sheridan was able to go in the last race, and they won't be able to catch that. But still, 9:53.98. That is a really strong chance for these girls to be able to go to. Likewise with the 9:58.50. So have we seen the medals come from heat number 1, or are we going to see them come from heat 2? They'll really need to start to get a move on. Leading the race is Mum. She is ahead of Hart. They've both been able to take the race away from O'Brien behind them, and likewise with all the other chasers that came through. The one that sits just next to them is Willets, and into the home straight they come. It is going to be all down to this. Are they going to be able to finish inside the podium? They're going to just miss out, but Mum is stretching away from the field, and then it's going to be Hart who will finish off in second in this race. So the medals will come from the race before, but it's still been a good performance from Mum. Led this race heroically and finishes off with a decent time. Next across the line is going to be Hart. And then next through is going to be Bug from New South Wales.
Hartley, a really strong race there, finishing off for 4th. The Queenslander coming through. It's Duncan, the Victorian, for 6th in this race. We see all these athletes coming through this final straight now. What challenging racing, though. I mean, 3 kilometres in the heat. I mean, our sprinters are happy for it to be in Brisbane, but I'm not really sure about our distance runners. The extra added heat just adds an extra little bit of complicating factors to this race. So the Queenslanders will be used to it, but you'll see them out of pure exhaustion finish on hands and knees at the end of the track. So fantastic again to see so many of our athletes putting everything they can into these races, emptying the tanks. I mean, it looked like it hurt. Ethan, it looks like it really hurts. But what a fantastic lot of racing for our under 16 women. 40 athletes I think we've had every athlete finish. So that's an achievement in itself. So we'll head to a break now, but stay with us. We'll give you the final results summary for those two races before we head to our under-16 boys 3,000 metre final.
Look, as we welcome you back to QSAC, the summary of the under-16 women's 3,000 metres. Sheridan on top, 9:23.50. So all the medalists came from that first-time final. Sophie Hall, 9:53.98, and Mia Thompson, 9:57.21. So good to see some very strong performances as we get ready for the next race, which is going to be the under-16 3,000 metres. No time finals, 17 athletes in this race. Get away cleanly for the under-16 3,000 metres. Adams wears 1, Chinard 2, Grant 3, Matheson 4, White 5, Payonessa 6, Field 7, Calcaro 8, Ryan 9, Van der Merwe 10, Woodhouse 11, Mayu 12, Botonis 13, Lewis 14, Boudnar 15, Sideries 16, and McAllister wearing hip number 17 through the first 200 metres for them. And taking it out the hardest is the Tasmanian in Bodnar. He leads them through that mark. The New South Wales athletes are next through. Payonessa is sitting in second. And you have the Victorian in Sideries, who's had a brilliant championships, and he is sitting in third place as they go through the first 300 metres. Just behind him is Botanis from New South Wales, who just makes his way onto the shoulder of Sideridis, who wears hip number 16 from Victoria. That's how they are looking through the first 400 metres. The Tasmanian in Bodnar, Ella, is leading.
As they embark on this long journey, I just thought I'd give us a little bit of an update on the under-20 final going on in the men's shot put. Now, we don't have any athletes so far that have qualified for the under-20s, but it is Elijah Wilson leading this competition, and he's probably the closest. Elijah Wilson has won the discus with a PB of 59.63 and a World Junior qualifier. He has the largest PB in the field. He has a shot put from December that sits over that marker, 18.79. That's outside the qualifying period, and it is with an under 18 shot put, which is 5 kilos. So with this 6 kilo shot put, he's going to have to find everything within him to try and throw the 18.30. He sits in the lead at the moment with an 18.04 from his second attempt. They've just completed the 5th round of throws there, and will head for these 6th round of throws now. In terms of our top 8, that currently looks at Wilson, Lease the New Zealander, Frey will sit in that silver medal, McKinlay in bronze, Hume, Ryan Southwood, Sipple Asher, and Finkel-Falau in 8th. So it'll be interesting to see how this competition pans out, and I know Wilson will be trying his absolute best to do what he can to put another World Junior qualifier on the board in a different event. But Ethan, we'll head back to you because this 3K is well underway.
Thank you, Ella. Awesome work from you as we are still seeing the Tasmanian in Bodnar. He's in front by about a stride or two. Next up is Calcaro, sitting in second. Just Sideridis tucked on the inside. On his outside is Botonis from New South Wales. So the pace looks relatively cruisy. We've only really lost 2 from this lead group, as they have got still 5 laps remaining. Sideridis just still sitting comfortable, knows that he's probably not in a dangerous position just yet. It's all going to shape out in the final stages of the race, but he is the defending age group champion. Won this race when they were under 15s last year. Botonis, who's sitting in that top 3, he is the all schools champion. And at that same race, Archie Sideridis was able to win the bronze medal, but that was in December, and a lot of these athletes, their sole goal are these championships in this race. And with 150 to go in this lap, it's the Tasmanian in Bodnar who has been the most impressive, but the pace has really been dialed back. Botonis in 4th place now. Sideridis just pushes up, puts some pressure onto Calcaro. And they're starting to really close in on the leader in Bodnar as they make their way through with 1,600 to race.
Yeah, they're really bunched up, and in the middle stages to the later stages of this race, it's interesting to see how many athletes are still in this field. I mean, we talk about championship racing. Contrary to what we've just seen in our under-16 women's, this is one race, so one race only will determine the medals here and who goes home with gold, silver and bronze. So it means that we can have that championship racing. So we've just seen a little bit of a lead change now and a little bit of pace injected. We see those first 6 athletes now run on the rail. There's no bunching. So that was the New South Wales athlete Calcaro. He leads us off. The Victorian now sits behind. That's Archie Sidoritis. And then we have another New South Wales athlete trailing not too far. So that's Bottens, the Queenslander on the outside, making a little bit of a definitive move and who heads straight to the front straight. That is hip number 2. We'll see Shinhard from Queensland wanting to lead us into 3 laps to go. The Tasmanian Bodnar, who's done such a fantastic job leading us out early, will stay with that leading pack of 5. He's the link at the moment to the 4 chasing. So at the moment, it is our Queenslander, Shidard, who made such a definitive move on this front straight to start to pull the group away. So he'll lead this group into the back straight. Another Victorian trying to bridge that gap. He knows that if he doesn't stay with these 5 athletes, it's going to be very difficult to come back. So Shidard he's leading. It's Calcaro covering all the moves. Sidoritis in 3rd. We'll see our athlete Botnas from New South Wales in 4th, and the Tasmanians Bodnar. So I'd say at this stage, everyone's in it. Oscar Woodhouse from Victoria doing equally as well. He's now almost caught that pack just as our Tasmanian drops off them. But what can these athletes do? Another lead change as we head into 800 metres to go. The New South Welshmen want to lead us out with 800 metres to go. So that will be Calcard and Botnas. They'll increase a little bit extra pace again. Oscar Woodhouse chasing hard. He's taken that spot from Bodnar and he wants to join on to that pack, but he'll need to get moving because the Queenslander again with hip 2 wants to take the lead. It's who wants to be the leader. Everyone's swapping. Sidoritis working really hard to stay right on the back of them. So it will be Calcaro that looks like he's going to sit on the outside shoulder. Sidoritis staying with them. They've dropped Botnas at the moment, so Shinhard there will lead us in. He's done a fantastic job. He wants to be on the rail and he wants to lead us out. Botnas has done a fantastic job to get back into that group of 4. So with 500 metres to go, there's definitely 4 still in it. I mean, don't count out Oscar Woodhouse. We've seen runs from further back than that come through for 3rd, 2nd or 1st. So we have another lead change. That is Calcaro as we come into 400 metres to go. Sidoritis sitting pretty. Here the surge comes again from our Queenslander. That is Shinhard as we come into this 350 metres to go, Ethan.
Sidoritis, the 1,500 metre champion, walked away with a championship record. Can he replicate it? He's in a bit of danger. He's in 3rd place. He's got to get moving with 300 metres to go. Calcaro looking strong, but looking stronger is Sidoritis. He's showing his strength and speed from the 1,500 metres with the final 250 upon us. Shinhard starts to burst up the back straight. He puts pressure onto Calcaro, but Calcaro responds beautifully. He goes into the lead. Sidoritis winding up, putting pressure back onto Shinhard, and he moves past him with 150 to sprint. Having a look over the shoulder, Calcaro can see Sidoritis right on his back. They enter into the home straight as one, but Calcaro pushes clear and he's stretching away from the 1,500 metre champion. Calcaro in a class of his own. He's burnt off the rest of the field. He's burnt off Sidoritis and he gets a shiny gold to go home with. 8:47.68. An awesome race for him. Calcaro, the 3,000 metre under 16 national champion.
Will Oscar Woodhouse come through for 2nd there? It looked like Sidoritis almost came to a stop with 5 metres to go, and Woodhouse chasing hard. So incredible job there to put himself on the podium. I mean, we've talked about this time and time again. Juniors, seniors, how important it is to run the whole way through to the line. I mean, a national silver is nothing to snarl at, absolutely, and it's an incredible achievement. So to push through to that line is really important. Sidoritis will just hold on. So he's very lucky there that there wasn't that little bit of extra track as Woodhouse came absolutely bounding through to that line. So your medalists there, Calcaro, Sidoritis, and Woodhouse. Incredible run from him, though, in the last 250 metres.
Very good point that you make there, Ella. And we've seen how many times in heats athletes who think that they're guaranteed to be able to progress through to the finals or semi-finals, and then they just ease off, and ultimately they could be medal chance going in, but then eventually for them it doesn't happen. But there's a look at the replay. 3 athletes in contention, 250 metres to go. Calcaro just pushed away, and he was being chased down frantically by Chinard, and Chinard really, I think, just used all of his tactics and used all of his energy too early, and in the end, he had to do it. It was a brave race for him. We know these 2 athletes are stars. They came in almost level, Sidoritis and Calcaro, and Sidoritis gave it everything he could, but Calcaro just had a little more to give in the final stages. 8:47.70, he did miss at the confirmed time. Sidoritis 8:50.29 and Woodhouse 8:50.40. There's a look at the photo finish, and just that's highlighting your point, Ella, of how close it was between Woodhouse and Sidoritis towards the finish line. Here is a look at the complete results. Calcaro 8:47.70 to Sidoritis 8:50.29 and Woodhouse 8:50.40. So that wraps up the 3,000 metres of the day. We're almost into the back end of the program, which, as we spoke about before, Ella, is just final on top of final on top of final on top of final on top of final. So it is a wonderful day for athletics to round out the 2026 Australian Junior Athletics Championships. Don't go anywhere. We've got some 200-metre hurdles finals right after the break.
Back on the track for what I believe is the scariest event in all of track and field. That is the 200-metre hurdles. This is a little bit of an intermediate event we see for our juniors before they transition up into the 400-metre hurdles. It'll be the under 15 girls 200-metre hurdles that goes out of their blocks first. They're standing behind their blocks now. You'll see them come up on the start list. If we go through this start list from lane 1 through to lane 9, it is Taylor Hughes from Queensland, Ava Ward from South Australia. In 3 is Riley Nair from New South Wales. In 4 from Victoria is Cleo Gastella. In 5 from Queensland is Hello Keys. In 6 from WA is Autumn Good. In 7 from WA is Olivia King. In 8 from Victoria is Harper Harding. We'd say she's the favourite going in with the fastest seed time and PB. Rounding out our field is Savannah Cox in 9. If you think you've seen some of these girls or heard some of these girls over the weekend, you are right. We've seen many of them even this morning in the 100 heats. Watch for Harper Harding here. She's currently 2 for 2 in her events in terms of gold medals, taking the 90-metre national champion and a championship record and the gold in the 4x1. She'll come back later today in her 100-metre final. We saw her sister come second in the 4 hurdles, so she's got some good pedigree and a good example of what these hurdle events need to look like. So Harper Harding, the Victorian, the pink shoes and the pink ribbon, 2 from the outside, definitely one to watch. The other ones with those seed times sitting under 30 seconds at the moment is Hello Keys from Queensland and Autumn Good. They'll go out from the middle, 5 and 6. So the girls will hop into their blocks now. Watch for Harper. She's got the speed over the flat 100. What can she do here? Can she make it 3 for 3? So we are away in this race. Autumn Good from WA getting a fantastic start. It is Hello Keys from Queensland right up onto her shoulder, but leading into this straight, Harper Harding almost a hurdle flight in front of them. So Harper Harding will round out into this straight with 4 hurdles yet to clear. So she's looking fantastic. It's all Harper Harding. She'll have to do no wrong here to finish here. So Harper Harding will come through, clearing the last hurdle cleanly. Autumn Good from Queensland will come through for the second, and apologies, Autumn Good will come through for the bronze from Western Australia, and Hello Keys does a fabulous job there to come through for the silver. But Harper Harding, 3 for 3. I wonder whether or not the Hardings are having a competition within the own family to see how many World Junior qualifiers, tickets to Eugene's or gold medals that the family can bring home. I mean, their tally would be ridiculous at this point.
Be out of this world. The wind, by the way, minus 1.6. So when you put that 27.87 next to that minus 1.6 from Harper Harding, it's just as impressive. And then Keys 28.94. Having a look at the replay, a really good bend from Harding. Just saw her surge into the home straight. The Queenslander in Keys as well. She did well not to be flustered by the fast bend mover in Harding, and to be able to hold on really well. Good as well coming through for third place, 29.73. There's a look at the photo. A great race from Harding. Minus 1.6. That is just such a difficult barrier to overcome when you've got a track which has 10 barriers in front of you, to then have to overcome the wind. Well, incredibly impressive.
Certainly fatigued a little bit in the final stages of that race. Just started a little bit into the second last hurdle and slowed quite considerably into the last, but really did her work early enough and around that bend, so she didn't really have to worry about it as she came in. So she'll set the expectation for the under 16 race to come. You'll see those results there. Fantastic racing from our women. The top 3 go sub 30 seconds. So we'll see our under 16s very shortly set up behind their blocks. This is another full field of 9. Again, you'll look at the start lists and think, I've seen these women out on the track this championships. In fact, I've seen them this morning, Ethan.
Just the strength that these athletes have to be able to back up and continue to do event on top of event on top of event is just remarkable. Hobday, she's going to be from lane 3. She's definitely one to watch. 29.16. Cottrell, Asia Ratham in 2 from Queensland. Hobday then 3. Georgiopoulos 4. Buzzer 5. Nealon 6. Velthusen 7. Matheson 8. And Greenup 9. Looking back at last year's results, Matheson on top from Buzzer. So Matheson lane 8, Buzzer lane 5. Definitely going to be some of the athletes to watch. Also, Georgiopoulos, she is going to be starting in lane number 4. So we've got a few athletes who make their return from national podium from years gone by. Fascinated to see how the outside lanes will go in Matheson. See her with them in lane 2 from Queensland as well. Keep an eye on her. She'll have Hobday on her outside. So this is the under 16 200 hurdles final. Just been presented to the stadium. What's been a great final day in Brisbane. And we are coming into really a beautiful crescendo. We've got a women's 1500 metre under 20 final coming up later today, which has got every athlete in the final having reached the standard for the World Junior qualifying, for the World Junior Championships, I should say. They've all hit the qualifying time. So it is, if you win, you are in. Even if you're the slowest athlete who's qualified, you win, you are in. So we'll be interested to see how the race tactics of that race unfold, but that's later. This is now under 16 women's 200 hurdles. Good start from Assie Ratham in lane 2. Out wide, Green up and Matheson on the outside, out hard. Nealon moves up to Val Susan and puts pressure onto Matheson on her outside. To the straight, it's Matheson who's the defending champion, just behind Nealon, who's leading with 80 metres to go. Nealon ahead of Matheson. Val Susan in third. She's been pressured by Georgiopoulos on her inside. Stretching away is Nealon. She's able to go into a class of her own. She has a fall, unfortunately, which gives an opportunity for Matheson to go back-to-back. Oh, close between her and Georgiopoulos. A heart breaks for Nealon and hopes she is okay. But it's so good to see the girls get around her. But Nealon, you won't be able to feel it now, but the way you ran that race up until right at the end was incredible. And you should be very proud because you are going to be a star to come for the future. This is just the beginning of what is going to be a wonderful career for you. We'll wait and see what the photo says, because in this national final, Matheson and Georgiopoulos very close. Did Matheson go back-to-back? Here's a look at the replay, but how good did Nealon look?
She really did, and it's so disappointing just to clip that last hurdle. I mean, you're so close and almost there, but when you're moving at speeds like that, just a little bit of a stutter step into that hurdle set. Oh, it's going to be so close.
And it's Georgiopoulos, sorry Ella, Georgiopoulos has denied Matheson the opportunity to go back-to-back. So 29-23 into a minus 1.8 for Matheson, and Valthusen goes away with the bronze medal. So carnage everywhere. And didn't you say something about this race being stressful?
Yeah, I truly believe this is, I wouldn't go as far as saying it's my least favourite event on the track. It's definitely the one that makes me the most nervous. I mean, it's such an exciting race to watch. You'll see those results come up. All those girls have run exceptionally there. 29-23, 29-25, 29-61. So close from our under 16 women. But that's the reality of when you're moving over hurdles so quickly. And you equally add in the fatigue there. I mean, this event, you'd almost say, is arguably harder to execute than the 400-metre hurdles. I mean, at the end of a 400-metre hurdles, of course, you'll be exhausted, but to be having to travel so fast, I mean, this is a 200-metre sprint, so you're basically travelling nearly at that top speed, fatiguing and needing to clear those final 2 flights is super challenging. So we'll leave it to the men to hopefully get through cleanly for this under 15 final. I mean, these names again look extremely familiar. I'm having a look at the seed times here and trying to remember what I saw yesterday. I think it is the Western Australian, Charles Hill, go into this race with the fastest PB and the fastest seed time. He goes out of lane 6. So hot on his tails, though, we have 2 other athletes that are sub-28 runners at this championships. That is Brezigar and Faruga. So interesting enough, they are 5, 6 and 7. So they'll look to compete against each other, and they'll be able to see them as they come into the bend and into the straight. The key will be to stay nice and relaxed, particularly if it is a close race and they start to fatigue in the final 2 hurdles. They will need to hold their own, stay relaxed, focused on clearing, and then they can really start to race in that final 20 metres or so.
Completely agree. Ella, so well summated from you. The carnage, hopefully, is going to avoid this race. I'm sure the under-15s get away cleanly, but just the under-16s in the last race, not so much. But these boys going over 76-centimetre hurdles. There's a Chels who spoke about as one of the most impressive ones from the heats yesterday. Let's hope these boys are able to have a really good, clean race.
To give the whole final a little bit of airtime from lanes 1 through to 9, it is James Sheldrick from New South Wales in 1, James Hicks from New South Wales in 2, Oliver Lowe from Queensland in 3, Leo Nash from Queensland in 4. One of the favourites, Tyson Brezigar from Queensland in 5. I'd say the favourite from WA going out a 6-4 from the outside. That is Hunter Echelles. New South Wales in lane 7, Byron Faruga. He'll be a challenger for that gold, if not minor medals. Gabrielle Owusu-Afraid from Victoria going out of 8, and it will be Zane Nielsen from WA who leads this field out in 9 on the edge. So watch for lanes 5, 6 and 7. That's Queensland, WA and New South Wales. The black uniform, sorry, the red uniform, the black uniform and the light blue uniform. As expected, it is our 3 in the middle lanes that makes the stagger up early. Particularly it is Hunter Echelles. He comes into this straight and leads really well. It was the likes of Gabrielle Owusu-Afraid doing sensationally to hold with these challenges. So late surge at the moment coming from Faruga. They'll need to stay calm coming into this last flight of hurdles. So it looks like it will be just Echelles. He holds his own in these 2 final flights. Faruga accelerated exceptionally through that last 2 sets of hurdles, but it can be really challenging, as we talked about before, to hold your own when there's 3 of them going over it at the same time. Tyson Bresgar from Queensland will also walk away with a medal there. Big shout out to our Victorian in lane 8. He set that race up really well and did everything he could to stay with those leaders and potentially put himself on the podium. But fantastic racing from the Western Australian. He'll take away the Australian national title in our men's under 15 200-metre hurdle race.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Ella. And I wasn't sure how Echelles was going to go. We saw him stutter a little bit coming into the final few hurdles, but he was just able to keep his composure and maintain some calmness into the home straight. We have a look on the replay, and Echelles out in front by a few metres. Faruga just clipped the hurdle coming into the straight. He was back by 3 or 4 metres and did really well to close up. That hurdle was the one that Echelles just stumbled on. He got over the next one cleanly, likewise with the last, and then in the end he was able just to stick the arms out in victory because he was able to be victorious. So, well, that race wasn't as stressful as the one before, but it was still stressful, Ella. So your take on this being the most stressful race in track and field, it is pretty much a bullseye, bang on.
Absolutely, Ethan. I mean, if I talk about an event that I wouldn't want to participate in, it's definitely this one. I mean, I spoke about with you or Mitch earlier in the week that the 100 or the 190-metre hurdles, whatever they run at those school events, I tended to sit on the boundary line for, regardless of literally participating in every other event possible. But this event is just a little bit too much. I can't trust myself to get over the hurdles, and that race really went down exactly how we were expecting. So the expectation is that when it comes push to shove, the final 2 hurdles and staying relaxed and clearing them well is going to be the key. I mean, this one's going to be even more scary, Ethan. Kyle, Seal, Crosby and Asen all very close in PBs, all grouped together from 5, 6, 7 and 8. They'll need to really hold their own.
Yeah. So here's a look at the start list. Colossicus in lane 1, Agar 2, Smiles 3, Eaton 4, Kyle 5, then Seal in 6, Crosby's in 7, Asen in 8, and Kim from New South Wales, he's in lane 9. Colossicus, you just saw from New South Wales. Agar, here's a look at the Queenslander in Smiles. He's from New South Wales in Eaton. There's Kyle. Looking back at last year's results, we're with our national champion from last year, Jaden Crosby. He's in lane 7. There he is right on your screen. Seal, who you just saw before him, he's the silver medalist. But without Brain, who's the bronze medalist from last year. And Crosby is the All-Schools champion as well. And Smiles is the silver medalist from the All-Schools championships, and he will be in 3. So when you're looking at medals, it's lanes 3, lane 7, and lane 6. The All-Schools silver medalist in 3. The national and all-schools champion in lane 7, and Seal in lane 6. They will stand up, and unfortunately for Kolakis, I think he may be aware of what he's just done. So the starter comes out, and unfortunately it is a red card which is shown.
It's the hands on the head that's
yes.
a telling sign. I've never, touch wood, never actually broken in a race, but I always figure if you are going to do it, it's to act like it wasn't you.
Yeah, I thought I broke once, but it turns out it wasn't me. So now that I've long retired, I can confidently say that I've never broken. But hearts break for Kolakis, and hopefully he will be back in this race. Well, it won't be this race next year. It'll be the 400-metre hurdles we next see him. So good opportunity, good motivation for him. Young man, your star is just on the rise. Don't be disheartened with this, because you've got plenty of great years in athletics. But Agar, Smiles, Eaton, Kyle, Seal, Crosby, Asen and Kim. Crosby got a good start, so to Asen, puts pressure onto Kim. On the inside, Smiles was away nicely. Likewise with Eaton. Smiles puts pressure onto Eaton now, and Agar just behind. Crosby into the straight, leads from Asen, and Seals in third. Kyle's breathing down his neck. It's Crosby who's stretching away. He's able to glide over the hurdles effortlessly, over the second last. Asen coming through for second, and Crosby is able to belt the chest because he's gone back to back in this age group. 25.51 with a plus 0.6, and he is the national champion once more.
Almost made it through that race cleanly. Really disappointing for Kim there to stumble over that last hurdle, but sensational racing from the rest of our field. Crosby to go back to back, well, that's an incredible achievement in itself. I mean, to win a national title, look what he does here as he comes around this bend to set up this race so well. He is so smooth as he clears each flight of the sticks. Just sensational running. He looks so relaxed, and he did such a good job, as we talked about, when that fatigue starts to hit. There was no stutter step coming into that last set or flight of hurdles. It was really, really smooth racing.
Having a look in the replay, he was out by 8 metres almost, wasn't he, when he was charging down the home straight, and just able to, Mitch described it so perfectly yesterday, he really does glide over those hurdles, doesn't he, and that's what he had on display when he was able to become the national champion once more in this age group. So the next time we see these boys at the national championships for longer hurdles will be the 400 metres, and for Kim and Kolakis, it's not the end of their journey. They have got a lot of great years to come in this sport. There's the confirmed results, 25.49 for Crosby, Asen 26.14 and Seal 26.54. So I'm going to come out actually. So my job is done. Mitch is going to come in. Ella, it's been wonderful to be working with you. I know this is your debut for these kinds of nationals. You've been at the All Schools, but you can go away with this very proud because you've done an amazing job, and your job's not done because you've still got another few hours of outstanding athletics commentary. So Mitch is going to come in. It's been a pleasure to work with you, Ella, and I hope it's not the last time.
Absolutely not. I hope it won't be, Ethan. I mean, your knowledge just extends into the previous years of championships. It's been incredible to listen to you over the championships, either sit beside you or on the live stream. So thank you so much for these championships, and we'll be right back. In Athletics Championships, it's the last day up here in Brisbane. I'm joined by Mitch Dyer. It's the first time on the mic for this afternoon, Mitch. And you're pumped about some pole vault here. This is the men's under-20 competition.
Yeah, it certainly is. A pleasure to be here, Ella. So this is our man from French Polynesia. Can you believe that, here in Australia? Look at that, up and over. My goodness, that's at 4.54. That was a third attempt. So to continue his time here in Brisbane, make it well worth the trek from French Polynesia. It is Tamari, and he's back here. So something about Tamari likes to get it in the clutch, because he missed it twice here again at 75. But the opportunity to continue the competition, he even had the front straight clapping. He was that infectious, and look at the celebration over the top. That's as close to a double python you're ever going to see in men's pole vaulting. But he decided to go one more. He'd already won it. He's won the competition here. He's well ahead of the rest of them. But now at 485, he took one crack at it here, maybe just to see what he had, and clipped it with his shoes on the way up. So Ella, once he knocked it off there, he said, that'll do me for competition. Gives a big salute to the crowd behind. And our man from French Polynesia, Jacques Tamari, is the winner here. He's the highest jumper of this under-20 competition. You can see he's pretty pumped about it, so he should be. He's jumped a lifetime best. And he embraces the coach. He says, well done, mate. I can't believe you've just knocked over 75, and a good conversation between them. So Strauger of France was second, 444, but the winner for the Australian title was Felix Hatwich. Then Jacob Hamilton, and then Dylan Gardner. So you can see there the different country codes that are popping up. They're not states, they're countries. But it is Felix Hatwich of Victoria who wins it on count back for the Australians.
So super exciting field event over there for the under-20 men's pole vault. It is 12 o'clock, which means it's the beginning of the under-20 women's hammer throw competition as well. Now, we don't have any Australian under-20 qualifiers as of yet. The biggest thrower in this competition, that is the New Zealander. She looks like she's going to throw from in position 8. So that's Paige Fletcher. She has a whopping PB of 64.07, which just absolutely towers over the rest of the field. You can see in this shot the red line that stands behind those officials. That is the World Under-20 qualifying mark. Now, there is an athlete that is getting very, very, very close, and that is our Tasmanian, Arielle Cannon. Now, she's got a PB of 56.77. She actually threw that over in New Zealand in March. Now, the qualifier here is 57.50. Arielle Cannon is chasing it down as much as she can. She went to Opens earlier last week, which I can only assume was to give herself every opportunity to throw that. Now, at Opens, she threw 55.42 and made the final there. She was 4th in the Open final. So the World Junior qualifier still slightly off that mark, but she's been building into a really good season, throwing some really consistent throws there. But Cannon will have to give it everything she's got if she wants to book a team on that plane. She'll have Fletcher, the New Zealander, who knows how it's done. She's thrown well over the qualifier, so she'll be able to witness her throw and hopefully take some inspiration to absolutely send it through. So the Tasmanian, will want to take out this competition. She'll want to win gold, but I think she'll probably want to beat our New Zealander, but that's going to be a tough task to ask for. So 4th in the Open final, 55.42, sits just a mere 2 meters off the World Junior qualifier. PB of 56.77, so just under a metre off the World Junior qualifier. Can the Tasmanian find the big throw that we all know she's capable of and, well, book a seat on the plane for Eugene?
She is a star in the hammer throw. She's never lost a junior title, has Arielle Cannon, so she's undefeated in terms of junior ranks, and now stepping into these under-20s, I would say she'll be hard-pressed to be beaten as an Australian, but that first green and gold singlet would mean the world to her. She was good in the senior nationals, 4th there, as you mentioned. She'd like to follow in some good history. Alex Hulley, the most recent of the Australians to dominate the hammer throw scene. She was the gold medalist, you remember, back in 2018 in the Gold Coast. And so for Cannell, I reckon that she would take a lot of inspiration from the likes of Alex Hulley. But let's see. This would be a great way to end the championships. We've got a few that are vying for those under-20 spots, of course, but she certainly deserves it with the junior career she's been able to put together, the Tasmanian. Got to compete at home this year. She was down there at the Hobart Track Classic for the hammer throw as well. So she's had a fun year, that's for sure. This would be a great way to cap it off over the summer.
Absolutely. I mean, even to travel internationally to New Zealand to throw her PB over there would have been super exciting. One of the track classics that New Zealand puts on. We see many of Australians head down there in the early parts of the year to attempt to put some decent marks on the board there. The other competition that is underway adjacent to the hammer throw is our men's under 15 shot put. That competition has really only just begun. They've only just had their first attempts. The leader of that is the Queenslander Hudson Severson. It is currently a Queensland podium as well.
Yeah, they've got some good throws up here.
But I mean, anything can happen. We're really only in round one. So lots of action in these field events here. Well, I was going to say this morning, but in the early hours.
No,
we've
hit the afternoon now, Ella. You've been here for a while, so it's understanding to miss the changeover to the afternoon. This is Mania Coulter in the circle. So for those from Tasmania looking out for Ariel Cannell, she'll throw in about 3 to 4 athletes' time. And I love that they put that red line out there so you can visually see once they've achieved that World Junior standard. I mean, we do it for qualifying in major championships around the world, of course, when you get that auto qualifier and you know that you're through, but makes it a lot easier, not just for us and everyone in the stadium, but for all of you watching on at home. Put some good energy out there. I think she's a chance. She's only a metre short. She's thrown over 60 metres with the lighter hammer in years gone by. So she would know the rhythm of throwing over 60 metres. But of course, when you increase the weight, it becomes more difficult. But she is a star, and she deserves a spot.
The other under-20 event that we're about to see on the track, that's the first heat of the women's 100-metre hurdles. So there's 3 heats there. So the qualifyings will be top 2, next 2 fastest.
Well, how's the turnaround from this to the final as well?
It's a bit insane, but it happens at the seniors and major championships, so not uncommon. If you're looking at the results and think you're hallucinating because you've seen Harding on the screen for about the 4th time already today, this is a different Harding that we just saw win the national championship. Who you'll see in this race, this is Jamison Harding. She actually went over in the pole vault. She was second there yesterday. She's an under 18 competing up in these under 20s. Her sister Shakira Harding was second in that 4 hurdles today. So Shakira ran an under 20 qualifier. Jamison has jumped the pole vault under 20 qualifier. She was second in that competition. I'm sure she'd be a little bit disappointed with that as she knows she was the highest jumper this season. She looks like to be the fastest athlete in this field. She'll go out of lane 4 with the Harding's family signature. That's the pink ribbon on top there, so super easy to spot. But Jamison Harding here, she's the one to watch. I don't want to say she'll be out for blood having missed out on that under 20 pole vault, but what can she do over this race? You've just seen Mitch be super pumped.
Yeah, well, we'll come back to it in a moment, but I'm a bit bewildered by it, but we'll come back to it. You're on a roll here for the hurdles. You keep going.
All right, so they are standing behind their blocks. We will see 7 athletes get away in this field. So it will be in lane 2, Sarah Ann Coote from New South Wales. In lane 3, Dixie Collin from New South Wales. You see the start list there. In lane 4, the Victorian, watch for the pink ribbon, Jamison Harding. In lane 5 from Queensland, Alicia McDonald. In lane 6 from New South Wales is Sarah Louis. In lane 7 from Queensland, Georgia Hopwood. And in lane 8, rounding out our field, is Perla Maisie. So watch for Harding. Watch for Jamison Harding. In lane 3, she's 3 from the inside. Distinctive by her pink ribbon. top two, next two fastest. They don't need to put any world record times on the board or anything like that. They just need to guarantee themselves a spot in the final. Best of the starts there, as expected, was Harding. It is the Queensland Amazing going with her on the outside, but Harding streaming through these hurdles, clearing these sticks beautifully. She'll come through with ease if she can clear this last one cleanly. So Harding there will put a sub 14 time on the board with a negative 1.0 headwind. We'll see, I think it is McDonald from Queensland. She was out of lane 5. She'll get the second of those automatic spots, but pretty dominant run from Harding in this first round of hurdles.
It was. You just had to be clean. Just want to make sure you're in that final. That's the most important thing to check off. And obviously we've seen it in a few of these finals already in the 200-metre hurdles, how hard it can be. So congratulations. It's a quick time with a headwind, sub 14. And to your point, just so technically proficient over the top of the hurdle. So through to that final,
well, Mitch,
we'll see her back pretty quickly here this afternoon.
She's already now run. With that run, that's put a World Junior qualifier on the board. We've got 5 that have qualified. 14.10 is the qualifier. I actually was going through this start list yesterday. Some really interesting things, and I wonder whether or not they've checked in. The one that comes to mind is Aisha Shave. So she's actually an under 18. She ran 13.60 in the under 18s to win that title. She comes back for the under 20. Now, if you're thinking 13.60, she's run the World Junior qualifier. She hasn't. The hurdle height's a little bit different. But Mitch, we'll flick to something you were super excited about just before.
Well, yeah, I was keeping a close eye on the women's hammer throw. Have a look at this here. So the confusion for me was I was under the impression the red line's the World Junior qualifier. It's actually marked at 56 metres. So the World Junior qualifier is just past that. But Ariel Cannell, 56.32, all ready to start this competition. So she's putting herself in a good place to be able to get out over that 57-odd marker we need for the World Juniors. So hence my reaction where I thought, have we seen this in the first round already? It's already done, but just shy of that World Junior standard. A good competition nonetheless through the first round. We'll keep a close eye on Cannell and Paige Fletcher as well. The New Zealander's thrown just over 54 metres, but as we turn our attention back here, and it's a great point you make, Ella, because these hurdle heights are getting higher. So in that under 18s, you know, we get excited by times in the sprints and the middle distance and all that sort of stuff. This is the one where technically and in the field events, things change. So Shave a big watch. She's a supreme talent, and clearly she thinks she's got an opportunity here maybe to make that World Junior team. It's going to be hard to take down Harding and Tammin Lamprette as well inside of the track. She's the second fastest of our under-20s this year at 13.71. So we've talked about it till we're blue in the face. You win it with the time and you're automatically in, and then it's selector's discretion from there. So fascinating to see what happens here. Just get through safely. Lamprette, Bestley, Boys, Todd, Miken, Mitchell, Shave, and Jenkins. The watch is second from the left. Aisha Shave, the youngster, already won a national title here at these championships, and Lamprette on the inside as well. Good starter, typically. Another with some strong family lineage here at these championships. The youngster's already got gold second from the left, so can she add to the tally? Heat 2 here. Great start there from Lamprette on the inside. Shave, the medalist from the under-18s. Some work to do next to her in Jenkins. So Jenkins is second, but Tammin Lamprette is away from this field with 2 more to go. Just needs to get over cleanly and does. 13.79 into a 1.3 headwind. Neve Jenkins next. Shave in third. We'll wait because it's only the first 2 automatically. They'll have a very quick turnaround for the final this afternoon, but Lamprette impressive.
Absolutely. I mean, Jenkins as well, she's another, well, both those athletes, 1, 2, both have World Junior qualifiers already to their name, so they'll be super pleased to put a decent run on the board. Jenkins just dips over that World Junior qualifying mark, 14.19. Now we've got 2 athletes who have run World Junior qualifiers in the heats. So that is Lamprette, 13.79. We'll see this third heat. We have another World Junior qualifier coming in this third heat. That is Sullivan. Mitch, now she's worked really hard on her top end speed recently. Sullivan really impressed me up in down in Melbourne. She clearly put a big winter in to work on that flat speed. I mean, we've heard Liz Clay talk about it in the past, how important the flat speed and the development of the flat speed is in this event if you want to execute and you want to execute well. So Charlie Sullivan, the Victorian, second up in the all schools in the 100 metres, 11.85. She won the under 18 comp at all schools as well. Reminder, that is a different height, but it sets herself up well. She knows how to win championship racing, so she'll be looking to book her spot in the final. She's got the third fastest World Junior time on the board so far, 13.90 with a plus 2.0. So I'd say she's the favourite. You're going to see her go out of lane 4. That's 3 from the inside. But she's not going to have it all her own way.
She won't. Next to her is Izobelle Wing as well, the Tasmanian, the heptathlete, who had a great competition with Bailey Vandenbroek in Sydney last week for the under-20 champs. Goes in 3 next to her, but you can talk at length about the importance of the flat speed. Another of our 400-metre hurdlers in particular, Sarah Carley, done a lot of work on that over the last 2 years. So just need to get through here. I can imagine the nerves settle in as you start to pull away even from fields in an event like this where you're feeling so strong, so confident, but the mental work that you need to do to be focused the whole way through is probably just as equally important as being fit enough to run at that pace. So there they are. You can see Wing there to Sullivan, Little, Pretorius, James, Cretina, Muscat, and Blair is inside. Last chance to get into this final here, Ella, and you've picked Charlie Sullivan as the one to watch. I like it.
Absolutely. Back her in. I've seen her on the track from a junior, and I think her development has been well timed, to put it that way. So watch for her. She's in lane 3. If she can get this race clean, so Sullivan out of the blocks well, but so was Wing. Wing leading ever so slightly as they run into these final 4 flights of hurdles. So Sullivan doing the work now. She wants the auto cue, but she doesn't just want the auto cue. She wants to take the bragging rights with her. If the clock stays where it is, 14:10, that's the World Junior qualifier. So we'll wait to see whether or not it gets rounded up or rounded down. But impressive run from Sullivan. She'll probably want to clean up the early stages of that race. Wing had her in the first half of that. So impressive run from Izobelle Wing. As you said, under 20 qualifier up in Sydney where they ran the heptathlon earlier last week. But I mean, that's the first run, right? It's not really the one that counts. We talked about whether or not athletes would come out and put big runs on the board. We saw sub-14 runs in the first 2 heats, but maybe Sullivan's saving her bickies for the big one in the final.
The hurdles is always a fascinating one because you almost don't want to push too hard if you can avoid it. Not that you want to in any heat, but when you have to navigate the hurdles as well, you just want to make sure you're through cleanly if you do have a gap on the rest of the field. So it's good that they're all through because there's every chance that we miss 1 or 2 of them making a final. But now we got the real show. Now they know that when they get to that final, they're taking on the best of the best. Everybody's there. So it's going to be a cracker. Izobelle Wing, for a heptathlete, she's able to really perform well individually. She was in the sprints earlier this week as well. Didn't quite get what she wanted there. But given that she put up 7 events last week up against Bailey Vandenbroek, who's also here competing, but done now at these championships, she gets herself into a junior final. So Charlie Sullivan, Izobelle Wing, there's no time qualifiers from there for Jocelyn Blair. But what have we got? About an hour and a bit turnaround between what we've just seen there in the heats and the finals. There's the full field. Look at that. Lampret, Harding, Sullivan, Wing all have World Junior qualifiers. Jenkins, McDonald, Sarah Ann Coop, and the youngster gets through. 14.72 for Aisha Shave by 1/100th of a second. That's going to be a great final. That's a little later on this afternoon. When I say a little later on, I mean very soon. So don't go anywhere. Stay here on 7+. It's the men's turn to make their way through to a final. So right back into the thick of the action here. It's our men's under 15 shot put competition. And have a look how far these guys can get this out here. So they're throwing just shy of 15 metres for a medal. The gold medalist is currently out over 16 metres and doing it consistently. A duo of Victorians start their comp. Two different types of techniques here. You can see the skip across the ring here, and then some adopt the spin. Now, you typically, in fact, you always see the spin at a senior level, but that's more of a junior technique, the skip across. That's what you learn initially when you start shot putting, and you can generate so much power with so much momentum, but as you get older and as you get more comfortable with the spin, most athletes tend to adopt that. So, Tulapiu is in third, 14.61. Then Severinson's at 15.76. That's Hudson Severinson. And then Jonti Tukafu leads the comp. Only man over 16. He's done it twice at 16.72 in the second round. We continue with our women's under 20 hammer.
We're in the second round of throws there, Mitch. So just waiting to see who that one was there. Was one of our New South Wales athletes. I mean, the big watch in this one, we spoke about her before. That's Cannell. She had a big throw of 56.32 in that first round, leading the comp out from Paige Fletcher, who is an exceptional athlete. I mean, at her best, she's thrown over 60 metres. So an absolutely outstanding competition to come. We have another one of our New South Wales athletes enter into the ring.
Well, there's some good force here in the initial stages, so that'll go a fair old way. About 43 metres, I would think. So a good throw. It's competitive in the comp, but right now you need to throw over, well, technically 49.31, because Paige Fletcher, of course, the New Zealander, to be up in a bronze medal position. Luima's in fifth at 49.18. And Ariel Cannell, who's our leading contender to get that World Junior standard of 57.50, is leading the comp with 56.32. So not much needed when you hear it, but in execution is easier said than done, though it is very, very, very possible. She's a 56-metre thrower consistently, but just needs one to connect. I think she's next in the circle after this, the Tasmanian. So you spend enough time with these throwers and what you see to the naked eye, you go, okay, very quick, spin a lot, try and release it at the right angle. But the technical side of things that they speak of, it's mind-boggling how many cues and how many things that they need to get right for this to go perfect. And so I wonder what the cues would be right now for Ariel Cannell, who's, as I said, won every title from under 16s and up, even younger than that. Knows how to win them.
Well, can she win it and throw a World Junior qualifier with it?
Well, look at the step back. Even the officials are preparing for a 57-metre throw. They've all been standing ahead of that 56-metre line, we think, where that red marker is. They've all taken one big, long step back for Ariel Cannell. And I'm sure plenty from Tasmania watching on here, so hello to you on a Monday afternoon. Can we see it out over 57.50 here? Great speed in the ring. I think it will fall just shy, though. It will, so keeps the throw.
That's okay, though. She doesn't have to do it now. If she makes that top 8, which at the moment she probably will, she'll get 6 throws to do it. But we're going to head down to the track for another one of our heats in this under 20 event. This is the 110 hurdles. Now, a little bit of the inside scoop. actually go to uni, have a class with Will Wong. He was one of our representatives in the under-20 competition in Peru. I asked him, in your professional opinion, Will, who am I backing in these races? He wasn't able to give me one name, but he gave me three. That is Oliver Facer, Harrison Purcell, and Hudson McKay. They all have the under-20 qualifiers, so fair enough that that's the three he wants to back in. The other ones that I want to bring to attention is we've got three athletes again trying to do what Aisha Shave did. That is Jedin Orang. He ran in the under-17, so he's not only stepping up from under-18s, he's stepping up from the under-17 hurdle event. Ken Ferrante Tanikawa, he's competed basically all weekend. We saw him come fifth in that under-18 race. He just clipped the hurdle there, which made him a little bit unsteady. Otherwise, he was looking good for the win there. You can see him. He's in the South Australian uniform going out of 8. He also came 13th in the javelin. I believe he ran off his hurdle straight into jav, and 6th in the discus. Callan Jensen is another one. He's run 13.92 over the lower height, remember. We're looking for, these races will be at 99.1 centimetres. The other one is Cameron Badger. You're a big fan, Mitch. He came third in that under-18 110 hurdles and second in the under-18 400-metre hurdles. I mean, you might be asking, why would these juniors do this? I mean, they're at the end of their competition, so many of them have already raced the races that they need to run. It's potentially really good for development, as these boys in these under-17 and under-18, well, in the under-18 competition in particular, will have to step up to the higher height. It's not unreasonable here that they could end up racing quite well and sneak into a final like Shave. So you can see start list there. Purcell, definitely the one to watch. He's 2 from the inside, the Queenslander, fastest seed time coming into this and the fastest world junior qualifier. Jensen in 1, Gwynn in 2, Jakimowski in 5, Bacletta in 6, Jeddah Ongana in 7. He's the under-17. Ken Ferrante Tanakwa in 8, another one to watch. Colipolis in 9 and Steghouse in 10. So definitely lane 3. That's probably where I'll have my eyes peeled. That's 2 from the inside, and watch for this Southern Australian, the junior, the one bringing it up to the under-20 boys. 3 from the outside.
Yeah, 3 go here as well. Only 2 of these heats for the men's under-20, so could we see some surprises? I'm a big fan of young Ken Ferrante Tanakawa. I'd love to see him in this final, but I think Harrison Purcell is the one they'd all love to beat here.
Purcell out of 3 gets the best of the starts of the Queenslander, but Gwynn will attempt to go with him. A little bit of a fall on the inside, doesn't phase the likes of Purcell. He'll stream through here. Ken coming strong, but it will be all Purcell's race. A little bit of a stumble there. The Queenslander on the outside. That was Jacomonsi. Callum Jensen there, we will lose. He took a pretty heavy tumble out in lane 2 as he went over the 3rd flight of hurdles there, but we've come to expect that in our sprint hurdling. It is such a technical, challenging event. We often lose some of the best in the world in the heats, so Purcell, he's like, relax, everything's all good, made the final, did what I need to do. 14.13, that qualifies 14.05, negative 1.5. That's not to worry though, because he's got to come back very shortly, Mitch.
Told you this is the one they'd want to beat, this guy. He's been class all year long, and he just showed it again there in those heats. We feel for our young Queenslander in Jensen, who was another who had that time. So, of course, this is what I was saying in the women's. It's just getting through to that final that's oh so important. But Gwynn as well was good, and Ken Ferrante Tanakawa gets that 3rd automatic spot. So right now the small queues are 15.14 and 15.70 from Bacaletti and Jakimowicz. But Harrison Purcell, as expected, on cue. takes the win here in the first of 2 of these men's under 20 heats. And the next one's loaded with just as much talent. They make their way out to the blocks, and there has to be something in watching the first heat and seeing a tumble or seeing something not executed the way the athletes wanted to. So hopefully they can brush this off and just get ready for their own race. The watchers here are in 5, the youngster Cam Badger, who I am very much so on record of saying I'm a big fan of what he can do. He's a silver medalist in the 400-metre hurdles. Last year he won the age group below by thousandths of a second from Ken Ferrante Tanakawa. So what does he take from his run into the heats? But Ollie Facer of New South Wales, last year's national champion. He's in the window, on record of being under the World Junior Qualifier. He ran that into a headwind as well, it has to be said, his fastest time this year. Only one of those qualifiers into a headwind thus far. So what could he do if he gets a favourable tail here, the likes of Ollie Facer?
The hurdlers do talk about that tail and headwinds not having as big of an impact in the sprint events.
Well, the tail can push you too close to the hurdle. It can throw off your rhythm. The headwind fighting on against it over the top. So Tamari, Lewis Wong, Zane Dean, Roman Muse, Cam Badger, Jesse Masters, Ty Gonzalez, Hudson McKay, and Ollie Facer, McKay as well. 13.79 this year for the Victorian. He's the second fastest in the window. He ran that in March this year back home in Melbourne. And with 3 qualifiers, and you are the guys that are potentially half a second faster than the rest of this field, if not more at your best, execution, I imagine, would be the trigger word going on in their mind.
They'd have a couple of things, I would say, that they want to do well. Maybe it's, can you get to the first hurdle, or can you snap the trail leg around fast? I don't think they'll be looking for an all-out race. I think that'll actually disadvantage them coming into the final. But can they pick 1 or 2 things they want to execute really well? I mean, the likes of Hudson McKay, look for his start. He has a good reputation of reacting well to that gun and coming out nice and hard. So we'd potentially expect for him to be first out of the blocks. But I mean, you're a big Cameron Badger fan. He goes out of 5, but if you're looking for the 2 that have made the World Junior Qualifier or done the World Junior Qualifier already, that's 8 and 9, McKay and Facer. That's 3 and 2 from the from the outside. So, Mitch, I'd say they're my 2 to watch.
Yeah, it'll be good. They get to push each other as well, right next to each other. So, what they're looking for here is just to make the final. To your point, no need to run as hard as you can. You're coming back in an hour and 20 minutes. You would hardly even have time to get to the warm-up track and really cool down and warm up again. It's just keeping yourself fresh and ready for the impending final. On the last day here of the Australian Junior Athletics Championships, many of these guys already been active across the week. Some haven't. Some have been waiting for this race. The second of 2 heats here. Top 3 are going to go automatic. Second closest to you at home, Facer. And next to him, Hudson McKay, the fastest man in this field. And in 5, the youngster Cameron Badger stepping up for an opportunity maybe to join Ken Ferrante Tanakawa as a part of the final. But won't get it easy.
We've also got 3 internationals in this race, Mitch, from 3 different countries.
Well, they're everywhere here. We've got French Polynesia in lane number 1. That's Tamari. And then we've got the New Zealander in Gonzalez in 7. And then Eugenie of France is closest to you here at home. In fact, he won't be competing. He hasn't taken his lane here. So we're without the Frenchman. The rest of this field here, though. Ollie Facer closest to you at home. McKay next to him. Heat number 2. Good start, the Victorian, explosive there, and Hudson McKay. So McKay gets to this hurdle first, and Facer not too far behind. Badger pushing on for that 3rd automatic spot, but these 2 out in front of class here in this field, and they'll get through comfortably. 14.17 into a 1.1 headwind. It's McKay to face her, and then Badger. He just clipped that last hurdle, the Victorian. He'll clean that up to be back here in just under an hour and a half's time for the final. Quick dap up, quick well done. Recovery time, boys. You'll be back here in the not-so-distant future.
He did well there because he actually ended up clipping 3 lots of hurdles. So he's done really well there to hold on.
Well, look at his conversation here. I reckon he said to the other Victorian, he goes, I made a mess of that. That was nowhere near the cleanest hurdling I could possibly do.
But he's made a mess of it. He's won his heat, and he's run just 0.1 off the qualifier. I actually think that sits him in with the fastest qualifier of the lot. And it certainly does, just beating out Purcell by 0.01 of a second. So you'd take confidence from that. You'll see these results come up now. McKay face up Badger. He slips in. So Badger, the junior. We've got 2 juniors into this final.
It's good experience building for those two. I don't think will be on the podium, but gives themselves every opportunity to scope the field and scope the higher heights of the hurdles. Give them another year of development over them, and oh boy, they'll be scary. 14-15, Hudson Mackay. Harrison Purcell, 14-16. Facer, 44. All the way down to Lewis Wong, who's the slowest qualifier into the final, but in from New South Wales. So what a final that will be. If you love hurdling, these guys are back in about an hour and 20 minutes. Our women are back in about 70. So don't go anywhere. Some 800-metre finals for the juniors to come, and then we're back with more under-20 action after this. Izzy Louison-Roe, not far away as well, right here on 7+. Okay, we're going to take a detour here because this man, he's not the hero we asked for, but he's the hero we need here in this women's hammer throw competition. So typically you can shake this net, get a big stick, whatever it may be, to get the hammer throw when it's errant into the netting, but we've required a forklift. I've got a few questions here. One, how long have they had this forklift waiting for a moment like this? And 2, how many times in not even national athletics, but world athletics have we got a forklift in to get a hammer throw? I'm liking the safety as well. He's climbing his way up the net almost. He was attached to it at the bottom. He's got some confidence at the top. They got the harness. WorkSafe will be happy. Have a look at him. Now, how quickly can he get it out? If it's really simple. Here we go. This is one of those classic things that like every dad should know how to do. How to get a hammer out of the net. You know? Look at him. There he goes. He's back down. Competition resumes. But how's that? I don't think I've ever seen a forklift have to be brought in to get
I don't think I've ever seen that
out.
either. I don't think I've ever seen that
But
either.
where has it been? Where are they keeping this forklift? Because it's already off the track.
This is a big stadium.
But where has it come from?
We clearly did not pay enough attention.
I want to know. It has to have come out of the start-finish line there, but where are they storing it here? Anyway. I think I'm focused on the wrong part of that, but I can't shake but wonder where that is. Anyway, women's under 15 800-metre final up next. The full field is here with Harper Fraser, Ayla Moon, Portia Slater, Ellie Eckstein, Grace Little, Billy Richardson, Fikey Potter, Elsie Hamilton, and also Yuki Braybrook. So for mine, and I'm sure for most, Billy Richardson, the Western Australian, out of hip number 6. Fastest in this field, looked so controlled as well in the qualification to get here. So did Elsie Hamilton of the ACT. She's going to go out of hip number 8, but really across the board, on anybody's day, they could get up for a medal here because Moon as well, out of hip 2's run 2:10.
She's a
Potter's
400-metre
run
runner.
2:10. So this is the thing. This is what you have to keep in mind for an 800 metres. If you're coming 15.8, you're going to have the aerobic capacity, of course, to maintain at a reasonable clip. If you're coming from a 4.8 and the pace is slow, you lick your lips at that and you go, I'm likely to have the best kick in this field. So for the likes of a Billy Richardson, who's the fastest, I would imagine she might take the sting out of the legs of a few here.
So they are away, and it is Moon who's the resident 400-metre runner that looks like she's taking it out pretty hard. She'll bring out Eckstein with her as well. They'll want to get to the barrier first. Billy Richardson, just nice, sitting pretty at the moment. She'll start to move into the lead as they come down the middle of the back straight. So it's the New South Wales athlete on the outside, or the ACT, apologies, Hamilton on the outside, that will lead them into this first 200 metres. But Richardson is sitting in a really comfortable place. She'll like her chances here. Making moves a little bit is her WA compatriot, that is Little. So Richardson right on the shoulder there. We've seen so many athletes in the championships sit on the shoulders. We talked about it. That's extra running, but it's okay. She's like, I've got a 3-second PB over you guys. I'm going to try and do it anyway. So pack of 3 out in front. That is the ACT, Hamilton, Little and Richardson. Richardson will expect her to make a move here. So they've gone through in 62, Mitch. What can they do in this final lap?
Yeah, it is quick. 62 seconds. I don't think they would have run at this pace all that often. So right now it's going to be a push down to the line with 300 metres to go, and it's a good group of 3 at that. So leading them out there is Elsie Hamilton of the ACT. But Billy Richardson, she's run 2:07 before at her fastest and is biding her time, waiting for a moment to strike, but it's not going to come easy to her at all from Elsie Hamilton, who continues to keep out our Western Australian. Holding on behind there is Little, and she's got some company maybe here in a moment. So an all-out sprint now with 200 metres to go. Hamilton's been brave on that inside, but now you see Billy Richardson find some form here with 150, but joined closely at the hip by Little. So 100 metres to go here in the under 15, 800 metres. Billy Richardson's out in front. Little sits there in second. Our Queenslander starts to fly up for a minor medal as well. And now they start to move away. There is Richardson. Look at this last push from Eckstein. Richardson in front of Eckstein. 2:09.15. The Queenslander never gave up. Gets up for a silver. But Billy Richardson waited until just under 200 metres to go and timed that kick to perfection. Wins it here in the women's 800.
What a great race. 2:09.15. I mean, it doesn't matter at all because these kids are too young, but that does sit just off our World Junior qualifier. So Richardson definitely one to watch in the coming years. She'll be sensational. Mitch, you're pulling out the papers there, which makes me feel like we could be potentially close to a championship record. So
Yeah.
I'll wait for you to update us there.
She's got it. She's taken Ivy Boothroyd's championship record.
Isn't that a record to take? Ivy Boothroyd, an absolute star of the sport. Watch here, though. I thought Little ran such an aggressive race. I think she set it up so well. Potentially just started her run into the finish line a little bit early, fading in the final parts of the front straight. The Queenslander, though, Eckstein, that'll be a massive PB, I believe, and just timed it beautifully. I thought that was a great run.
Yeah, I wonder. She might go back and think, geez, maybe I could have gone a little earlier or sat in a different spot. When you have so much energy like that, it's a real telling sign, one, that I think she could also run a mean 1500, but two, the positioning earlier in the race, you probably go back and reflect and go, maybe that's an opportunity missed, but there's never an opportunity missed really when you're a national medalist, is there? So Billy Richardson wins it, Ellie Eckstein is in second, and Elsie Hamilton holds on for third, just ahead of Grace Little, who should take a lot from that run as well. In terms of positioning and in terms of strategy, I thought she actually might have been best suited there, was Little. So championship record for Billy Richardson continues to impress in these junior ages. We turn to our men now.
This is stacked.
And this is a very, very good race.
I mean, I'm looking at the seed times here. So 3 seconds separates the fastest PB through to the slowest. The one we want to look for is the New South Wales athlete, 3 from the inside. Zarika, 2:02.29 at his best. Comes in with a 2:05. I think he really cruised through the heats, to be honest with you. So, I mean, it's really hard to pick someone in this, Mitch.
Well, that's just it. And that's always the fun part of these younger ages, you know, the 14s, 15s, 16s. That gap, at times, you might have one athlete, you know, who's so much faster or so much better or whatever it may be. But for the most part, the group itself is always close together. So I agree. I think Zarika has a bit more to give.
Next up on the track is our under 15 men's 800 metre final. Introducing
Have a look at these guys. You know, I don't mind the Jake Burt either from Tasmania. So it's Sim, McAdam, Zurika, Walker, Frolic. I'm trying to remember correctly if it was Frolic who had, one of these guys had a big kick down to the line from memory. Roberts, Janus, Burt and O'Connell heavily dominated by the Queenslanders. They've got 3 altogether in Frolic, Roberts and Janus. If you had to pick a winner, who would it be? Well, I'm going to go with Jake Roberts, the Queenslander.
Are you looking at me to ask
No,
me to pick
I'm
someone?
not. I'll stand alone on this.
That's okay. I think I'd rather it that way because it's packed.
Here we go. They'll come back. You could see Flynn Walker, little nervous on the back foot, was doing a bit of tap dancing. And he's still dancing. He just wants to get started. Does Flynn Walker. Sometimes it puts you a little on edge, though, here in an 8. Let's go now. There we go. So no more tap dancing for Flynn Walker. He's away quickly, though, so the anticipation clearly was on the mind. He just wanted to get out there and get into his work as this group makes their way around the first 100. Look at that trio of Queenslanders. Frolic, Roberts and Janus there, all in the middle of the track. All, I think, will get down to that railing pretty quickly. The group on the inside motivated. That's the Western Australian and McAdam. The tallest man in this field will get to the front. It'll be good for a windbreak for a couple of these boys. I think they'll be happy about that as we see Isaac Zurika sit there on the shoulder, the Victorian Walker inside of him, and the trio of Queenslanders hunting like a wolf pack here at the moment in this under-15 final. So Zurika gets to the front. McAdam will just stay on that rail. You'd think the whole group is there all round about the marker. It's not blistering, but as I say that, with 50 metres to go here in the opening lap, Zurika putting his foot on the accelerator. He'll take him out here, lead him to the deep end and see who can swim.
Well, this is really interesting. He just wants to go out real hard. He doesn't want to leave this race to chance. He saw the kickdowns in the earlier heats, and he doesn't want to allow these opportunity for any other athletes. So he looks the best at the moment, but McAdam there is fighting hard. It's the Victorian Walker that was a little bit unsteady early, but he's certainly not unsteady in how he's racing. Late moves are happening with the Queenslanders starting to come through now. So Zurika a fair bit out in front. He's probably at least 10 metres. The Queenslanders making a run for it. He's going to round out the McAdams on the outside. So Zurika will have to finish strong here as we've got a Queenslander hot on his heels, and he'll use the home crowd to try and bring him to victory. But you'd think it would be all Zurika with about 20 metres ahead of the rest of the field. He'll fly past the Brisbane side. A hot chasing Queenslander will come in behind him. I believe that is going to be Roberts. But all class from Zurika. He'll pull through for a sub 2-minute run as an under 15, which is just incredibly impressive there, Mitch.
Well, he's just missed Alex Rowe's championship record. So, of course, the former Australian record holder. And if he's on pace to have a career like that, he'll have one hell of a journey in athletics. So 1:58.40. Frolic gets up for second, 2 minutes 71. And the Victorian 2:01.95. Flynn Walker holds on for third. Frolic up that back straight. You thought, geez, he is absolutely humming along. Could he be the one to go and get after Isaac? But manages to hold on. Still celebrating down there. I like it. A couple more. I like it. The big chest pump. He's done well. He earned it, didn't he? He made that move prior to the bell and never looked back.
Absolutely, and I think Frolic would look at that race, similar to what happened in the last one. Look at him move up the back straight. He probably should have gone a bit earlier, covered the moves of Zurika, because he clearly had a fair bit left in the tank. Zurika just miles ahead, but it's Frolic that makes the major moves in this final 200 metres, particularly the 150. Walker saw him and thought, if I want a bronze medal, I'm going to have to go with him. But it's the leg speed and the turnover from Zurika that really puts the nail in the coffin to win this race. So such sensational running from our juniors. And I mean, so much exciting things to come. Another one just off a championship record. So these are quick. But I feel like we don't see championship racing from juniors.
Not typically, not at the level of senior championship racing we've seen in years gone by. And He loves it. Give him a bit more pump up, Isaac. So, Alex Rowe, I don't know if you'd be watching, but you hold your record, Rowie, for a little bit longer. 2 minutes for Lockie Frolick and Flynn Walker, 2:01. Back to the back of the field was 2:05, so it was a close-ish final for our men's under 15, and it's good conditions. It is warm, but in an 800 metres, it hurts. The hardest part is getting your mind and your body to do the same thing over the final 150. Sometimes if you can do that well, which I thought the Victorian did well in Flynn Walker to roll with the Lockie Frolic around his outside, but he's got something there, Isaac.
Well, we're waiting for the next 800 as they walk onto the track now. Just a little bit of an update with our field competition. They're in the third round of throws for our under 20 hammer.
Yes, I've been watching.
We have seen Canal run 55.20, probably not the throw she was looking to put on the board, but she's got time.
She does. She'll have 3 more throws at least, and you know, you do get the break in between, of course, of each throw, but the longer the competition goes, actually, it kind of works both ways, because some athletes love the first round, 2-3 rounds, because they're feeling fresher, they're able to rip and do everything they need to do. Others like to warm into the competition. So this will be, I would love to know the statistics on when Arielle throws some of her best throws, because I think of it off the rip. Someone like Mackenzie Little in the javelin, if you go back and look at her medals and her performances, most of them come from round 1. Opens the competition with a bang just about every time. Whereas even the Denny's of the world, I think in those middle phases, able to find his best. So still plenty of time for Arielle, like you said. And that's the fascination of field events. There's so many different little intricacies that you can get deep on.
And so many ways to do it.
Exactly. It's great stuff. I'm locked in. Well, one of our great field events is, just quickly before you introduce this field, Izzy Louison-Roe, I think getting ready to enter the competition shortly for the under 20 high jump. She's the world junior leader right now.
Well, and she's a silver medalist from last year, so she was underage silver medalist, already has a equal Australian record, a PB, and a world junior spot in the triple. So I'm looking forward to her competition, but let's not let that overshadow our under 16 800 metre final. So we've got 9 athletes in this field. In lane 1 from New South Wales is Gabrielle Moller. In lane 2 from Queensland is Kalani Kratzman. In lane 3 from Queensland is Luca Templeman. In lane 4 from New South Wales, Sienna Wade. In 5 from New Zealand, Lizzie Rose Dunn. In 6 from South Australia, Tilly Williams. From Tasmania in 7, Ava Lindquist. In 8 from New South Wales, Bethany Mawson. And in lane 9, rounding out our field from the nation's capital, Lara Packwood. So honestly, the whole field worth watching as usual, but Tilly Williams, if you had to pick one, she's in red, not making it difficult at all, but on her inside, the New Zealander also in red, has a reasonably fast seed time, but it really will depend on how they race here.
It does. Tilly Williams been in form, and now the opportunity awaits to find a national champion. So Moller, Kratzman, Templeman, Wade, Rose Dunn from New Zealand, Williams, Lindquist, Mawson and Packwood. Now, I would imagine Tilly Williams, the South Australian, will be quick to get out in front here. It's a pattern of hers in this style of racing, and you can see that now. She does just that. So our South Australian leads out a good group behind her. The watch is the Tasmanian, who sits there in 4th in Ava Lindquist. Looked really strong in those heats and finds herself in a pretty comfortable position at this point. It's quick through the opening 200 metres. So Tilly Williams isn't going to let this field have a kick on this one. Kratzman, the Queenslander's in 2nd. You can see now Lindquist starts to move around. The decisions get made. Do we want to let her go? Are we capable of letting her go? We've seen what's happened in some of these finals previous to this. Maybe we need to be closer as we get to the final 300 metres. But in this opening lap, this is fast. This is going to be just a touch over 60 seconds. So Tilly Williams is away with this field, and it's a game of catch me if you can.
Well, Lindquist is not going to let her go. She's really trying to bridge the gap there, and I think that's the smart thing to do. We saw the runs come late in the boys, but it wasn't enough. But I think the strength of Williams here to pull apart the field in the back straight is absolutely fantastic. it is Lindquist hot on her heels. We've got a late run coming from one of our New South Wales athletes. It looks like it's Sienna Wade. So Sienna Wade leading the run here in for Dunn as well. That'll come late in this championship. So it is Sienna Wade in third spot at the moment. Lily Dunn right behind her. You'll see as they round out into the front straight, Williams doing a fantastic job, an absolute masterclass in 800 metre running. She went out hard. She thought, I'm going to run a time trial today. I want to run a PB, and she's going to potentially do exactly that. So with about 40 metres to go, she's absolutely clear. There's a hard run coming from Wade to potentially take Lindquist in the last 10 metres, but that's an incredible time. 2:07.72. The pumps, the fist from Lindquist as well for second. I mean, a national medal's a national medal, so all props to her for the celebration. That'll be an under 20 qualifier, but she'll be too young, so but good for her development. So as the results start to come through here, it looks like it'll be, well, it not looks like, it'll definitely be Williams, Lindquist, and then Wade. A good run from the New Zealander, but just falls short of the Australian podium.
Yeah, what a run from Tilly Williams. She is used to being out in front and seeing what the field has behind her, but to run 2:07.71, well, that's another kettle of fish. She just goes from strength to strength, the young South Australian. I thought Lindquist was brave. I thought the fact that she was willing to go and get after Tilly Williams the best that she could, knowing that there could be a group challenging behind. It's always a hard decision to make in a race like this, but she made it with confidence, and it counts. It's silver medal at 2:10.55, and Sienna Wade, the best of this chase group. You're watching it on screen. That's Tilly Williams. So controlled, so strong down to the line, able to maintain form as well. It's hard over the back end of an 800 metres when the lactic is there and you're tired and you're dealing with all of that. She makes it look easy here in the final 100 metres, and Sienna Wade, that's a good push from her. It looked like she was bridging that gap back to Lindquist. But a great run, again, in these 800 metres, our women's under-16 event that time around.
Sets the scene well for our under-16 men's. I mean, I don't know how to lead into this. I keep saying, what an exciting final, but they really are all just exciting finals.
Well, you can't help it. I mean, look, there's only so many words you can use. I did see a funny comment on some Facebook page, I'm not sure which one, of people talking about our commentary, and someone had written about the Australian Junior bingo card of things that we must say often. So I don't know if he's playing along at home. You'd have to tell me if he's got bingo.
I definitely think he would, and I feel like right now I could sit here and add some.
Yeah, there's only so many things you can say at times. So if you are playing along at home, mate, I hope the bingo card's going well. Let's see if we can add some different phrases and words there for you, but I wouldn't be holding your breath. Here's the Victorian in the ring, under 20 hammer throw. Continues in round number 3. So we're finding our top 8. At the moment, the cutoff is Brooke Williams with her third round attempt of 45.83. And that might just do it because there's only women now inside of our top 8 left to throw. So Brooke Williams' 45.83 will be the cut to continue on the competition. Ariel Cannell's 56.32 in the first round, still leading the competition.
So different to the previous 800s, I think there's a clear standout in here. That one's Archie Grant from Victoria. He sits just on the outside of the middle of the field. He's got a seed time of 1:55.75, 2:01 to make it into this final, but it's 800 metre running. We don't often see PBs happen in heats. So I definitely say Archie Grant, but I mean there's a number of other athletes that have also gone sub 2 minutes. That's Watkins on his inside, 1:59.97 at his best, and Morse on his outside, 1:59.99. So they'll line up ready to embark on this endurance 2-lap event or sprint, depending on how you run it. So you can see in your screen both of the Victorian on the outside. That start list will pop up there now. It'll be a full field of 9. 1, Madden from Victoria. 2, Fletcher from New South Wales. 3, Alford from New South Wales. 4, Donarelli from Victoria. One of our favourites in 5, Watkins from New South Wales. The favourite in 6, Grant from Victoria. Sonny Moore in 7 from Queensland, another favourite. Maybe he'll use the hometown strength and the hometown advantage to his favour. Hooper in 8 from Queensland, and both are in 9 from Victoria. So what are we going to see from these under 16 men?
Well, I'm going to guess that it's going to be our man Archie Grant that gets to the front, and it's proven here this afternoon. If you get to the front and you stretch away from this field being the fastest, it's near on impossible to get caught. I liked Sonny Moore in the heats. I could imagine he's going to battle it out for a minor here. I mean, so many of them will, but I really did like his run. And you could throw in a Watkins there as well, given that he got through under 2 minutes. So I think it's Archie Grant's race to win, of course, but I would imagine he's going to take these boys to some dark places out of the opening 400 metres.
I mean, it is 800-metre running, so the pain cave is inevitable.
No lights in there.
So we will start this 800-metre race to determine the under 16 champion of this event, and you are exactly right. It is Archie Grant on the shoulder of Morse really early in this race. Our New South Wales athlete Alfred, who had a really good run in those heats, will attempt to go with him. It's the Queenslander that looks like he wants to lead. That is Morse. He was aggressive in the heats and he's gone out hard. He doesn't really want to settle coming into this first 200 metres here. So Watkins also looking good. He's sitting in at second at the moment. Grant just behind him in third. Grant's a pretty experienced runner. He'd back his ability in to be able to kick, so he's just got to keep in touch of the Queenslander Morse and the New South Wales athletes Watkins. So as they round into the bell lap with 400 metres to go, it's a gradual movement happening from Grant. He'll want to get to the rail, otherwise slip back. Otherwise they're going to run 3 wide here, Mitch, around this bend.
Yeah, this is fascinating. All 3 of them. I thought maybe the Victorian in Archie Grant would be away from this field at 400 metres to go, but he's had to wait a little bit longer, hasn't he? Because he's had some great challenge in front there from Sonny Morse. So Morse now slips back into that second spot. We can see the Victorian put his foot on the accelerator. I think they've got a few more gears left in them here, though, with 250 metres to go as the rest of the group tries to respond for those minor medals. But the Victorian, he's 4 seconds faster than this field on paper. He'll need to find every one of those seconds in the closing stages. He's away now at 150. It's Morse still sitting in second. There's a group of 4 or 5 wanting to roll on here in the home straight. So that'll be a fascinating battle in and of itself. But the Victorian with 80 metres to go, waited and waited and waited and executed now. Have a look at this fly for the minor medals. So the Victorian's going to hold on. The Queenslanders in 1-2 will box on 156.45 for Archie. And Morse holds on there to get up for the silver. And what a run from Ben Hooper, who was the best of that group trying to fly, wasn't he? It put the challenge on Sonny. He's able to hold on, but that's a great silver and bronze.
He just found that little bit of extra strength in the closing 2 metres of that race to just push a little bit forward. But, I mean, if there's a silver medal on the line, I guess that's definitely what we want to find. So, good racing from our boys here. You can see the dominance that Grant has over the field. This is why he comes in with a 155.75, and he showed us what it looks like to be able to run those kind of times. I just thought Morse, though, was so gutsy in his run. I think that was another really brave race.
Yeah, it was. To go out like that and lead out a guy that you know can run 55 takes some courage, and even here to hold on and to hold off some fast finishes, that takes a little bit of something. That's some gumption in the guts there for Sonny Morse. So fights on strongly for second over Hooper, but Grant, he takes it. Does Archie. He's got great form as well. There's a few in that group that I think have some great form. So that'll be a key watch over the years to come of 800-metre racing. But well done to the Victorian. He's the national champion here. Sonny Morse second, 157.61, and Ben Hooper, 157.71. Watkins goes under 2 minutes. Donarelli goes under 2 minutes, and Branson Botha goes under 2 minutes. They were part of that flying group for our men's under 16, 800 metres. So still plenty happening out here on the track. The field events, our under 20 women's hammer throw and high jump continues. We've got some down here along the home straight as well. But after this, we go to some junior sprint finals. Headlines everywhere here in Brisbane.
Welcome back to the last day of our Australian Junior National Championships. It's been an incredible day of competition so far. We are a number of under-20 finals down with a number to go. I think at the beginning, Mitch, we mentioned there's 14 to look out for, and there are 2 under away in the bend at the moment. That is the under-20 high jump. You can see the women's Izobelle Louison-Roe. She'll go to potentially better her PB championship record, Australian record, world lead, and all of the above.
Yeah, she just needs 1 centimetre to equal Eleanor Patterson's Australian junior record at 196. So I think she can get there. We can see the women's hammer continues here. We found our top 8 who's going to progress right on through. And they're in the 4th round now. You know what? Next in the cage will be Ariel Cannell, but Fletcher of New Zealand, she got up to 54.31 in the 3rd round. The improver was Coulter, who you would have just seen through 50.10. Sits in 3rd for the Australian competition, moves past Palipa Luima, 49.71. So next in the ring, here she is. This is Ariel Cannell. Can she improve her 56? That won't get there. She'll fall just shy of that. It's a consistent competition nonetheless. That'll be around the high 54s. If not, I think about the 55 marker again. So that means she would have thrown 56.32, 54.50, 55.20, and I think there again over 55.
Sensational throwing from her. Now, we do also turn to the women's under 1500 metre final. We saw them on the track earlier today. I mean, there were a number of athletes which I thought raced really, really well. The fastest qualifier coming into this is Marnie Lawrence, and she looked fantastic winning her heat. I believe she was in the 2nd heat there. Just from gun to tape, really led this field out and did her work as well in that last 20 metres to come through really strong. The other one that, I mean, I've spoken about this name so many times, and I'm sure it won't be the last because we'll see her sister over the hurdles later in the afternoon. But it is Harper Harding, 11.72 at her best, won her heat quite convincingly. She's at 3 for 3, Mitch. 3 for 3 and a championship record. We saw her just go and win the 200 metre hurdles. Can she go 4 for 4?
I don't see why not. If you've won 3, why not win 4? She's clearly an incredible athlete, and having run 11.72, she's the fastest in this field. So, look, if anyone's going to do it, it's probably going to be her, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I really hope they've bought extra luggage, because at this point between the entire family, they're going to bring back kilos.
Well, they're going to be needing some extra weight, aren't they? Maybe they bring a backpack, just an extra carry-on, just to hold all of their medals.
Well, at this point, we'll see people queuing up to get Harding's autographs at the finish line.
I'm surprised there's not more down there already yet.
So, field of 9 here. Vincent from Queensland in 1, Crute from Queensland in 2, DK from Queensland in 3, Ahoy rounding out our inside lot of Queensland in 4, Harding probably the favourite in 5. You'll see her on the screen there with her signature pink ribbon. Marnie Lawrence comes into screen now. She's the fastest qualifier going into the final. Malumbi from Queensland in 7. Mina Chow from WA in 8. And Whitfield, another Queenslander, rounding out our field in 9. You'll just see them getting reintroduced to the field, to the stadium. It's super exciting to give our juniors the opportunity to be presented in the same way that our senior athletes are. I mean, I don't think we talk about it enough, but to make a national final is a big deal. I mean, we get all excited over our medalists, but to even be at nationals and then to make a national final is a huge achievement for our juniors.
Absolutely it is, and it's something you hold on to for a long time. Whether or not you go on to a senior athletic career is irrelevant. You just always remember these opportunities given to you here at a national level. So I like it. Lane 5, the watch. She's not only the fastest in the field, she would have to be one of the most productive over the last 5 days in terms of the gold she's already won. Hunting the 4th, Ella, this is all yours.
Oh, I'm so excited for this one. Clean start from outfield, and it was the Queenslander Hoy that gets out first in this race, but it is going to be all Harper Harding. She streams away in this final 30 metres. She can see the finish line. She can see 4 golds, and that is what she has done. So into a negative 2.3. If it stays the same, she'll go sub 12. I think she smelt the gold, and there was no way she wasn't going home without it.
Yeah, she's so quick out of those blocks, isn't she? In those opening stages, it already looked like the race was hers. So I think she's earned a well-earned break after this championship. She's been nothing short of amazing and caps it off here on the final day.
Just watch this. It is the Queenslander on her inside that actually gets out slightly better. Lawrence there behind from the beginning. She's almost at the back of the field, so her back 30, 40, 50 metres is just exceptional to come through for that silver. But the headliner is Harper Harding, 4 golds, and a championship record in her 4x1 for Victoria. So doesn't get much better than that.
Certainly doesn't. So what a run there. It's a streaked away winner. And of course those, well, now synonymous with the Hardings, it feels like you said earlier, those pink ribbon headbands. I think they're catching on. I think I've seen more Victorians in a few other states rocking the pink ribbon now. So they're starting to trend. Harper Harding wins it. Marnie Lawrence second. And Miara Ahoy in third at 12:45. Into a headwind like that. Whew, that's fast.
It certainly is.
So well done to our under 15 women in that 100-metre final. We're continuing to monitor our field events before our under 16 girls come out. And what a show we're about to be treated to by the 14-year-old from Western Australia. Caught the attention of global news overnight. Everybody in the track and field world was talking about Charlotte Ahoge after her 200 metres last night, where she fell just short of our under 18 national record at the under 16, apologies, national record set by Debbie Wells over 50 years ago. In that 200 metres, ran just over 23 seconds. Would have been enough to win the National Open title in Sydney.
That's insane.
Remarkable athlete. She's been dominant all year long. I'll wait for them to walk out before I give you the full scope of what our young Western Australian has been doing all year. It's not like she's just jumped out of the pack from nowhere. She's been class for even a few years. It's weird to say that about a 14-year-old, but she is making a name for herself here early.
She's she's part of another family, right? That is potentially hoping, maybe bringing a backpack to these championships as well.
There's 3 of them there. You've got Emanuela, who's I think a little older, and then Paul, all here, all competing. I think it was Paul who might have got disqualified in his 200. Emanuela's been great here as well. So somewhere in this crowd, there's probably a large support squad for Charlotte Ahoge,
Mitch,
who goes out of 4.
You're yet to really reach top gear, full 100%. Mitch, could we see this here in the box?
There's a chance. There's a definite chance. I mean, I think when you have a talent like this, it's hard not to be excited. I mean, she's got great talent on her outside as well. It should be said, in Sienna Vasella, who has been fantastic over the week. But for Charlotte Ahoge, you've got to remember that this girl earlier in the year at our Perth Track Classic was 3rd. In and amongst Zoe Hobbs, Ebony Lane. Now, it was big wind assisted, but ran 11:22 wind assisted. Here's Ariel in the circle, our women's under 20 hammer throw competition.
Around 5 of her throws.
Can we get it out over 57? That's what we're looking for. It looks a little better, and it is. It's over 56 again. But we need 57.50. That's what we're looking for a World Junior standard. So one more opportunity for her to get it.
Well, after that first round throw of 56.32, I think she'll be happy to be back over the 56-metre mark. So hopefully she's really starting to warm into it. With one big effort to go, we definitely want to see her over it.
So here we go. Quinn Byrne, Divine Chuckwoody, Liliana Hoffman, Charlotte Ahoge, who I said caught world attention last night. Sienna Vasella, Jayla Olm, Tana Hildebrand, Abigail Steele, Stella Peters. Sienna Vasella is such a good athlete. So is Jayla Olm from Tasmania. She'll get off to a quick start. Chuckwoody's gone under 12 seconds as well. This is a strange wind. It looks like it's sitting a little neutral right now, but within the span of the next 90 seconds prior to this race beginning, anything can really change. So to give some context, under 18 wise, Charlotte's already the equal 9th fastest under 18 100-metre runner we've ever seen, alongside Debbie Wells. Some good names ahead of her, including last year's winner in 11.14. Leah O'Brien holds that record. If we look even further than that, she will need to run under 11.45 to get the national record. She took Amelia Reid's national record, or championship record, in the 200 metres. Could she get her national record here today? I don't know. That wind is now starting to blow again down this home straight. But she'll have some challenge, I think, early. Where she does her best work is really out of that first 30 metres, and she's gone. But Sienna Vasella and Jayla Olm, they're not easy to beat. So this is going to be a cracking final. Women's under 16, 100 metres, the 14-year-old. One to watch here. There's so much conversation after Eddie ran 9.84 yesterday morning in that men's 100 metres. Of course, what we saw Gout do, what we've seen Zara Hagen do at these championships. You know what, a little later on, we got the 200-metre final. What Amaya Mearns could do, what Xavier Peacock can do. All of these guys and girls in this country running times we could have only dreamed of 3 years ago. And now you need them just to be competitive. Anyway, the final here, women's under 16, 100 metres. Ahoge, 4 from the right. Blistering there. Look at Charlotte Ahoge go, the Western Australian. So she dominated the 200 metres yesterday, and the 14-year-old looks set to repeat it here again. She will be the champion at 11.57. 1.5 the headwind. You heard me correctly. She's just 14 years of age and gets another national gold here in Brisbane.
Well, Ethan will be happy with that, and he'll be disappointed he's not in the box. He's a huge Ahoge family fan. So what an impressive run from her. 11.57 unofficially into a negative 1.5. Great running. Watch this. She just gets out so well.
So she's away from the field. We said it, isn't it? After the first 30 to 40 metres is where she does some of her best work, and just this drive down to the line, it's something else. And let's have a look, because our silver medalist will be Tanner Hildebrand, the Victorian. 12.01 for her, and Jayla Olm, the Tasmanian, goes third at 12.04. A good celebration down there at the line as well. You can see what it means to get that national medal. But for Charlotte Ahoge, it's 2 golds in 2 days for her.
She's
And into the headwind.
She's making light work of this track. Competition in the final stages, and she just thought, I'll pop in on day 3 and or not day 3 and 4, sorry, day 5 and 6.
Hey, these days
and pocket 2 goals.
They just blur together, Ella. They just blur together.
I feel like I've been here a long time. Mitch.
It is a long time here in Brisbane. A long time, but a good time at that. So congratulations to Charlotte Ahoge. Adds another gold medal to the tally. And as well as our minor medalists. Well done.
I mean, she really sets the scene for the boys' finals to come. I mean, both her and Harding. This under 15 final was so close to get into. I mean, you had to run 11 or 65 or faster. So they've done a sensational job.
Yeah, so our men, they'll be motivated from that. Here's Bailey van den Broek. So I was talking to you about Isabella Wing earlier in terms of getting through to the hurdles final. Well, this is your under-20 national champion over the heptathlon, the Tasmanian. So clearly these athletes sharpening up the tools ahead of their trip to Eugene, you'd assume. Well, for Van den Broek, it will be confirmed. We can see here Morsey at 164 on the bar. So all very keen to get over on the first attempt. We've seen how important countback can be at this competition and also globally, of course. Here's Blackman, 164 herself. So the other we're looking for is Madden Ellison. Here's the replay again. Sienna Vasella the surprise for me just didn't quite have it in her legs. So I need to see that start once more. But Charlotte Ahoge,
So impressive.
that's just going to get faster, and which is the amazing point. It's just going to get faster and faster and stronger those times in that competition. So,
I mean, if you're a senior, you're looking at that being like, we've got juniors throwing sensationally, and it really, you know, it sets up what's to come for our senior athletics.
absolutely, it does. I mean, we've already got, and it's important to always recognise, we've already got senior athletes winning Olympics and world champs and medaling and records, and, you know, Jess is breaking world records, and Nina's the Olympic gold medalist, and Denny's the bronze medalist, and Ola Schlagers is the reigning world champion, all this stuff. In and amongst all of that, the amazingly talented senior athletes we've got, they have to be aware now of what a 14-year-old might do alongside of that. I mean, that is just a crazy sentence.
Oh, absolutely. And 14 as well. Just her nerve to be able to race in those big races. See Vanderberg go over this height again, and she she was so close, not quite. Just clips it as she goes over the bar. Well, what you can see is the men lining up for the under 15 final of the 100. This is set to be a really, really close one. So who we're probably looking for in this race here, I mean, he just snuck into the final. That is Derek Okolo. At his best, which is insane, has run 10.68.
So the situation for Derek, is he coming in a little, has he been injured, or has he been, because he did just squeeze into this final? I'm not sure. I'd have to find out. I know he's coached by Mitch Thompson. He might be listening. Who knows? But you're right. At his fastest, he's going to be a hard man to stop, isn't he?
I mean, there's a number of other athletes that are contending quite nicely. Luke Webber from Western Australia hoping to follow in the shoes of Ahoge. He's run an 11.10 at his best. Luang, I actually thought looked the best out of the heats. He really dominated his race in the start phases of the race, and then started to switch off a little bit, so he'll be good to watch in lane 4. But a super exciting final. So out of lane 1 is Derek Okolo from Victoria. Out of lane 2 is Manning from Queensland. 3, Burgess from Victoria. 4, I'd say who looked the best out of the heats, that's Luang from New South Wales. 5 is Webber from Western Australia. He'll be a hot contender for this one. 6 is Lapkin from Queensland. 7 is Lambusis from New South Wales. And we've got 2 WA athletes rounding out our field in 8 and 9. And those athletes are Wallace and Kin, respectively. So can Okolo pull it out when it counts? Or will we see it come from our middle lanes?
I think Luke Webber's going to be hard to beat in lane number 5. But equal to that, George Lambusis, he was so fast in those heats. There he is. Look at him. He's got the great haircut. He's got the mullet. He's even smiling already, isn't he? So I get the sense that the New South Welshman will be pretty confident. But I'm gonna say it's the battle of Luang, Webber, and Lambusis. Who comes out on top? That's for you to decide. You're calling this one.
Well, I'm not going to decide it. I'm going to call it as it happens. I'm not brave enough to make a call there.
Well, go on. You watch the heats.
Oh, but I've been so good. I don't really want to pick another one.
You'll do great, Ella.
I'm 3 for 3 here, Mitch.
I know.
I don't want to have to ruin that streak.
And you are so much better at it than me. Maybe that's where I need to quit while I'm behind.
Oh, okay. If I have to pick one, I'm going to go lane 4.
I like it. All yours, Ella.
So super start here from Luang, but he's got a little bit of work to do. It is Webber from Western Australia slightly with the lead. He's going to pull away here in the last 20 metres. He's going to put a couple of metres on the field. So fabulous run from Webber, and he knows it. He's celebrating. That's about the best celebration we've seen here in this championships. So close, though.
Yeah, Luke Webber, the 200-metre man, gets it done here in the 100. Look at that headwind. Minus 2.6 as well. Couldn't make it much tougher on them naturally, but geez, that start. They were 5 abreast there in the first 20 metres, so it was going to take some strength to pull away from the field, and that's exactly what the West Australian had in the end. And you're right, that is one of the better celebrations we've seen here from Luke Webber. I reckon they all might enjoy watching this race back because it was a good one.
Absolutely. We can just see here, Luang got such a good start. Birch is on the inside as well, but he really does his work, Webber, there in the final stages of the race. It's 30 metres. He manages to put 1.5 metres on the field. Look at the celebration. I mean, he uses more energy there than he does in the race. So I really think that aids his 200-metre running. I mean, coming as the 200-metre championship, he'd have a real lot of confidence in his back-end ability of his race. I mean, it's important as a 200-metre runner in particular to really nail that start. So he's nailed the start. He's come out with the rest of the boys, and then he's been able to use his strength and speed endurance to really finish off this 100-metre race.
Yeah, it's impressive. Well done to him. You're right. Perfect summary, Ella. That sprinting mind of yours at work up here.
It's ticking away. It's ticking away. It's been watching all the juniors this championships going, oh, yeah, they're doing exactly, that's textbook sprinting. Oh, I would have done this a little bit differently. But
and you went close because I think you had Zachary Luong, so you've gone very close there.
I mean, I think I'll take it. I keep saying national medals are important,
They
so
are.
I'm going to take that as a win.
Okay.
He's a national podium, national medal.
He is. He's
I
a
mean, I
silver
wouldn't be
medalist.
disappointed with that. Any national, well, keep saying it. If you're at the national championships, it's super exciting. If you're on the podium, it's even more exciting. I mean, making a final, we should congratulate all those athletes in this field. But Luke Webber, sensational, and he does come away with the gold.
Another one of those Western Australians. So there'll be some very happy West-based coaches here on the East. Makes that long commute well worth it, doesn't it? We can see our women's under-20 high jump continues as well. This competition, as we said, interesting because the other one we're keeping a close eye on is Madden Allison, who is in this competition now but is just shy of a world junior marker herself. This is Hayley Mackenzie of New South Wales, looking to get over 65, and this is Neve Mackenzie.
Have we got twins in there?
Well,
Are they both New South Wales?
no, I reckon I've just seen a Mackenzie and put two different names together. I put Hayley Telford and Neve Mackenzie together to create Hayley Mackenzie. I've created another athlete. That's not who that is. That's Neve Mackenzie. Unfortunately for her, at 68, she will be out. So she got over on the second attempt of 64, but couldn't quite get there at 68.
What excites me here with Allison is we've got 2 senior athletes in the high jump at the moment, Aslagas and Patterson, and they really work off each other. Allison's sitting just a little bit off what Louison-Roe, sorry, my brain is dying at this point. So can she use that example and the competition together to kind of lift herself up? I mean, we'd love to have 2 athletes at these World Junior titles.
Yeah, we would. I mean, the more we can get, the merrier. So she needs to find 1 centimetre. 181 is the qualifier. She's jumped 180 this year. So these type of heights, though, they're important for confidence, and getting them on the first round means a lot. So if she can do that and continue to find success here at home as well. I mean, these are brilliant jumping conditions. Brilliant. You couldn't ask for too much more. So let's see, can she get up and over? Yes, she does. Of course she does. She's such a great athlete, the Queenslander. So her day continues. Hunting medals, hunting qualifiers. Just hunting excellence really here. And if you weren't aware, it is Monday on a Monday here in Brisbane.
You know what, Mitch? I actually had no idea what
Yeah.
the day was. I'm working on day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5,
I know,
day
we're
6.
on day 6 for our calendar, but Monday for everybody else's. So wherever you're watching on, hope you're enjoying it. Of course you are. I don't need a hope for that.
We can see them packing up the hammer throw there. It was Cannell that came away with the national title, but sadly not the World Junior qualifier. I do believe the qualifying period extends to end of next week, so we potentially could see her, but we're going to flip to this under 1600 metre event. Mitch, this is stacked, and I feel like we could see a New Zealander come away with the honours here.
Yeah, we could. Talamai Holden in 6. That's Vernon Lucian Talamai Holden. So he's run under 11 seconds before. He's run 10.92. But for the Australians, there's a few that are right around it. I don't think today is going to be the day we see it, given the headwinds we've been experiencing thus far. But next to him in 7, Jimmy Atkins has run 11.01. Junmin Yap's run 11.28. Godot, who was really strong,
We're
has run
actually
11.12. And Oliver.
missing a couple of athletes in this field, so we won't see Yap run all wise.
So that's unfortunate because I thought Junmin Yap had a chance in a minor, but that's okay. The full field is Biawa, Devine, Oliver, Godow, Tolemai Holden, Atkins, and Canditch. For the Australians, it's lane 7 in Jimmy Atkins. The big watch. Godow, I think, will give him plenty. But Talamai Holden, could he be the first New Zealander to win a sprint race here at these junior championships? Good start there from Atkins. Talamai Holden along with him. So's Godow from New South Wales. Have a look at the New South Welshman, though. Pulls away from this field and he is blistering into a headwind. 10.98. Oh, you deserve every bit of that celebration. That's his first sub-11. We'll wait for it. We'll see. Some of them have been rounding up, so we'll wait for the official. But into a minus 1.0. Got him on the jump and couldn't be caught.
Well, you said I've been excited by the sprinting that's been going on. And if I'm going to talk about a race that I think was executed to perfection, it was that one. 10.97 he comes away with into a negative 1.0. So hopefully we'll see a replay here. You watch, he leads from the start. He puts Talamai Holden and Atkins on the back front. Look at this. He gets away so well, and he really makes them work for it. So Godot there, sensational running. He gets up into his upright running because he's that little bit further ahead. He doesn't have to, he doesn't tense up. He doesn't have that pressure from those athletes behind him, and he just comes away beautifully with this win. Big props to Talamai Holden, though. He works really hard in that final, or mid to final stages of his races. I'd say just tenses up slightly in that last 10 metres, cutting his stride a little bit, which probably doesn't allow him to kind of follow through as quickly as he would have liked. But I mean, sensational running from all those boys.
Yeah,
New Zealand are in for silver.
So Jimmy Atkins is third there, but will get the silver Australian-wise. And Milan Canditch from the widest lane on the track gets up for third, 11.45 for him. But Mohamed Godow, 10.97. First time under 11 for him. Oof. Proved it doesn't matter about a headwind. You can still run a personal best.
Well, I mean, for me, I just think, imagine if it was a tailwind. Imagine
Well, that's
if you
what
had
I
a
mean.
2.0
Imagine if he
behind
had
you.
the benefit of that.
Yeah.
Crazy stuff. So, well done to our 100-metre runners. You know what? We're going to stay over this journey, add 10 metres, and give you something to jump over. Why not? The finals of our men's and women's 100 and 110-metre hurdles for the under-20s will be back after this. Here, and we're going to continue with our women's high jump. So this is Maddie Allison, who we've been speaking of. She's over at 72. The bar currently set at 75. Now, she missed it on her first attempt, but we're starting to get towards what her lifetime best is. Annalena Condon has missed here, so is Maiken, so is Morsey, Blackman and Vanderbroek. But Matt and Allison, one of those that would have great expectation to get up over this marker. So for the Queenslander, a second round clearance would be important. Here she goes. And good into the bar. Look confident there and happy with it too. You always want to get it before the third. You don't want to have to deal with what's already a nervous event in terms of technique. Then having to know you need to execute on the last round adds another layer to that. So well done to Queenslander. First one up over that marker now.
Absolutely. Super exciting. And that high jump final will continue. But we're going to head over to a different type of obstacle on the track. Mitch, what have we got coming up?
Yeah, we have the final of our men's hurdles, the under-20 110-metre hurdles. It's a good field. Lewis Wong's inside. Jakimowicz is in 2. Cameron Badger, the younger athlete in this field, is in 3. He was good over the 400-metre sticks, and he won it last year in the younger age group. Hudson Mackay is in 4. He's one of those with the World Junior qualifier. Harrison Purcell, for mine, was the man to watch in 5, the Queenslander. He's the fastest this year. Ollie Facer goes out of 6. He's got the World Junior standard as well, but ran it into a headwind, which I know isn't as significant in hurdling, but still the only one to do it into a headwind here thus far. Caleb Gwynn is in 7. Ken Ferrante Tanakawa. Him and Cam Badger stepping up age groups. They were the gold and silver medalists in their respective age groups last year. And Ty Gonzalez is in 9. So we've got a little mix of junior talent mixing it with the guys who expect themselves, want themselves to be on that plane to Eugene. And for mine, undeniably in lane 5, Harrison Purcell is the favourite in this field. He's got challenges left and right, quite literally left and right, in Mackay and Facer. The other two here in this final with the World Junior marker. 14.05 is the asking price for anybody else in this field to get it, alongside a gold to get on the plane to Eugene. But the 3 in the middle of the track, which starts 4 from the right in Hudson Mackay, the Queenslander and Harrison Purcell, stares down the track, stares down an opportunity even, and Ollie Facer. The intrigue of the hurdles is it can be anybody's day. Execution so important for the opportunity that awaits. The final of the men's under-20 110-metre hurdles. Ooh. We'll come back. Now, I didn't see a great deal.
I did. I think it'll be lane 2. They'll be lucky to stay in here.
So here's the replay. So you're seeing the Queenslander, second from the right.
That's the one.
Yeah, he's just up, isn't he? And he's been issued the red, so
Never
unfortunate for him. Unfortunate. They're already on notice. It's not as though it makes the tension that much greater, given it is a one-time DQ, but it does show that they're onto it right now.
It's so hard in a sprint event because you want to react so quickly to that gun, but you'd be a bit nervous now.
Absolutely, you would. Men's under-20 110-metre hurdles final. Second time to go here. Cleanly away there, the Victorian in Mackay first to the hurdle, so Purcell work to do to get up on him because Ollie Facer is out and clear as well. So you win it, you're in it from these 3. It's Purcell leading. Oh, he's just clipped it there. Ollie Facer, 13.83, minus 1.7 the headwind. And that's some good love amongst the group there. But Oliver Facer takes the national title and his spot at the World Juniors.
It was messy, Mitch. I mean, look at the hurdles on the track. The officials having to pick up hurdles left, right, and centre. That ability to go over the sticks in the final part of the race is particularly when you've got challenges on either side. Watch this race again. It is Mackay that gets out so well. He just clips that first hurdle, which allows Facer to kind of challenge for that first spot. You think Purcell's going to come through, but what a sensational run from the New South Wales runner. Facer just accelerates into that line.
So Ollie Facer, as we'd said, he was the man here with a headwinded World Junior qualifier. He was the 3rd fastest in this field on paper, and he gets up and wins it here. That's always the intrigue of the hurdles, isn't it? It's just about being technically sound at the same time, and he was the cleanest. And for Hudson Mackay, he clipped a few on his way through, hadn't he? Particularly those last 2 hurdles, the Victorian and Purcell. He was strong, but have a look at that from Oliver Facer. He wins it here. This is the beauty of this style of championship. You win it, and you do enough. Oh, what a way to set up our hurdles there. That'll get your adrenaline pumping, isn't it? You don't need coffee, I'm telling you. When you come to events like this, you don't need coffee. You just need to watch a couple of these races. Ollie Facer, Harrison Purcell, Hudson Mackay. Goes back to selectors now for that second spot. Harrison Purcell done himself some big favours to finish up in the silver.
Well, he actually finishes with a World Junior qualifier as well.
Yeah, under that 14.05, isn't he?
It is, yep.
Oof. Exciting. But we got more. We've got the women's under 20 coming up in a moment. Our high jump continues here. This is Condon, Adelina Condon. Last chance, Ella, to get up over 175. We've got 2 clear of it at the moment. Ashley Blackman, Madden Allison, and Izzy Louison-Roe hasn't even started yet. So can we add a third to this list? We can't. It was a good competition for Condon, but Ashley Blackman and Madden Allison, they'll continue on, and I think we'll see Izzy Louison-Roe here shortly.
That's crazy that she hasn't even entered into the competition yet.
Has not started her competition.
I mean, we've lost half the competition and she hasn't started her competition, so I think that shows the caliber athlete she is. You can see her in the background there. She looks pretty focused. She looks like she wants another Australian record to her name.
Absolutely she does, and this is her pet event, the high jump. And she's been so consistent all year long. She nearly won Maury Plant, don't forget, obviously up against Nicola Oleschlagers, who was fresh off her own World Indoor medal the week before in Poland. But nevertheless, able to hang with the best in the business, quite literally the best in the business, last year's world champion. Looks like she's going to enter her competition here. But first to go at the bar will be Maddian Allison, the Queenslander. Trying to see what it's at. I think we're just being blocked from the number, but looking at the increments, it should be 178. So like I said, she jumped 180, it is 178. So she's jumped 180 before. This is a furthest or highest jump of recent memory, so clearly finding some form.
Well, it's the time if you want to perform at a championship or talk about peaking, this is where you want to do it. So for those following in at home, Mitch, do they get to choose the increment that the bar goes up in, or what's the go there?
No, usually whilst it's like this, it'll go up at the same increment, and then once there's an athlete or fewer athletes left, if there's a consensus decision to put it at a certain height, they can put it up. Usually it's for the last athlete standing. It'll go, I want to go for a record, or I want to go for a qualifier, or whatever it may be. But for now, it'll keep increasing by 3s, and they'll have had that given to them. They'll know what these heights were going to be. Maybe it gets a little smaller as it gets higher, but for now, they'll stay at 3 centimetre improvements.
So we'll watch her attempt here for the first time at 178, and then we'll flick back to this under 20 hurdle final, which is sure to be a bit of a showstopper, similar to the one we just saw. She composes herself, ready to fly to great heights. Comes in, look really nicely here, and goes up really cleanly. That was beautiful.
That is, she's happy about that. You can see straight up, yeah, she's happy about that. I don't think that's surprise. I think that's pure relief that she got over the top, and stoked about it. That's a confident jump. If it goes up 3 centimetres, by the way, she'll get a chance at the World Junior qualifier of 181.
Oh, she's got 3 jumps to do it, right?
She certainly does. Ella, we go back to the track though, and it's our women's turn in the under 20 100-metre hurdle final here, and there's intrigue everywhere.
So we saw them about a couple of hours ago, so very, very recently on the track. The ones to watch in this one go out of 4, 5, 6, and 7. Sorry, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 have World Junior qualifiers.
Here we
so
go.
Sullivan, Lamprette, Harding, Jenkins, and Coote. I'd have to say for me at the moment, Harding probably looking the best of those athletes. She just looked dominant in that heat. But to be fair, Lamprette has come in with a comes into this final with a faster qualifying time from the heat. So an incredible field in itself. It's the young ACT athletes stepping up from the under-18s in one. That is Aisha Shave. So she'll look to be in this competition for experience more than anything else. Alyssa McDonald in Queensland is in lane 2. Isabella Wing from Tassie in 3. Charlie Sullivan, a real contender from Victoria, in 4. Lamprette goes in with the fastest time into this final. She's from New South Wales. Harding comes in with the fastest World Junior qualifier in this final in 6. Neve Jenkins, another contender. She's from New South Wales. She's also got a World Junior qualifier to her name. Sarah Ann Coote, another one from New South Wales, another World Junior qualifier. And to round out our field, it is Jocelyn Blair. So they're just being introduced here, but to have World Junior qualifiers in 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, I mean, Purcell went in the fastest qualifier, the fastest athlete by a fairly significant amount coming into this final, but just started to tense up in those final 3 hurdles and got a little bit, I'd say, nervous in those early ones when McKay took the lead. So if one of these girls with the qualifier is able to put in a good start or hold their own better in the later parts to this race, it really could be any one of the 5.
That's what makes it so exciting. So another class field ready here in an under-20 final. They know what's on the line. It's more than just gold.
So Lamprette with the best of the starts there. She'll lead them into the first few sets of the hurdles. It's going to be Harding that challenges her here, but it is all Lamprette at the moment. She's a little bit ahead. She's going to pull away here. So Lamprette with a little bit of a stumble where she could, the devastation. Oh, she is shattered. It's going to allow Harding to come through for the under 20 spot. But whoa, I'm just devastated for her, Mitch.
Yeah, that is just shattering. So Jamison Harding is the winner at 13.77 and will go ahead to those World Junior Championships. But of course, it's hard for the likes of Lamprette, who was just so strong through all of those hurdles. It was just that last. We'll get a replay here in a moment. Charlie Sullivan's gone 14.05 as well with a World Junior qualifying time in second, and Lamprette still holds on for third, even with what's happened. So let's watch the replay here.
Ulm got a really good start as well, the Tasmanian, the heptathlete. But Lamprette through the middle stages of this race just really powered away. She comes into this last hurdle, just clips it, puts her off balance. So she's still moving with a bit of momentum, which allows her to come through for that third spot. But she'll be devastated. I mean, even in the photo finish, you can see the hands on the head. She knows what the gold meant. She knows it was a spot on that team. I mean, it's not over yet. That second spot is discretionary, so she certainly might still be selected. But Jamison Harding will be happy to have booked her spot. That's another gold medal for the Harding family. I don't even know what the... I actually don't know what the total would be here. I'm trying to do the math quickly as looking it up. I mean, Jamison's actually... Also, she's underage, so she's stepped up as well. She comes in as an under 18 and she's competed in the under 20 competition. She came second in the pole vault just a couple of days ago. That pole vault competition, she didn't probably have her best round of jumps in that competition. But the Hardings, well, they are absolutely cleaning up. Well, we will throw to a break before we enter into potentially, I reckon, one of the most anticipated races on the program today. But stay with us. We'll be back very shortly.
We return to this women's high jump competition. This is Izzy Louison-Roe, who is the second furthest jumper or highest jumper in Australian history at a junior level. And you can see here just how easy she's making the 181 marker look. Now, continuing here is Maddie and Allison, who herself is looking to get over 181 if she can, because she's jumped 180 before at her best. But if she can clear 81, she will get a World Junior qualifier. And if she finishes second here, which she will, that would mean that it's up to selectors to decide whether or not they would send her. So she's missed twice now at 81. She's got one opportunity remaining to stay in the comp to get a World Junior qualifier and possibly, pending selectors' discretion, get a spot on a World Junior team. That's a watch. And for Izzy Louison-Roe, well, we're just watching to see whether she can clear out over 195. If she equals it, equal record holder with Eleanor Patterson. And of course, if she jumps higher than that, outright Australian junior record holder. But as we turn our attention to the track as well, this is going to be Allison's second attempt there at the 81 marker. You can see the conversations had internally, the positive self-talk you see so much of at the runway of most field events. Maddie and Ellison trying to will herself over the 181. A lifetime best, a World Junior standard, of course, we're talking about. The attempt itself was pretty good. It was maybe a little flat into the bar, but that'll be an improvement. Back to the track here now. This is the final of our men's under 20 1,500 metres, and both of these events are going to be amazing. The women's, the deepest under 20 field ever assembled at a national championships here in Australia, and for our men, 7 guys have the opportunity to win it and be in it at the World Juniors. There's a few to watch. I mean, Lucas Kiss has won the 5,000 metres. He's already there. The fastest man this year, and Charles Barrett goes alongside him. Alexander Cameron Smith, who you'll remember had such a barnstorming finish in December of last year. He's also got that qualifier. Joshua Unthank has it. Jackson Unthank has it. Maddie McLaughlin has it. And the youngster, the 16-year-old, Kieran Shepherd, also has it. He represented Australia at the beginning of the year in the World Junior Cross Country Championships.
We've got a taste of that green and gold, and he won't want to give up that spot.
And the fascinating part of this is how this race is run. We've spoken at length about the juniors in that 14, 15, 16 age group don't tend to lean into typical championship style racing of sits and kicks. We could very well see that here for this group. There could be a few that go out and push tempo, but very well we could see a kick.
It really depends, because those athletes that don't have the qualifiers but are close are potentially going to want to put themselves in a place to have it.
Yeah.
So I think you might see some of those athletes push this pace. So we are away, and I'll read through the start list. So it is Kiss, Barrett, Unthank. That is Joshua with hip 3. Elliot, Gridley, Cameron Smith, Shepherd, Jackson Unthank with hip 8. Blue, McLaughlin, Goodwin, and Rowbotham. So Alexander Cameron Smith, quick to the rail. He wants to lead this out, and he wants to run the least amount of distance doing it. He looks fairly comfortable. He's the tallest in the field, and his locks are flowing behind him. Back to our New South Wales athlete, that is Rowbotham sitting behind him. So Kiss is going to try and cover all the moves here. It's pretty bunched up early. So to that, I'd say it's probably close. A bit of jostling there. That looks like Barrett trying to come through there. He wants to be in the mix as they come into the first 300 metres. But Alexander Cameron Smith there, he's moving really nicely. He looks really relaxed, and he's really leading them through.
Yeah, he's poised and in control of this field. I said that it might look like a kicker's race, and it's just fast enough for the tempo to be something these guys can roll with, but a few might feel the pinch. So 64 seconds in the opening lap. This one might even go a little slower now that they've all decided on what type of race tactic we'll see. There's some great kickers in this field, it has to be said, and Cameron Smith is one of them leading it. So they're playing into the Victorians' hands at the moment. He's got some good company outside of him there with Rowbotham. Just tucked in there is Barrett, Kiss. Those two are in a battle of their own in the 5,000 metres only a few days ago, where Lucas Kiss was able to come out in front, find himself with a ticket to Eugene. Kieran Shepherd, the youngsters, another watch from the ACT. He competed for Australia this year already at the World Junior Cross Country Championship. So did a few in this field. So they've already got the taste of an Australian team. But as they make their way through here, there hasn't been a great deal of change. Everybody's been able to have some clean enough space. No chops, no changes, no arms at the moment. But this is where the racing really will begin.
Well, they're bunching up behind him. I mean, they're running 2-3 wide behind Cameron Smith. His race here to take the rail and get out of the way. He doesn't want to be in any trouble. He doesn't want to have to cut his stride. He is the tallest athlete in the field by far, so he wants to be able to open up when he needs to and not have to go around. We're starting to see some surges coming in from the back. That is our ACT athlete, the young one, Shepherd. He wants to be involved in this race. The Queenslander Blue as well has also said, I want to have a crack. It's starting to wind up. It's getting a lot faster here as they come into this final lap. As they come into the straight, it is Cameron Smith still leading, and we'll see what they're going to do here, Mitch.
Yeah, so here we go now. This is where the race gets interesting. You can see Alexander Cameron Smith. He's channeling his into Matthew Centrowitz, isn't he? He's just trying to keep this field at bay as best he can, but they're going to fly from everywhere here with 400 metres to go. So Cameron Smith is in front. That's important. When the race is like this and it's choppy, you need to have a little bit of room to move how you want, and they've given him the liberty of total freedom here at the moment, this field. You can see Barrett sits there in that third spot, a little bit boxed in, looking for his own escape route, and it's going to get cut off maybe by the 16-year-old from the ACT who's flying around this field with pace. So now there's 4 of them. 5 will try and push. Alexander Cameron Smith does everything to hold on. Barrett's down. Charles Barrett down. Another goes 2. I think that's Shepherd. And what was a race of 4 has become a race of 2. Alexander Cameron Smith. No, it's Shepherd still there. I apologise. With less than 100 metres to go, the youngster takes it up to the Victorian, and he moves away there on the outside shoulder. He is the real deal, and he's going to be the under-20 champion. Hayward's waiting. What a run at 3:52.25. Messy, choppy. Everything you thought that might happen when it turns into a kicker's race. But Shepherd, I thought it was him that went down, but managed to hold on. And there'll be a few questions asked in that final 200 metres, so of course we'll wait, but the line honours belong to Kieran Shepherd.
I'd love to see the replay there in the final 200 metres. I mean, I think Barrett tried to come up the inside there where there wasn't space and just got a little bit unsteady. But we'll have to wait for this replay. Have a look through here. He does. He tries to come up through the inside and push his way through. Just as Cameron Smith asserts that spot, which he kind of has right away, goes down and takes the New South Wales athlete Rowbotham with him. So it can be really challenging in these middle distance events, but it is, and it was the debate that was had in the 1500 in the women's, who has right away, and it tends to be the athlete in front. So we'll wait to see what ends up happening in that space there. But yeah, Mitch, a bit messy in that final 200 metres.
I don't know. I really don't know what to make of it. At first glance, calling it, I thought maybe it was Alexander Cameron Smith who would be in some trouble. I thought maybe he'd cut in, but from our angle here, it looks like he's on the outside of lane 1, which should be okay. He's in that lane. So I really don't know. I mean, again, from the Nationals, it's hard now to know what is right or wrong, I suppose. So from our perspective up here, there'll be appeals. Like that will be appealed immediately. And it's just a wait and watch, because for someone, you know, like Charles Barrett, exactly, so we're hearing it now. So yellow card, so it's already been launched there, and they're going to look at it. Oh boy, well, we hope we don't see that in the women's race, I'll tell you that much. Here's Izzy Louison-Roe, though, back to some under-20 action. And she was up over 81 easily. That was 85. This is 190. Look how easy she's making this competition look thus far. So 195 her lifetime best, which is good enough for the second highest ever as a junior. But when she's jumping like this, I think 196 won't be far off the request of a height, because she's going up by 5 centimetre increments. What's 6? This might be it where we see 196.
Now, if we talk about an event in Australia that I think just has incredible depth, that is the 1,500 metres. I mean, look at who we have in the seniors: Billings, Hall, Hull, Hollingsworth, Griffith. There's so many of them that have run so quickly, and this under 21 is so similar. So this is the only event in the entire championships to have all athletes in the final, and it's not just a final of 8, it's a final of 12. So anyone who wins this race, no matter the time, goes to Eugene.
That's what makes this so intriguing.
I'm excited.
And it's exciting, and it's the deepest field assembled at an Oz Juniors at an under 20 because
Absolutely.
of how many women have that qualifier. But to your point of it doesn't matter the race style for anybody in this field in terms of needing a time, what do we see?
If I had to think about how this race plays out, for me, my two favourites have to be Emma Freiger and Miller Roberts. Now, Miller Roberts, the event leader in this event in the country so far. She's the Queenslander, home ground advantage. She'd be feeling pretty confident. I mean, Freiger comes off with a lot of confidence after winning the 800, but 2 800s in your legs, is that the little bit of edge going to be taken off her race, or does she take confidence from it and kind of leap forward coming into this? The only other athlete that I feel could challenge them is the likes of Madison King. She's got hip number 1 on the inside. I thought she looked fantastic. She has a little bit of a slower PB than Miller Roberts and Freiger, but she looked the smoothest. She looked the smoothest coming into these heats, so coming into this final. So I expect Freiger and Roberts, that's where the main battle's going to be. But I mean, don't count out the youngster Lawton. She's exceptional. So we are going to get away here. It is King, Gray, Garnies, Roberts, Lawton, Baker, Brooks, Simpson, Owen, Freiger, Miller, Ebert. A sensational field here, and it is going to be Miller Roberts who leads them out into the rail, similar to what we saw in the last race. Freiger's going to edge forward a little bit. I think she wants to take the lead there, but she's going to sit on the outside. So right behind them there is Ebert and Brooks. So Owen's not too far behind, and then we've got our New South Wales athlete Simpson. So if they round out into the straight, it is Freiger who's going to be ever so slightly in front, slightly on the outside of lane 1. They're not going to want to go much wider than that or give up any distance. So it's groups of two, and a couple of trailing behind. Madison King's at the back of that field. She'll probably want to make some moves later on in this race, but with only 300 metres in, it doesn't matter much. It's the 2 Queenslanders out in front. Roberts taking the lead now. She looks really comfortable. Freiger happy to sit slightly behind her and on her shoulder. Brooks there covering all moves, so it'll be Baker there covering all moves. It's nice to see her up the front a little bit further than before. So, Mitch, as they come into just under 500 metres, that's probably what we expected to see.
Expected these 2 at the front for sure. They're the 2 fastest in this field. We've seen what Emma Freiger can do already. Even when she's closing, that speed she's got is devastating, and Miller Roberts happy to stay there in front. Our steeplechasers there as well, and Ebert, and that group is strong. That's a group you don't want to let get away if you can avoid it. Like we've said, the entire field here has this standard. So as they make their way down this home straight, and they all look comfortable, that's the thing. It's a hard one to really pick apart. The Victorian, the first to respond to this leading trio, starting to get away. That's Ali Brooks. She's got company with her as well, but these 3 at the moment in some really good rhythm. It's now grouped back up to a group of 6. 7 might reattach with the Tasmanian. They're all out in a line here now. Oh, it's starting to get exciting here in this final.
I'm almost getting a little bit nervous, but you can start to see it is Roberts starting to pull away just a little bit. And, I mean, Freiger dropping back in that field. Potentially that 800s, those couple of 800s did hurt her. We see Ebert, the South Australian, just moving into that second position. There's a mover from Victoria. That is the small figure of Gray. She's been running sensationally. She's going to move up into that 3rd spot and sit behind the South Australian. She knows she can't let Roberts get too far away, so she's going to go better than that. She's going to really chase. She's going to chase Miller Roberts, who has put 20 metres on this field in this 200 metres. So as they come into the straight here, Miller Roberts has a commanding lead. Gray's going to go after her, though, and you've got 3 trailing, Mitch.
So this is going to be a great battle here, particularly for those minors. But out in front is your Queenslander. She's been waiting for this, hasn't she, Miller Roberts? With 400 metres to go here in the women's under 20 1500 metres. They've all got the time. It's all about the finish. Miller Roberts leads out there from the Victorian in grey. Freiger, Ebert, both battling it out there alongside Baker for that 3rd medal at the moment. But up the back straight, Miller Roberts, the Queenslander, in front. She made a big move just over 400 metres ago to try and get away from this field, and there's only been one thus far that can roll with this type of pace. So it's all on the line here now with 200 metres to go. All or nothing for a national title. And Miller Roberts given herself every opportunity to come home with it here at home. The Victorian and King is strong. Further back in the field, they're battling it out for bronze. But out here in front, it's Miller Roberts putting on an exhibition here in Brisbane. So she rounds into the final 100 metres. It's the deepest field we've ever had in an under-20 final for the women. So only the best of the best was going to come out on top. And Miller Roberts, she's been so strong. She's been so class. She's been the fastest this year. And now she gets what she wants, the national title.
Mitch, that's an absolutely sensational run there. And I mean, we'll put her in the top 15 under 20 in the country ever. So that's a great run. You can see the exhaustion or maybe the relief. Her coach will be happy to see her book her ticket on the plane. I mean, she's heading over to Washington later this year. She'll make a stop by Eugene on the way. So sensational running from her. I just think the Victorian Gray, she just was gutsy. She saw what Freiger's done. She thought, you know what, Roberts, Freiger, they are probably favourites in this race, but you know what, I don't care. I have a World Junior qualifier. I'm a decent athlete and I'm going to go out and have a crack here. That puts her at an absolutely extremely fast time as well. I mean, 4:17, that puts her in the top, nearly in the top 20 as well.
So what a run from Mia J. Grade. And again, that 2nd spot is discretionary for all of these events. She's, well, certainly done enough to get a fair bit of attention there in 2nd.
So she does with that time, Miller Roberts. She will just pip Freiger's there and she'll head into, well, she actually already holds the 7th spot. So she doesn't better that, but it's a pretty sensational run.
It is, and goes to show Miller waiting for this event for a reason. Gets her spot to Eugene. Like we said, 12 women had that time. It was always going to be a question of how the race was run. And it was run hard from the get-go, which clearly benefited both the Queenslander and the Victorian in a field like that. The other thing to keep note on is Eliza Lawton, who was meandering at the back of the group for quite some time, has, I think, pushed up to come 4th or 5th as a 15-year-old in that field. Amazing what she's done. So after this, our last individual finals on the track here at these championships, it's our men's and women's under 20 200 metres. Continuing here at the jumps as well, Izzy Louison-Roe is going to keep her competition alive, trying to get 196. Don't go anywhere. So much to come. So welcome back here. We're going to give you the results of the race you watched prior to this break. Miller Roberts, the Queenslander, wins at 4:14.80, 4:17.06 for Mia Gray, and Emma Freiger, the 800-metre champ, gets bronze here, 4:21.10. So as I said, we've only got 2 races left here in terms of individual finals on the track. And we're going to start with our women's under 20 200 metres. Again, it's one of those lists that has so many qualifiers in the field, but wow, there's some names to watch here.
Yeah, this is absolutely stacked. I mean, we see some of our 400-metre runners come down and our that's way too far. Our 100-metre runners come up. So here we have a look at the start list. So Marima Kamara, she's the New South Wales athlete out of 1. She did a sensational job in the 400-metre under 20 final to come fourth. It is in lane 2, Mika Tehuahua Takino. She is the Queenslander out of 2. It is Bronte LeCain, New South Wales, out of 3. Xanthi Watts we saw in that final of the under 2400. It is Tatiana Rays, the New South Wales athlete, out of 5. She'll look for her to start fast. Zara Hagen, who's wanting to do the double, she comes out of 6. She's our Queenslander. Look for Amina Mearns. She'll come late, particularly in that last 60 metres. Holly Ray will go out at 8, and the Victorian Darcy Thatcher, who's done a sensational job to get herself in both the under 24 and 200 final. So they're in their blocks. Hagen the last to get set. We are away, and Hagen certainly gets the best of that start. She comes up onto the shoulder of Mearns, and she comes into this bend. She's going to come out strong, but look for Mearns as she finishes off strong. So Zara Hagen is going to come into this straight. She's pushing really hard. This is where Mearns does her work, but Hagen's got the run on her slightly, so they're going to come late. It's going to be a dip to the finish. Oh, it's going to be so close, but Hagen's going to take the under 20 100-metre championship and the 200 in this race. So she's going to do the double gold. She's booked her ticket in 2 events, Mitch.
Yeah, she's such a quality athlete, isn't she, Zara Hagen? And to your point, she got challenged by Maya Mearns, which I'm sure she would have been expecting, given what we've seen from Mearns in races gone by in terms of her finish, but able to hold strong and hold all the way down to the line. The 200-metre champion now into a big headwind, and to run 23.35. She'll be happy with that.
Absolutely. I mean, she'll just be happy that she's booked a ticket in both. I assume that would be quite a relief. 23.43 for Amaya Mearns. That's a sensational run as well. Watch this replay, though. She really does her work in the first 50 metres. She comes up onto the shoulder, and not just onto the shoulder, but past Mearns in that first 100 metres. She said, you can chase me if you want this spot, but I want that ticket to Eugene more than you do. And she just manages to stay really relaxed as that fast-chasing Mearns tries to catch her in that final 60 metres. She just outdoes her, and I think the difference was the start there.
Yeah, it was there, wasn't it? So great racing for our women's under 20. And our men's not too far away either. Again, like we've seen with the women, this is going to be a great final. So it is still winning you're in here for the men. It's obviously up to the selectors' discretion if they want to choose Gauk out or not. He won't be here. I have a feeling that they might decide to pick him. Who knows? But
what?
I know,
Pick
call me
Gauk
crazy,
out.
but they might pick Gauk out for that world under 2,200 metres. So you can see the results here. Hagen wins it from Mearns, and then Rays from New South Wales is in third. Well done to her. 24.03. Xanthi Watts is fourth, the Queenslander. Ray, Thatcher, LeCain, Kamara, then Tehuahua Takino. So the last of our women's individual track finals is done. And now it's our men's turn, and what a race we've got here. 4 guys have this World Junior standard, and they're all going to roll pretty well on the outside lanes. Keanu Hewitt-Watson goes out of 1. Hunter Scott, the New Zealander's in 2. Isaac Ting is in 3. Wal Albino's in 4. Chase Grant, the 400-metre champ, goes in 5. Tobias Drummond-Templeton is 6. Xavier Peacock, who was your silver medalist in that 100 metres, goes in 7. Dylan Hall was in that 100 final as well. He's in 8. And Josiah John, the Western Australian, goes out of lane number 9. So Peacock, Hall, Grant, and John all have the standard. Grant goes in 5. It's only Tobias Drummond-Templeton that splits up the guys with the standard here at the moment.
Can you pick one, Mitch?
Xavier Peacock for mine in 7. He was so good in the 100 metres. I thought he started off his rounds incredibly well. He ran such a strong 200 metres in his heats. He's a strong sprinter. He is commanding a presence that he has. Again, we could have lost him to rugby. We've got him here in sprinting. He's been a national champion before. And I think that he's the man to beat here in this field. But
I do think the likes of a Chase Grant can challenge.
Well, he'll have the back end there. He's a 400-metre runner.
He hasn't been at his best thus far, but if he is at his best, Josiah John in lane 9 could cause an upset in this field. Men's under 20 200-metre final. We're without Hunter Scott, the New Zealander. It's an all-Australian cast. Here we go. Good start there across the field. Look at Xavier Peacock in lane number 7. He's away quickly. The 400-metre champion Grant, though, will get down into this home straight first. He is the Josiah John we've been waiting for all week. So the Western Australian leads in. Peacock now goes to the strength. Josiah John in front. Peacock moving away from this field, and he gets the win. 20.98 into a headwind. He'll be there in Eugene. He's the 200-metre champion here. He took silver in the 100 metres. He's the national champ in the 2.
Well, that's the run he needed, right? That is absolutely the run he was looking for. He just did a fabulous job there to chase down Josiah John.
I'm happy for Josiah John. He's such a great 200-metre runner. He's run 20 point at his best. Peacock's run 20.97 to win it. Josiah John 21.12. And Dylan Hall for third, 21.27. Chase Grant just behind, who was so quick out of the blocks, wasn't he? I thought maybe Peacock had it first, and then Grant starts pushing at the 50, but into the 100 metres, I thought, here's the Josiah John that we know is capable of running 20 point, and Xavier Peacock, too strong in the end.
I think Josiah John just really felt the pressure of Peacock in the inside. He looked like he really tensed up there in the final 30 metres, and that's probably the difference between gold and silver. So great racing from our under 20 men. I mean, great racing from all of our under 20s. They'll have to, I mean, the first spots are determined. The rest will have to sit pretty now and wait to see what's to come in the next couple of weeks. But just watch this replay here of that race.
So
Just does fantastically.
Grant, aren't we here? And Peacock got work on both of them. By the 100, he had Grant, but he didn't get Josiah until 50 metres to go. And this is what you're talking about, isn't it? A little bit more tense here, a little bit more free-flowing. He starts to swim a little bit, Xavier, maybe, but he'd already got that gap. He'd already got that 2 to 3 metres.
It's the shoulders closer to the ears, just ever so slightly. He just doesn't look as smooth. Peacock moves so well into that final 30 metres. I mean, Grant the same, but he looks like he's just probably a little bit fatigued after what he did over 400, so that's more than understandable. Hall comes through for the third. So sensational running. It is Josiah John that breaks up that New South Wales and denies them a podium.
For Xavier Peacock, the national champion. Well, he pushed our 100-metre man a long way, didn't he, for that under-20 final, and he gets his own gold here in Brisbane.
So where relays are the final 2 events of this program.
We're relays time now.
Where are we at with the medal count?
Well, that I couldn't tell you, but I know the Queenslanders won their first gold last night. I was here for that.
Were there any sprint relays last night? Or yesterday at any point?
There very well could have been. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head, but while we do that research, Ella, our women's under 20 high jump, the competition leader, Izobelle Louison-Roe, who we've said has jumped 195 at her best. She's the world leader for the under 20s at the moment, and look how easy 193 looked for her. So you started to wonder, okay, she's clear over 93 with ease. Could she get over the 96? 2 times she got so close. This was her last attempt at the equal national record. And just on the way up, knew it wasn't going to be hers. But there's still a smile on the mat, isn't there? She's a 2-time national champion here. National record holder now in that triple jump. And the second highest jumper we've ever seen as a junior in the high jump as well. Currently 3rd in World Junior rankings in the triple, number 1 in the high jump. So I imagine an athlete like that is pretty excited to get to Eugene and see what she can do, given she's already a silver medalist in the high jump
2 years ago underage. Now hammer throw is out in the middle of the track as well. It's our men's under 20 competition, and the leader, Izobelle Louison from Tasmania, he's gone over the World Junior qualifying marker, and he's in front by 3 metres on Connor Hopgood. So as it stands, he's got his boarding pass. He's not on the plane just yet, but he's got his boarding pass. Kai Garrett, another watch for that title because he's thrown 71.75. Connor Hopgood has over that World Junior standard here as well with 69.43. 68 metres is that standard. So these results crucial in terms of a position at the World Juniors, but Izobelle Louison in 3 rounds is in front.
So I've done the math, Mitch.
Okay.
Victoria have an opportunity here
Okay.
to equal New South Wales. So it's New South Wales wins, or it's Victoria and New South Wales draw.
All right.
So New South Wales currently sitting on 6 golds,
Yep.
Victoria on 4, Queensland on 1. Given the sprinting contingent that comes out of WA, we are yet to have a medal on the board, or like a gold medal.
A gold
on the
medal.
board.
There you go. So they're still wanting a gold medal too. Well, Ethan kept that very quiet yesterday.
He wasn't happy when I bought that set
I was
up.
going to say he was happy to talk about the Queenslanders being without gold, but he failed to mention the Western Australians as well. So come on, Ethan, we got to be impartial up here.
I'm looking at these teams, and I mean, I do really think it is going to be a battle of Victoria and New South Wales. I mean, looking at the members in these teams, Victoria's Tiana Hildebrand, she came second in that 100 metres, or podiumed at least. Isabella Fox is part of that contingent that actually broke the championship record. She's running up. I think she's under 14. Buser has run really well this competition. Dreschler's a bit the same. We head into New South Wales, and Vasella's probably one that stands out to me. She's going to close. Marnie Lawrence to start. So those 2 athletes in themselves, I mean, going through the rest of the teams, big names that pop out. Queensland has got Hello Keys, Ahoy, Jayla Olm from Tasmania. I mean, we're not ending on a dull note.
It's ending on a high note. And it's always fun ending on a relay. You know, state on state pride. I remember a few years ago, I think we ended on a 4x4. It's always fun.
They normally do end on the 4x4s.
Always fun.
So we'll go 4x1s though. So it's 1 lap of the track. We'll see 4 teams. Oh no, sorry, it's not a 4x1, it's a 4x2.
It's 4x2s.
4x2.
Even more fun.
Exactly.
We've just come off the back of individual 2s, so why not continue? As our men's under 20 hammer throw continues their comp. So again, the watchers here are the current leader in Izobelle Louison, Connor Hopgood, and Kai Garrett, who's been the furthest thrower this year. He threw 71.75 in Dubbo on the 16th of January. So he started his year well. Louima's thrown over this marker, well, prior to this competition, he's thrown over 68 twice. He's now done it 2 more times here in this comp. And Connor Hopgood, he's just shy of his best at 61.51. He's also thrown 68.10 prior to this competition. But he's out at 69.43 right now.
Well, so this competition's heating up as well.
And once we get into the top 8, it goes faster and faster. So a man from Queensland here. Just trying to read if this may be Garrett or Raciti. And I think it might have been Raciti in there.
So the officials you can see out there have done a fabulous job this competition. I mean, we couldn't put on such successful championships like this without them. They've been working extremely hard.
Oh, they are God's gift to earth.
our officials. They do an incredible job for 6 straight days out in the conditions, you know, liaising with athletes, coaches, parents, everything in between. It is a job that's done with great love and care and volunteered, most importantly. And, you know, these could be some men and women who are going to be at those Olympic Games in 32 as officials. So if you think that you'd like to be an official and you think that you'd like to get involved, check out your state governing body's websites. They'll have links to be able to sign up and go through the training to become an official. You're up close and personal with world-class athletics, but also giving back to such a brilliant sport. So shout out to all of our officials for all that you do. You're the real MVPs out here.
Absolutely.
The real MVPs. So Ella, the 4x200s, I'm watching this men's hammer throw. I'm also watching what time I need to go to the airport.
So in other words,
I've
girls,
been known to miss flights. Yeah.
girls, boys, run fast. Mitch needs to get to the airport, and the faster we can see these runs, the faster he goes.
Well, I don't think they care about my flight. They just go, well, you know what, we've had enough of that bloke anyway. He can miss his flight.
So we have Tasmania scratch from lane 5, so it will be Victoria on the inside, Western Australia on their outside, New South Wales, and then Queensland out in lane 6. So they're away, and it'll be hard to tell because of the stagger, but it looks like Queensland, even with 2 staggers on the outside, is putting a fair bit on the rest of the teams. Victoria's doing really well here to close in on Western Australia, but I'd probably say it's Queensland. WA making a little bit of a late move as they come into this change. Be interesting to see what changeovers these teams employ. So reasonably good change from the Queenslanders. The New South Wales athletes streaming through here as they round out into the bend. So it is going to be at this stage all Queensland. They're still in lanes at the moment. They'll look to merge in the next leg, but at the moment it's Queensland leading on the outside. WA's making ground on the stagger for New South Wales. Victoria's coming in hard, but as they go into this lap, it is Queensland to change the baton first.
So Eloise Naylon has it for the Queenslanders. She gets away to a good start. It looks like it's Anthony for New South Wales who picks it up for them. Hildebrand, the Victorian, and moving through well there is Hill of Western Australia, but Naylon, the Queenslanders, in front, but they are charging on the inside of the track, particularly that Victorian team with Hildebrand. So the Queenslanders will still change first. They go to Halo Keys. The Victorians put it in the hands there of Fox. And for New South Wales, it's Sienna Vasella. So 1, 2, 3 are away here. The gold, silver and bronze. In which order will they hit the line is the question. The Queenslanders still in front, pushing on strongly. Challengers will fly late. Sienna Vasella, the main threat. So Queensland desperate for the finish line. New South Wales in Vasella pushes Queensland. Holds on at home. Well, had to find everything to win it there. Did Halo Keys for her team. Sienna Vasella left no stone unturned, but the Queenslanders win it here in the 4x2.
So they've got 2 golds now. They're on 2.
They're humming along, Team Queensland. They are humming along back in the end of these relays. So, geez, Sienna Vasella was running possessed down that home straight. We know the state of origin. We know those states, well, they kind of hate each other. I guess in rugby, maybe not in athletics, but it was good to hold on.
Absolutely. That was an incredible effort from her. You'll see this here. Look, she comes from 3rd, and I'd say that's nearly a 20-metre gap at least. So she takes nearly 20 metres off this field. Isabella Fox does a fabulous job here. I think she sits in the underage part of this age group, so she's done really well to hold on as well. But just look at the aggression she puts into the ground, the stride lengths and the turnover to be able to almost give her 10 more metres, and she might have had them, but you don't get 10 more metres. It's only 200.
Whoa, what a finish. What are we going to see in the men's now? These guys making their way out onto the track. What have they got in store for us here? Our final track event as our hammer throw continues on the infield, but our final track event making their way out. Look at that. Queensland, New South Wales, Victoria, the 1, 2, 3.
New South Wales looks dangerous. I mean, Atkins and Godot.
That's a pretty good team.
That's danger.
That's a pretty good team. I'll give them that.
Victoria will see Shooten-Durham. He ran well.
Yes, but they need to get the baton around cleanly.
Yeah, WA had a bit of an ugly change there.
Yeah, it can get a little tricky.
Do you do a 4x1 change, or do you do a 4x2, or do you switch it up depending on the legs? I mean, for me personally, those changeovers that happen in lanes, that's a 4x1. It's a blind changeover. That last changeover where they're on the track in a bit of a 4x4 stance, that's a 4x4 changeover in my opinion, but you're going to have to take off pretty hard because you're obviously coming in much stronger for a 200 than you do for a 400. So interesting to see what these teams do. I mean, they often like to stick to one type of changeover because it can be really challenging, giving so many instructions.
Confusing, wouldn't it, a little bit?
It is,
Yeah.
but I mean, your job is to do your changeover. I mean, look at here. So all the teams over on the first changeover are definitely doing a 4x1 changeover, Mitch. I've just seen them all put tape out. So for those who are a bit unfamiliar with the changeover for our relays, the tape gets put out as a marker for the athlete receiving the baton to take off. So they take off as their incoming athlete hits the tape, and the idea is when your athlete hits the tape, that's when you're taking your first step. So all four teams have put the baton out, sorry, not the baton, the tape out, which we're without Queensland for this as well.
Also, no Team Queensland.
No Team Queensland for this one. This change over here, the second one, I think this will be really interesting. I mean, they're not able to put out tape, but they might have a fair indicator to kind of markings on the track. So we'll watch this second changeover to see what the teams do. They're just getting some last-minute instructions from officials. He's probably explaining to them that you need to be inside the changeover zone. Don't miss the changeover zone. So teams will have to change inside the zones. They'll look to get the baton round cleanly. It is going to be a challenging event, but I'd like to think New South Wales will take this one with two of those, well, they were medalists in that final. So men's 4x2, the only event left on the track other than our under-20 hammer that's ongoing in the middle of the field. So exciting events to come. Having a look at this changeover zone here, looks like our athletes are going to be doing 4x1 changeovers as they mark out the spot on the track. So changeover 1, 4x1, changeover 2, 4x1, and I expect to see changeover 3, 4x2. So teams from the inside, that is South Australia, New South Wales, Western Australia and Victoria. It is going to be an all-out challenge, but to be honest with you, I'd be surprised if New South Wales doesn't come away with it. Competition in the hammer in the middle of the track going along strongly. Lima still leads. He's thrown 72.37. Hopgood, another one, World Junior qualifier in second. Mitch, you're back, you're packed, you're ready to go.
Well,
Uber on the way.
I don't want to leave. It's just that I'll miss my flight otherwise. And again, I've been known to do that from time to time. So I'm trying not to miss it. But I don't want to miss this last event. That's the most important thing. So, Ella, you were holding it down well as per usual. It means you're gonna do the sign off and you're gonna say goodbye to all our millions of adoring fans watching on at 7+.
Well, I mean, what an exceptional event we've had the privilege to be a part of. I mean, calling these juniors and watching them rise to the challenge at this Junior National Championship. I mean, personally, I'm a little bit nervous as they transition into the seniors. but
well,
excited.
As a competitor, I can imagine why that would be the case.
Well, I've been watching many of these athletes and be like, how many years have I got till they come up into the senior ranks?
They're not too far away. They'll get there quicker than you think. That's always the scary part. So, no, it's been an absolute joy to be here at these junior championships. Our next generation of stars, and for a few of them, our current generation of stars, here to do what they do best, and that is compete at the highest level in Brisbane. I won't get the chance to sign off, so from me personally, big thanks to everybody at home who's been watching on, our entire crew here, all the producers. We would be lost without them, all our officials, everybody involved. Big love. But this is the main show, isn't it? 4x200 metre relay, the last track event of our junior nationals.
So they're away, and it's nice to have them in the lanes next to each other because it allows us to see the stagger a little bit easier. It's Victoria that gets to a flyer. He's running exceptionally well. We will see that is Melson Zon, so he'll run through. It looks like he'll change over first, but it'll be New South Wales hot on his heels. New South Wales is going to hand over to Atkins, so you can expect this leg to be fast. That baton change was not clean though, so we'll have to wait there to see what happens. Watch for Atkins as he rounds out into this bend, into the straight, but it is all Victoria at the moment. Atkins making ground, WA staying with them. Could WA hold on here? So it is going to be the Victorian team that might just change first, but what a run from Atkins to change that baton.
Yeah, James Atkins had that to come from a fair way back, didn't he? So he puts his New South Wales team in a great position with none other than Goodell to be able to bring this one home. So New South Wales in front, the Western Australians motivated there. They'll move into the inside lane. New South Wales in front, Western Australia pushing on the shoulder, the Victorians dropping back, and South Australia a really good third leg. Here we go, this will be a battle. Goodell of New South Wales leads this one out here in front of Luke Webber, who's won 2 of them already individually at these championships. Goodell in front of Webber, nervous check of the shoulder maybe for the New South Welshman. Webber continues to push, Goodell's in front, Webber will challenge. New South Wales are the winners. 129.87 on that clock. Well, we hope Luke Webber's all right. They're a little tense in the hamstring maybe. But New South Wales, they'll know they were the last track winners here at the Junior Championships. Our hammer throw continues, but great running there from the boys in blue.
Well, with state pride on the line as well, New South Wales will take that for the relay. So a healthy margin, 7 relays to Victoria's 4, to Queensland's 1. So whatever's happening down in New South Wales on the relay front at the moment, the team managers there can certainly take the cake. So just watch this last leg from Goodell. I mean, Webber came from flying behind. He did a sensational job, but both those two athletes in their under 15 and under 16 age groups respectively, champions, they know how to win. So Webber there really had to push hard, potentially overstriding ever so slightly. Goodell knew he had it in the final closing meters, just relaxed a little bit more. So good running from all our under 16 and under 15 men in this final event on the track. I mean, it's been such an exciting competition. It's been such a privilege to be a part of it as well. So we'll see all our parents, family, friends, fans start to leave the track. Underway is still the men's under 20 hammer. Mitch is looking for an Uber. If anyone wants to take him to the airport, give us a wave.
I'm looking to try and get to the airport. It looks like I'm going to have some time anyway. So, just an incredible 6 days of competition. Like we said, our hammer throw is still going on, but just an amazing 6 days of competition. Big thank you to all the parents and family and coaches and friends, particularly in these junior ranks. This is where the development starts. This is where it's so key to have great influence and good coaches and good people around you. And for parents, I know it's a commute for most to get up here to Brisbane. For those in the area, it's still a lot to do. So Incredible to be a part of it. Thank you so much for having us at home. This is Mitch Dyer, Ella Tobin. You've been absolutely spectacular, Ella. Well done.
Thank you, Mitch. I've enjoyed very much working with you and Ethan over the last 6 days. It's been so much fun to watch all the juniors succeed beyond expectation.
So big thank you to Ethan Quinlivan as well. Again, to our entire crew here. The amazing work that they do is tireless. We'd be lost without you. Everybody enjoy, hopefully, what was a great 6 days of athletics, the World Juniors to come, Oceanias, Europe, Commonwealth Games, everything athletics keeps on rolling here on 7+ and 7 for those Com Games and World Junior coverage. We're going to go relax, we're going to go recover, and who knows, maybe we'll see you next year. Thanks for joining us here on 7+.